ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome everybody to our games today as we have more ESL SC2 Masters action. I'm Wardy, joined by Pig. We're going to be heading into a whole bunch of SC2 throughout the course of today as we have a whole bunch of action once again. Pig, we are back. It was a full day yesterday. It was actually not overly long in the end. We kind of had a couple of long series at the start, but everything else was kind of expected for a best of 5. And we had some fun matches along the way. Are you ready to do it all again today?
Absolutely, man. I mean, it's always the first day is a bit rough for me because it's kind of the first one shifting the schedule a bit. But, you know, I got to wake up after midday today and have had a fantastic day getting ready to cast. So I'm looking forward to it. I think we get to see a few heartbreakers today. A couple people eliminated from the lower bracket as we get to the very pointy end of the tournament.
It's actually 7 elimination matches today, so we are going to be really knocking people out. Of course, we're doing this thanks to our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and ESL Shop. Thank you for helping to eliminate 7 whole players from our tournament today, as we also are doing that because only a few people can get their flights booked and hotels paid for in Dallas for the offline finals. The rest will have to go to that open bracket if they want to compete there. If you want to come watch those guys compete there, you can do so with your tickets. You will need to get into the building at dreamhack.com/Dallas/tickets. It's 15% off with the code StarCraft. Let's take a quick peek at the schedule for the day. We're going to be starting in Asia once again. We will go through the 2 lower bracket matches first before the upper bracket finals featuring Nice and Oliveira. We'll then do the winners of the lower bracket matches against each other as well to knock one of those out too, leaving us with only 3 players going into the final day of Asia tomorrow. And then we are in the lower bracket for Europe. We'll talk about those matches obviously closer to the time. Let's just have one quick peek at the bracket for Asia as well, as we are going to be seeing Nice and Oliveira in that upper bracket pick in the upper bracket finals, fighting for a chance to make the grand finals today. The up-and-comers, Lemon and Nanami, fight each other to make top 4, and then veterans of the Chinese scene, Yeshi and Coffee, go up against one another too. It's a fun selection of matches across the course of Asia.
100%. I mean, is the coffee train going to be stopped? Is all unstoppable? The Protoss players keep looking good and keep dying, but it's going to be curious to see how it goes. For now, though, of course, we're going to be getting straight into that PvP. And dude, this is exciting. You know, it's one of these things where I feel like you don't know exactly how things are going to go, what sort of direction the series is, but when you're down and dirty, fighting for your life, that's where everything gets decided. In the bottom right side of the map, a player who is looking like he belongs in that top 2 or 3. Let's see if he can keep up his performance. It's Lemon.
The top left-hand side also has been impressive, especially through the string of PvPs he has had to play. Can he string together another win here today? It is Nanami.
Nanami's had some good matches, but Lemon has looked, at least in the PvTs, on another level. To be fair, I mean, kind of schooled Nice and Firefly in the group stages as well. So, yeah, I feel like Lemon comes in as a pretty big favorite. On the other hand, I'm most impressed with Lemon's PvT. And Nanami looked pretty good in his PvP matches yesterday. You know, he showed some real interesting strategies, some good curveballs. So you really cannot be counting out Nanami, especially in PvP, where it's very rare, even when a player's a favorite, that they feel relaxed in this matchup. I think maybe like a Max Pax or a Hero might be the few players who are so dominant in this matchup that they often feel like they can always win. Other players, they're like, okay, what surprises are there? What are you going to try and catch me off with? Scouting has to be on point, and so far both players are emphasizing that.
Yeah, making sure you know what's going on will be imperative, you would imagine, throughout the course of this. Really, you mentioned the curveballs. Loved some of the times yesterday when Nami was like, you know what, I'm just going to cut some workers. I'm going to hit you at a time and just punish what you're doing to just come and kill you. He was so good at understanding a lot of stages of those games. So that was really, really cool to see from him. It'll be exciting to see what he brings us, of course, against Lemon, who has been, again, like we say, PvT has definitely been his real kind of strong point, but he did go through some tough Protoss players on the road here as well, so it's a fun one to set up with. We're already seeing this difference of 1 gate versus 2 gate, the sentry build from Nanami to lead into an expansion. Lemon will opt for Adepts early, less effective than they used to be as they can't take down the sentries as much, but still has been a fairly popular opener despite that sentry change in the current meta.
Nexus starts up nice and fast. Pylon's going to go down for the blocky block. Nice move for Nanami. I haven't always say nice move, but I always also wonder, you know, actually committing to a block, like letting that finish, usually a bad idea. It's not really worth Cybercore blocking because you're already vulnerable to getting all in if you've gone for a 1-gate expand and you can't invest many minerals. But 100 minerals of opportunity cost, 75 of which is refunded. That ain't no thing for Nanami. Nanami's going to go for the 3-gate build. Ooh, was it Nanami or someone else that tried this yesterday?
I want to say, was it? I feel like it might be
so many PvPs.
I don't know if it was Firefly or Nanami taking on Firefly. I know there's so many PvPs. Not just yesterday, the entire week has just been full of PvPs. The first day of this tournament had 3 as well, so there's been a lot of them. So, but we have seen this. It's actually going to be more than just the 3 gates. We dropped down a 4th gateway, so we are going to send it. And he's meeting a Twilight Council opener, which is ideal, right? Because the Twilight is not going to be, getting its upgrade for a while. So you have a huge timing window to deal damage, and it's not going to get hard shut down like if an Immortal shows up. Even when Blink is there, if you've got yourself a numbers advantage, you can still kind of brute force your way through.
Yeah, Blink needs time and space to work that efficiency, things which it's not going to have. Now, the shield battery did get forced to finish there. Lemon sees that. Does Lemon sense that something's up? Because, I mean, you're like, wait, you let the battery finish? I mean, yeah, there's a hallucination. Okay, definitely. Shield batteries are going down. Lemon needs non-stop Stalker Sentry production, but only a few force fields available. And these first wave of force fields out in Nanami could be absolutely deadly. He's already chronoing the gateway, making it transform faster and warp in faster, or at least cool down from warping in faster, I should say. Awesome play here from Nanami. A big surprise Stalker Sentry attack. It's incredibly committed. He's got probes. He doesn't have tech behind it. He's got to do the damage. Lemon knows it's coming. Nanami with a first force field, doesn't get that much done. Oh, nice defensive force fields here from Lemon. Does he have energy for battery overcharge though? Uh-oh, doesn't look like he saved the energy for battery overcharge. The second battery coming up, the healing is nice, but only a few probes able to get into the fighting. Nice focus fire for Nanami. Is it enough to take down this though? As the probes get on top, it looks like Nanami has to back away. Bunch of probes falling, those force fields keeping Lemon's Stalkers trapped on the ramp. 7 probes have gone down, tying up the worker count. That lack of battery overcharge really hurt Lemon in this battle.
It really did, because he could get so many Stalkers alive early with that battery overcharge as well. Now he's still having to pull probes in, which is really not ideal. We're getting closer and closer to Blink being done. Will he have enough Stalkers to, with the Blink, make a difference? Now he has overcharge, so he can maintain these few Stalkers here. I think he might have done it big, because his worker count is still equal. Yes, he's going to be behind a few units, but the power of that Blink is going to be absolutely huge for him. He is so close to having it.
Yeah, I think, right? No. Oh, he senses it. The battery overcharge runs out. There's no healing energy left. He actually forces another probe pull. I thought Nanami was overextending, but well calculated. Really good experience. Problem is Lemon's got Blink now, so Lemon is way more flexible. He's down 3 probes. Twilight Council starting for the blue Protoss, who is now up a few workers, but a gateway exposed on the other side of the map. Blink far behind. And if Lemon can find a way to, say, Blink in the main or start picking off some units here or there, ooh, a couple of Adepts would be a great start.
Yeah, really nice catch to just get rid of these. So that's a warping of Nanami that's going to end up completely wasted. And Lemon is going to find himself, well, in a pretty okay spot, right? Blink against no tech is a huge deal. Now he shut down this gateway as well, so that's going to be one less warp-in available to Nanami throughout this. And, well, that blue Protoss player is in trouble. Lemon immediately just says, cool, I've got full map control now, so I'm going to take my 3rd base. I'm not going to do anything too risky. I'm going to extend on my lead and do things, that you just can't really stop. Glaive starts from Nanami, and I don't hate that. He's going to be a bit behind. Maybe something a little bit different and serious is needed. The only problem is, I've said it all week, Glaives really works best when it starts to overwhelm. It's going to be tough to overwhelm from a deficit.
That being said, yeah, your analysis is spot on, but Lemon is so greedy in all matchups, so I can see it maybe working. Good battery overcharge micro for Nanami there. Keeps all of his Stalkers healthy except one taking a little bit of hull damage. That was all. I like the idea of a big gamble for sure. Will it work? Well, if Lemon senses it, definitely not. But right now, Lemon doesn't really have a sentry out. No observer. Just knows that he's got a faster 3rd base, which will give him a little bit of caution. But if he probes up to, say, 66 probes or something like that, going for a forge, these are the things you don't really want if you're a Lemon fan. You want him to just basically build Stalkers and then keep building Stalkers, and he can out-micro this army. He can just blink back, defend with numbers. But if he starts going triple probe production, chronos into probes, upgrades, not necessarily immortals, but like prisms, observers, all that stuff, none of that is what Lemon really wants. And arguably charge is also not what he wants. Charge can be good once you get a lot of zealots and stuff, but a few zealots, kind of worthless against the ball of adepts because their range damage just volleys them down too fast.
Yeah, the Glaives is going to specialize in that, as we have our Stalkers of Lemon just going to meet this mid-map, and he's going to kind of take a blink in, which was completely unnecessary. That's one way to kind of give up the advantage you have, which is the blink micro. Now extra depth warp in. I mean, that's a messy fight because we're talking about having as many units as possible to be able to deal with this. Try and deal with these adepts ASAP so they don't get the chance to use their Glaive so much. So a little misplay from Lemon there, but he still feel like I still feel as though he's got the advantage here. I still feel as though he's going to be comfortable. I mean, the adepts are shading. We'll see what they can try and do. They're going to go jump on these Stalkers in a second. They're going to try and make it happen, but the super battery there as well is going to help big time. And Lemon actually has to back away from that because it gets killed. So he'll go to the right side.
Yep, good pulling back to the right side. The blink micro is on point. This is exactly what he needed to do. Stalker numbers and blink micro, get those probes out of there before they get focused down. He's even blinking forward to eliminate the enemy Stalkers because those are the only anti-armored damage units here. Of course, the adepts only do 10 damage to armored units like Stalkers. And that's a clean hold. Lemon once again. This is every Lemon game. Oh gosh, he looks like he's gonna die. Oh, he barely held on. Oh, he's winning. That's every Lemon game I've cast this week. And I'm once again impressed, just defending with very little warning. The moment that hallucination got in the base, snapped into action and went for a double battery on the natural. Good positioning, good defensive force fields, and yeah, Nanami goes for a surprise tactic there. That's an incredibly committed build order. It feels so good when it tricks your opponent, catches them off guard, because you know, you're like, hey, I'm going for a 1-gate expand. I'm the greedy guy. Look at me. And then you hope that your opponent's not going to scout you too quickly. But Lemon was still dotting his I's, crossing his T's, and seeing exactly what was going on.
Well, great start. I mean, again, you're right. It's just a summary of Lemon's run so far, right? Of just, you know, basically up until this point, just kind of, you're right. He's like about to die. He's like, oh, Lemon, you kind of just pushed it a little bit too far this time. But no, he survives just about. And then he gets into a good position and he plays a good game from there, typically. As we get him into the 1-0 lead, and Nanami will be trailing, entering Alcyone for game number 2. So we'll kick off into this in just a moment. So, yeah, getting to Alcyone. Obviously, PvP, very variable matchup. Definitely expect a whole bunch of different stuff throughout the course of a series. Nanami's aggression did not work out there. He could try something even more aggressive here, like Proxy Robo, if he feels like he wants to try and kill Lemon early. But that has not always been the... That's not always been the case. As well, Lemon's giving you the love, man.
Yeah, Lemon's looking fantastic. Oh wow, I didn't see that message. Oh, hello. Hi. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, Lemon is calling Pig a random Gosu. Appreciating that skills. Maybe you inspired him, mate. Maybe you inspired him to play all these different races.
He says, I'm Pig fan. I said I'm a big fan. That's great. I feel a lot of love right now. By the way, I love that Elephant Brain, El Capitan of Protoss, King of the Phoenix, Master of the Dark Templar of Rotterdam showed up in chat. And it was actually Nice who tried the 1-gate fast expand. Just joking, I'm 4-gating, as Rotterdam called it, which I think is a very good description of that same build that we just saw Nanami try. But Jaishi had 2-gate robo expand and crushed it with, you know, immortals and whatnot. I think that was on it was on Alcyone as well, I believe. I think it was the same map we're about to go on. I think that was the one where he just ran out front and started wrecking it. Could be a slightly different map I'm thinking of, but
I think it was top right,
awesome.
Attacking bottom left, I think, right? That's why I remember.
Oh, actually, that was the 1-gate blink game. Never mind. The 1-base blink game from Skillus versus Max Packs, I'm thinking. Oh, no, that was Void Ray. Similar scenario. Oh, my God. We've seen so much
PvP.
Because we saw Max Packs shut down Skillus with Void Ray Stalker against 1-base blink. But yeah, it was similar sort of spawns. Anyways, let's get into this one. Fantastic game 1 for his opponent. He used up a bit of a tricky build in game 1. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve in game 2. It is Nanami.
Bottom left-hand side with the seed. Oh, I can't talk apparently so far today. With the lead in the series, it is going to be our Red Protoss player, Lemon.
Not only did he squirt Lemon in his opponent's eyes, he's squirting some of that all over your face as well, getting your brain all messed up.
Yeah.
By the way, is this just 2-gate behind the natural? Is he going to go Forge with it as well? Or is he going to go into Cybercore? I think this might be the mineral-only rush. Oh my gosh, this is so committed. Yeah, it's the cannon version.
All right.
Oh, this is old school, man. This is old school, but Lemon scouted early. He's going to see 14 probes only in the main, no probe production. Now, Nanami is walling him out, so he can't pull probes. But wait. Oh, can he build a cannon off of that pylon in range of the gateway? I guess he can. So his first pylon he can actually use to start a cannon. Wow, the efficiency of this build. I mean, it's obviously so risky putting it there, but there is a reason to put it so close. Not just will the Zealots rally out early, but that cannon's going to start in range. 2 cannons are going to take that gateway out so fast.
It's not long for this world, so we're going to be seeing Lemon losing some of his infrastructure very early on. Is building a Zealot going to put that behind? As he's only just now started a Cybercore, so it's going to be a long time until he has access to Stalkers. Obviously, a big part of that is that he's getting his own Forge up. So you'll put further cannons down, but obviously this is almost sacrificing the gateways that are going to be at the front here. They are likely going to fall. So that's going to be an issue for him down the line. There's a little pick away at this pylon at the front. First 2 cannons finish, and we will start swinging at this gate.
There's cannon coming up, though, and there's no pro production for Nanami. I don't want to judge things too quickly, but what is he just going to run past the cannons with the Zealots? I don't think he can overwhelm cannons with just Zealots walking in here. He's going to run past to the mineral line. There's no follow-up to this for Nanami. He's trying to... Oh, he snuck a pylon in the left side of the main, so he's going to try and cannon rush, but in the main at the same time. The Zealots there as well. Dude, this is a crazy rush. Zealots are just going to run straight past the cannons, and they're actually going to be able to force some probes off the line, but no, now with 2 cannons at the front, this is looking completely stopped. This is completely shut down.
Yeah, the attempted pylon in the main base is going to get shut down. Stalker here, that other gateway is absolutely alive, and that is going to be hold and done from Lemon, as he is going to make this defense nice and easy. GG's, and that is already a 2-0 lead. Lemon storming through.
Really cool idea from Nanami to have your first pylon for power your buildings and your first cannons. On the other hand, I think the pylon that went up blocking the wall made no sense in hindsight, because what that does is it stops your opponent from pulling probes. But the problem is, what if he just reacts like he did there and doesn't try to pull probes? You're locking yourself out of the main. So the thing is, I feel like you almost want to force big probe pulls and chaos, because I feel like normally with that rush, like if they're like, oh god, I gotta pull probes to stop the cannon rush, then they realize, oh, there's some Zealots that arrive. It's really awkward for the defensive player, because they're like, oh damn, against proxy, I don't want to be pulling probes out here. So it's kind of the awkwardness of juggling a cannon rush, which normally you'd pull probes against and try to counter in that way, and then dealing with the Zealots that come in as well. But it was kind of a different way Nanami did it, which I imagine works against a certain reaction. But the way Lemon handled it, reactive forge, get the cannons up, was just super smooth and almost a simple hold. So maybe these are the games. I just wish I could see the practice games where Nanami did that, what the people did, and why it worked so well in practice, but didn't work in this game. Because it's really hard to kind of mentally break that down without really seeing the games where it must have worked in practice. You don't do that unless you're having some success practicing it.
What a terrible position to end up in, though. 0-2 down. We are now, what, a map away from Lemon, just advancing straight through. And this is great for Lemon as well, because this is a matchup where a player wins, and for the first time, I think, in the entire tournament so far, we're going to have the same player play again later today. So win your first series super quickly. Don't have to reveal much. Just a couple of good defenses. And just get ready for that next series. Get to fully watch, chill out. You're going to have a couple series to wait and just prep. It's just going to be really nice to get through this one without having to extend too many builds or too much brain power. So far looking great for Lemon. Not just for this, but maybe for the whole day, as we'll be talking a bit more about that later. But we're counting down to Golden Aura. It's map number 3 of the series, and Lemon is up 2-0 at the start.
Are you a lemonade man, or are you more of an orange juice man, Woody?
I like lemonade. Is a lemonade and orange juice like two
They're not really competitors, are they? They're kind of different things.
I was gonna say, like, if I like lemonade, but I also like orange juice. Is this weird?
I was gonna be like, do you like lemon juice or orange juice better? And as I was saying it, I was like, I don't think that makes sense. And then I said it, and I was like, this makes even less sense. This is a terrible question.
The bottom right hand side, our red Protoss player is going to be Lemon.
And in the top left, he's throwing the kitchen sink at his opponent. It might be time to play a little bit of a greedy macro game to switch things up. In the top left side, it's the Nami. I think lemons don't get enough love, though, as a fruit in general, because they're usually not that enjoyable to eat on their own, but they add a lot of beautiful zest and flavor to many other dishes and all sorts of cocktails and drinks and foods. You know, there's a lot of great things we wouldn't have without the fantastic citrusy lemon.
That's very true. Lemon is a vital addition to a lot of things. And he's been a vital addition to this region. He has been my storyline of this region, absolutely. I've probably talked about that a few times, but he has just been, you know, in a region that is fairly full of storylines. Like, Nami himself has, you know, done some fun things. Oliveira kind of flunked a little bit, still doing well now, obviously. It's been a fun season, but, like, Lemon is the standout for sure.
Solid macro Protoss, and just looking so well-rounded. I mean, I keep waiting for the moment where Lemon crumbles under pressure. The only thing that I would say is like an obvious weakness has been in PvT, just kind of positionally. You know, he's got out of position a few times, right, in the mid to late game, and that's where sometimes some games were lost when, you know, probably should have been able to win those games. But other than that, like, it's not like, oh, he's falling apart, because we've seen him salvage so many positions where they look awkward, they look tough. I love the trick there. Lemon builds a Zealot because he didn't quite have the money to start the Stalker, but he still wanted to make it look like he was building 2 units at the same time to disguise the fact that he was going Sentry and Warp Gate. So he starts the Zealot, quickly cancels it, starts the Stalker. Just little details like that. Nice adjustments, making it hard for Nanami to read what he's up against.
It is always good in a matchup like PvP where there's so many possibilities to just be able to hide what you're doing, to be able to kind of just, you know, shy away from kind of revealing what is up. As that Stargate goes down from Nanami, and a couple of Stalkers just sitting at the front, ready to expand now. So slightly later expansion, but you'll have the Stargate against the Sentry Opener. That's the difference here. Sentries will provide the information with the hallucinations. Ooh.
Absolutely, and a couple probe advantage for Lemon as well. So he's kind of just slightly more confident with like the probing here off 1 gate, off 2 gates, but yeah, like off limited production, I guess we should say, right? Because both of them aren't producing non-stop off their gateways. So they're both technically, like, you know, you could say, oh, you might be a little vulnerable if you were in fact getting like 1-based or something, but that's why the probe comes in, sees the Nexus. That's why the hallucination comes in, sees the Nexus, sees the battery, which Nanami cancels. Nanami realizing, oh, you're just Sentry expanding, I don't need shield batteries at home. I can be completely safe just by making units and continuing up the tech tree towards my Twilight. Now, Lemon is up 2 workers, has his own Twilight, but I wonder what this Stargate will be doing. You know, is it going to be a second Oracle? Is it just going to be idle for the rest of this game now that the hallucination is gone? I do think sneaking a second Oracle out, as expensive as it is, does give you some nice utility. But if you don't do it now, it's probably not going to be something you ever do. So it does look like it's just 1 Oracle for the moment. Try and force some stuff out, get a lot of scouting, and accept that you're just slightly behind on that transition. Oh no, Dark Shrine goes down, never mind.
There we go. We're going to mix it up a little bit here then with that Dark Shrine coming through, so we get that ready to rumble. And we just have ourselves the, well, Robo already dropping down from Lemon, so obviously it does depend where exactly that Observer is at the right point in time, but having the Robo is at least a step in the right direction. Good pulling the probes there to make sure the Oracle cannot kill any with them all being in range of the battery. And we find 1 more off to the side, but Lemon is going to maintain a couple workers lead, little army supply advantage, and we cancelled the Dark Shrine to go into an extra gateway, I imagine because he saw the Robo?
Yeah, looks like it. I mean, it really feels like Nanami is just trying to catch Lemon off guard, and the thing is, if you keep doing this over and over again in this series, gotta surprise you in the first 5, 6, 7 minutes. The other player is just going to take extra safety precautions, and that's what Lemon's doing. Lemon is like, just make a safety Robo, keep hallucinate scouting, you know, be super chill, and even going for a sneaky blink timing here, it's like, that seems like a good idea. Like, you're going to be on 4 gate against 2 gate, that's great. But look at the army count. Lemon's got more army supply right now, so, you know, how big is that army supply advantage really going to be? Especially with this hallucination, seeing no forge, seeing the gateways building. It's 5 gate against 2 right now. Shield batteries are going down. If you can get an Immortal out as Lemon and those batteries up, you should be able to defend this.
The third Nexus finishing soon, then the Stalker's starting to arrive from Nanami. It just does not seem as though... I mean, he's got equal army supply while being so committed here. Okay, he's got probing position on a third. We actually are going to be linked in, though. That is going to be Lemon caught off guard, as he just didn't quite have enough right then and there. The battery was not done, so that was the perfect moment for Nanami to get something done. He comes through again. One shot in Stalkers is obviously a huge deal. Super battery activates. I mean, obviously, that's just because we're again one shot. We just needed to do something here ASAP as the Immortal will pop. The low HP Stalkers that he needs to start getting on top of, but Nanami striking and actually finding a good bit of value here.
Lethality and surprise. He hit the perfect number to one-shot the Stalkers and just dove in there. And because Lemon was surprised, his Stalkers weren't focus firing. So by the time he'd lost 3 Stalkers, he'd damaged 4 or 5 of Nanami Stalkers, but hadn't actually killed any. And that's crucial. If you're already down 2 or 3 Stalkers, then suddenly down 5 or 6 Stalkers, it spirals real quick. And it looks like Nanami does surprise enough with this timing. Even though Lemon knew it was coming, saw the extra gateways, knew there was an attack on the way, didn't realize just how quick that was going to hit and didn't have the numbers to deal with it. So you know what? The cancel on the Dark Shrine, the investment in the Robo hadn't paid off when the attack came. Maybe a few too many probes, the third Nexus, all that sort of stuff. On the other hand, there is pressure on you to do more damage. Because remember, this is Lemon we're talking about. And Lemon is always macroing so hard, even in the midst of taking damage.
Yeah, I mean, this is the barely survive portion of the game, right? Well, you're still getting one shot, desperately running back to the natural. And now he's going to be on his rebound arc as he almost gets twice as powerful from here on out. Obviously, he will kind of get his own third base up. We're not really finished the third just yet from Nanami, so he's not on a worker lead for now. So he's not going to have a huge timing there. He's going to have Charge and Temple Archives a little bit sooner. It really is army size, but do the 2 Immortals just make up for the lack of Stalkers here from Lemon? It really depends on how exactly these Stalkers fight from Nanami. If they can just kind of go in, get a kill, and blink out, then great. If they blink all the way in, I think they'd have a bad time, but... And now Nanami can maintain map control and continue to look for those little picks while improving that tech and finally getting that third base saturated, as well as this Observer is going to get chased away.
Nanami should take a 4th base here. That's like the path to the advantages. Keep picking off units, but also take a fast 4th and stay real mineral heavy. You know, right now the Stalker harassment has been great. He's got a massive army advantage. Looks like he wants to go now. He's got an Archon about to morph in, Mass Zealot coming in as well. I feel like if he could get 4 Stalkers into the main or something, just a Zealot run by something like that, that'd be great. Oh, Lemon with a crazy blink forward. Costs him big time. The Zealots jump on top. The Stalkers chasing. Lemon is down 37 army supply. That is a ridiculous advantage for Nanami. And Nanami's going to push for the win.
Yep, he's just going to go diving on in here. Super Battery will activate, but it will not last very long. The Immortals in the back are only hitting Zealots at the moment. And as probes pull in, there is a very deadly Archon that's going to splash through a lot of them very easily. Nanami will blink forwards, looking for the Immortals, and he should find them fairly easily. Still got that Archon just blasting, and of course at this point, Lemon, even if you begin to hold, it's coming at the cost of so many probes that the rebound army of Nanami is going to do so much. And yeah, Nanami has just got way too much army supply. We blink in, this last Immortal will go down. These Stalkers will not be able to meet their numbers. And it is looking like Nanami is going to stay alive in this series. He will not let this just be a complete sweep. And that is good to see, because he definitely had a little bit of intriguing choices kind of to get himself here. So again, that kind of typical Nanami. I know the ways in which I can change my build to give me an advantage and to hit a timing and to win a game. I was not a believer of it initially, because when he was getting ready to attack, those supplies were dead similar, but it was supply that was caught up, and the Robe was still producing the Immortal. It was not the right number of Stalkers. The sentries, right, that were there, they did absolutely nothing because they didn't stop any one-shots from happening. So it was a lot of dead army supply from Lemon that in a few moments might not have been so dead, but in that moment that he got struck on, absolutely did not add anything. So big moment for Nanami, clutches it, and we get to go to game 4.
Yeah, maybe thought he had just a little bit longer before the attack came, Lemon there. There's always that moment where it's like, because when those attacks come in, they so desperately need to lower your damage output. And if you are able to like quickly just pull back, or like say when they come in, if you start blinking the Stalker that they shoot a volley at, it actually completely hard counters that, right? Like if they target a Stalker and you blink it, you dodge that entire volley, take no damage from it. You blink the next one they all shoot at, you know, suddenly the guy who's blinked in hasn't killed any Stalkers. Not only that, he's done no damage, and it's really not working out. So the thing is, if your opponent's a little slow and you've already killed 2 Stalkers by the time they start microing, and then they're panicked. They're not able to do any of that blink dodging micro. Your focus fire is really good. Not to mention, the Nami was pretty good about randomizing the stalkers he focused on rather than just focusing on the one that's at the front. As you move in, you'll shoot like one in the back right of the army, then one in the front left, then the one in the middle. So that way it's very hard for the other player to see exactly which stalker is having the projectiles head towards it and blink in time. If you can pull off that blink dodging micro, it can get you out of those positions. The other thing is obviously pulling back to where the probes can be pulled earlier. Because if you lose the third, it's not the end of the world. But if you lose the third and so many stalkers, that's where things spiral.
Well, we are going to go into Crimson Court as, at the very least, Nanami has stopped the spiraling for himself. That O2 came very quickly for him, so really good to see him stand up in the series as we get into Game 3. And still in the lead, sorry, not Game 3, Game 4. Still in the lead in the top right-hand corner will be that red Protoss player. Up 2-1, it is Lemon.
And his opponent still unready to give up. Unready, that's a funny way of putting it. In this series, fighting back from behind. Let's see if he can keep it going. He's got a point on the board. Let's see if he can get a second. It's the Nami. And so far, it's been all aggression and trickery. I'd love to see Nanami slow down and play macro. I'm not sure if he has it in him in this matchup. That might not be his style, but like, I just think like a bit of greed into a later timing attack is always so nice, right? So I'd like to see Nanami bring out some more of those tricks, and you know, something like that timing that he finished it with in the last game. Always going to be great. Big Zealot Stalker push, right? Off 3 base, maybe 4 base minerals. But you want to get yourself a little bit of a lead in the early stages, and I think doing that by pushing your economic advantages is good, because there's one thing I've seen from Lemon, it's pretty typical standard defensive play and semi-repetitive as well. Like in every matchup, Lemon does like to repeat his build orders a lot. It's a very European style where execution is so perfect, but there is very little surprise for the opponent. So a prepared strategy for Nanami could do very well.
Absolutely. Just get the double gates up here a piece, and we'll see what sort of initial build we get, as we already proxy in the center. So Nanami ready to kind of go and try and make something happen here, as we are going to have the Cybercore coming up on both sides. When that Cybercore is finished, we will know a much larger amount of what the plan is going to be. So that is coming through in the next couple moments. And here we go, ready for proxy time.
Feels like a robo. We've seen a lot of proxy robos. Doesn't have to be all in, and if you can get that forward position, you can siege their ramp. So the robo does go down. If you can take out those 2 gateways at the front of the wall off, using prisms, sentries, and mortals, like, it's actually very powerful, and you can contain them as well. The defensive player often ends up having to give up their natural, and then they try to fly out with a prism. And if you intercept that prism, you catch it, you're ready for it, you can actually find yourself in a much better position with the forward robo, right? We saw this with that Stats Hero series in the GSL semifinals. You know, we saw this in a lot of different series recently in this regionals as well. So definitely something to keep your eyes on. Robo goes down defensively for Lemon, but it's a good 30 seconds later. If he can depower this, though, that could be huge.
Yeah, he knows about it, so obviously he gets through. He's going to be able to put some damage onto the pylon. He's going to use the line of sight blocker a little bit as well to give him a bit of a funky position. He actually gets the first shot off on his opponent's Stalker, which is nice. Obviously on a bit of a timing here before the Robo finishes up that Immortal. As we do chase, that Stalker I think is going to be far enough away. We turn onto the Probe. Now he turns onto the other Stalker to get the advantage there. This is going to be a confusing fight, but I think Lemon strayed a bit too far. Oh. He completely overcomplicated this. He could have just stayed near the Robo. Instead he went running here, there, and everywhere, and now loses 2 Stalkers, and that's obviously a huge loss for this upcoming defense.
That's usually game. If you lose your first 2 Stalkers like that, and you're already so far behind your Robo, this is going to be so tough to hold. Sentries and pulling back to the main is the right idea. At least he didn't build a Nexus, and he's rebuilding gateways in the back of his base already because he knows he's going to lose his front gates. Lemon has to dig deep and fight from behind. Nanami's already building Stargate. Oh, wow. He's already ready to get the Phoenix to shut down the Prism and to pick up any Immortals and disable them. Stargate is the counter to Robo Tech in that regard. The cheap Phoenix, one of the best units for countering Prism Immortal.
This is absolutely rough, as we obviously now have the Gateway starting to take damage. You mentioned he's already starting to rebuild. He will get his Prism soon. That will give him a little bit more micro potential, which is something that makes you a bit more confident in the fights, but you're right, he is playing from behind. And he's going to have to try and find a way. But it's going to be so difficult to find a way when, like you say, that Stargate comes up. So Nanami is already prepping for the future. Puts down an expansion. And now, what does Lemon do? He can't come out and expand himself. He can't go across the map and really punish because the Stargate's going to really shut that down. He's going to try to get to the Robo facility and depower that. But, I mean, that's one step in the grand scheme of things. I'm not sure if that's even necessarily going to be that great, as we actually have an Immortal here to fight the Immortal. Hitting the pylon, we do lift over the other side. We'll finish the pylon without taking any serious damage. That's a nice play. Stops the obs coming out for a moment. Could, of course, use the Prism to repower that and to take it. As Nanami. Oh, he's got the Phoenix coming, so this is going to be bad. Oh, nice guess the probe.
That's nice. No repowering the Robo just yet. Very annoying counter-attack for Lemon. This has been really well done. Obviously has to recall very quickly. Prism is regenerating shields. He's got to react quickly here. That Phoenix is going to jump on top in a moment.
Yep, Phoenix will move in. We're going to see the Immortal just going to go for a probe, and then what are we going to do? What's the plan? Do we have a recall? Apparently not, so we're going to lift the Immortal.
He's got it now. He's got the energy now.
Oh.
He could try to recall, but he'd have to fly in with the Prism, pick up the Immortal, and then recall.
Yeah,
Too risky. He's not going to risk it. If he wants to save the Prism, he could still recall it now, but no, he's used it on a Chrono, on another Immortal. Unfortunate that actually the Prism survives. That is bizarre. I think Nanami just assumes it's recalled out.
Yeah. Didn't do his homework, didn't go and check on it, as we do have Lemon going to come to the center. We'll knock down a pylon here. I mean, he's moving across the map. The problem is, you're moving across the map in a situation where, again, your opponent has Phoenix that can just lift up and remove those Immortals, so it's going to be extremely tough for Lemon to actually win a fight. He's also still got to find a way to get that Prism to get to the army to start microing, because otherwise it's going to be sat there not really able to do much, so has to kind of fly that out the long way around. We will shade some Adepts up, and just going to cancel that. Battery already finishing. Again, this is a must-push situation for Lemon, but that's not exactly ideal. The Phoenix got on top of the Prism already. Now they're going to back off of it, so the Prism survives, only losing shield. It could be worse. We're going to get another Stalker Warp in, and Super Battery is ticking away, so you'll have one more attempt here, perhaps, Lemon, before this becomes really serious. We do see the 2 Immortals lifted already, though, and that's so much of your damage now missing.
Those Phoenix doing a good job disabling, but the Immortals are getting dropped. Nanami's army is much smaller. There's so many Immortals for Lemon here.
Oh my God.
Lemon focuses down the Phoenix, and he's got the firepower. Oh man, I can't believe it. This is an incredible play for Lemon from an awful opening. But that Immortal harass was great. The Phoenix, though, has been a big disruption. This game is still very close. 2 Immortals have died on Lemon's side. None of Nanami's Immortals have gone down. Problem, Nanami can't build new Immortals. Lemon can. Lemon has so much army supply advantage, and Nanami getting pushed off the low ground. That Prism just did way too much. Pulling his whole army away from the ramp may have been a mistake. I mean, he had Phoenix out. He could have defended with, say, 1 Immortal and just Phoenix production, but pulling the whole army away from the ramp, letting Lemon down, perhaps a misstep for Nanami in this game.
Well, now we sit on this position, and we're going to trade scenarios. We're going to just walk around the edge and start to pick away at that warp gate. I mean, you got to be careful here, because if the Phoenix gets the lift on the Immortal in the right place, it could perhaps get shot down as well. And an army supply blocked. Is not building any way to get out of this supply block, only just now starts pylon, so that is a long delay on the next set of units. So that is something else to think about here. Oh my goodness. Prism's going to go across the map with these 2 Immortals, and that is potentially very annoying. There's no, like, Phoenix or anything from Lemon to just shut down an Immortal drop. So that is the one thing that Nanami has right now that could be very frustrating. I mean, yeah, that's going to be annoying, but that's the only thing he really has going, and he's going to be obviously behind the Nexus now.
Prism is going to go in now. Shield Battery and an Immortal are there. 2 Immortals still beat that, to be fair. Just got to use that Prism to protect. Does get himself 1 probe, but that's it.
That 1 Immortal is very low. It's like a shot away, as we actually do recall, so a group of Stalkers getting brought back, and the Prism to micro, so it makes sense, so you don't lose units trying to deal with this, as you have to pull back. Stalkers will get a few shots on the Prism. That shouldn't be enough to ever shut it down, but yeah, Nanami trying to get more Phoenix up still. There's the recall on the Prism, so it's going to go back home. Now this army of Lemon, it might just be time to back away, right? You stick around here too long, it's one way to lose out. If you back away right now, you've got the base up, you've got the advantage. And it's not like Nanami has the ability to counterattack like you did in the previous rendition of this.
Yep, exactly. Look at that. Very nice. Picking up the sentry so it couldn't force field. Does chase down a few of those units. Would have been good to pick some up so they couldn't run, but the Phoenix are a bit too low. So Not going to be able to pull that off. He's going to send another Prism across for yet again a mortal drop. Lemon's down to just 22 workers and hasn't really reprobed. This game is a hot mess, Wardy. It is feeling so dirty. And you know what? Nanami was way ahead. Then he fell a bit behind. Now he's way behind Nanami, but he's got a much better economic setup. And he's the one who's doing a bit more harassment and that sort of stuff. So, you know, Adepts are warping in for Lemon. This feels like a bizarre game, and I have no idea who's going to win. It feels like Lemon's army advantage should be bigger, but the fact that he's kind of just chilling at home defensively and these Immortals are being so annoying does give me a lot of hope that Nanami can drag it back in his favor.
Yes, I think there is some potential. Obviously, the robot just now finishing. He's going to get to the Twilight Council. That's something Lemon will do too. Lemon obviously starting to really build probes to actually get that natural saturated. Just up so much army supply, and that is going to be a constant problem in terms of trying to overcome here. As the Twilights, again, building on both sides. We'll see what upgrades come of those. It is going to be this Prism again showing up, just trying to do the most it can with these Immortals, but with the own Prism Immortal defense, it's just so hard for those Immortals to actually stick around and do anything.
Keeping him pinned is enough, though. You've got the worker advantage. You've got your Twilight coming in. I don't think you bother with Blink in a game like this. I think you go straight to charge Archon sort of stuff. Just because Blink is so expensive and you're both so poor, it feels like, you know, getting the efficiency is the way to go. But Nanami says, no, Dark Shrine. Whereas Lemon says, no, I still get Blink because it's the most solid upgrade in the long term. Just shows the mindset difference between these two. Nanami's always looking to stick a knife in his opponent's back. Lemon's just like, you know, let's put on our suit of armor and let's duel in the middle of the battlefield. Oh, Lemon's being nice there. Could have got a lot of damage on that Prism. Shot his own gateway instead. Bit of a warning shot. Said, oi, you get back to your corner.
Yeah. I've had Lemon actually misclick a couple of times in this game. He's friendly fired a little bit here and there, so just needs to be careful. Doesn't want to have a misclick in a more serious situation as that third comes online. He'll have the Blink to protect that. I mean, this is really going to be down to the Dark Templar. We have a rowboat, but no observer in sight, although there it is. I just turned back to the production tab and I saw one, so you are getting the obs up. The preparation does begin, and that really is the one thing that Lemon needs just to secure this game from kind of getting out of control in some way.
Worker count's pretty even, but Lemon has recovered, and with the third base on the way, like Lemon's nowhere near as far behind as he was before. The Immortals do get home. The Prism's still alive in the back, which is interesting. Hiding up there in the trees, it's going to go into warp-in mode so that it doesn't accidentally get pulled back here. Thing is, with it being up there and an observer tracking it, there's no way for him to really warp in Dark Templar on the other side of the map. And now, Nanami is like, I guess I take this Nexus on the left side of the map. It feels a little halting for Nanami, right? Nanami's like looking for that sneaky trick. And whenever your whole gameplay is focused around a sneaky trick and you can't find one, you tend to fall behind a little. And there was a worker advantage, but it doesn't really represent much anymore because those bases are mining out. Lemon's got the third up. Lemon is more active on the probing count. We're going to both go into a forge and try to add upgrades 12.5 minutes into this game. So it's okay, I guess we're playing a macro game. I didn't want this to happen, says Nanami, but I guess it's being forced.
Can't really do anything else to stop it at this stage, unfortunately. The hallucination of Lemon going to try and keep information coming for him as well. As we do see a couple more gates coming through. The Nexus is halfway done. DTs are building from Nanami, so going to try and get something done with these, but there was already Observer there, so that's just an instant pick up and move away. And now that Prism's just going to sit there with the two DTs inside, so now you know DTs are a factor as well. And Lemon, he's actually going to start moving across the map. If he has an Observer with this army, I don't hate it, because he knows his opponent just invested in DTs, so if he's just made that investment and didn't get any damage done, which he knows he didn't, well, why wouldn't you move across? You should, in theory, have a much better army just because of that.
I mean, it's been a big army advantage for a while, and nothing's changed. Still 30 army supply advantage for Lemon. Really awesome for him. Great pro pull as well. Has an Observer and a bunch of Stalkers there. Will take out the Dark Templar. Only losing a building cannon, not a big deal at all.
Yeah, very minimal losses as we have the army of Lemon sitting atop of the third base of Nanami, so that's a moment away from potentially just going down. I don't know if Nanami can really find a fight here to defend this. He has got Phoenix. He's got a couple of Archons that don't exist on the other side, and the Phoenix will lift the Immortals out of the fight.
6 Immortals.
Yeah,
6 Immortals there for Nanami. I mean, that's a Stalker killing force against what is mass Stalker, essentially. So, I mean, if you get a lot of Zealots in here, and you definitely got the mobility advantage, I think Lemon can take a 4th, take a 5th base, get multi-pronging. But if you just blink into those Immortals, you're going to have a very bad time. Oh, wow. Still being active with this Prism. Stalkers in the main. kind of blink a little derpily there on top of the ledge. They don't quite get down to the low ground. Now he's recalling Stalkers into the main. Good cancel of the warp in and hide in the corner. Nanami's doing a lot with a little. And he's building a 7th and now an 8th Immortal. Mass Immortal Archon. What in the heck? I mean, the Archons are very good versus Zealots. The Immortals are very good versus Stalkers, but it definitely lacks the range of, say, a Disruptor or Colossus Force. And Lemon's going to have such a big mobility advantage with Mass Blink.
Being able to move around so much gives him so many opportunities. And if his opponent is just going to sit back and play this kind of, like you say, low-range army, there is just the potential from Lemon to maybe tech himself as well. This is one of those moments where enough of these tech units probably does win out against the Gateway Force in a straight-up fight. But if Lemon gets time to make a couple disruptors, like this army hates disruptors because it just can't dodge away from them. Of course, that requires Lemon to kind of make that play. He is starting the jukes and the jives, and you said move about and dance. Well, here he is. Stalkers across the map, and Nanami didn't see this coming at all, so he's across the map, in the middle right now, as, well, Lemon walks into the natural. He's going to see nothing here. I do not think this is the moment to kind of play funny with the Stalkers. I kind of thought he was just going to go into the main, shoot down a bunch of production pylons, and then just recall out, but no, he wasn't quite sure about what he was doing.
Didn't know where the enemy army was, right? So he didn't want to be blinking into an army or something. Obviously, in hindsight, I think he should have just gone in the main, but he didn't know that, right? Didn't have that information. Oh, blinks on the prism. Does lose a few Stalkers, though. Oh, those force fields are excellent. Nanami with some great force fields. Does clean out a lot of those Stalkers. He's moving up the left side. And Lemon's armies, yeah, like you said, it sucks. It needs disruptors, man. I mean, he might be able to do this just barely, but he does not have the same power density. It is all about really good Stalker micro and trying to bide some time here. Because if he blinks into that, it's not going to go well.
He cannot blink into this at all. That's way too many Immortals. He has to evacuate off this base, which was just, well, straight up deleted. Problem is right now is he doesn't have the space on the map, right? This is kind of a narrow map with a lot of chokes and so on. And so he can't really get the spread or the way to kind of fight with everything. And Immortal getting lifted, drop back down, but those tech units are in the front. That's really not ideal. Army supplies are similar, but the army quality is 100% currently in Nanami's favor. He's done nothing but build tech units. And that's something that Lemon just really did not do at any stage of this. He just kept on building Stalkers. And so here we stand, 3 bases to 3 bases again with a better army of Nanami. And Lemon just trying to find a defense here, just trying to kind of chip away at this army as it tries to move through. But it's going to be tough as we do see the Zealots starting to charge in. We do get to pull back, and now the choke might work against Nanami to some extent as he moves forward. So all of the low-range units may not be able to kind of do much. We are going to blink in. We're going to try and kill the Immortals off, but that is going to be so costly.
Good focus fire, dude. He's making the best of a terrible situation. At the end of the day, though, this is the equivalent of stopping your opponent from chopping your head off by grabbing their sword blade with your hands. And let's just say it may delay the inevitable, but you still end up going down. Nanami commits to a Mass Immortal Archon timing, something which lacks flexibility and an ability to keep up with a Stalker Zealot army that's base trading, that's running around and diving on the bases and doing counterattacks. But when push comes to shove, Lemon made the crucial mistake of fighting that front on, number one, and number two, as you said, not transitioning to disruptors. Just 2 or 3 disruptors in that army basically checkmates the Immortal Archon because it's such a slow plodding army and it cannot dodge those shots. Despite that, Nanami's brought it back. Nanami's playing a cheeky, aggressive, lots of all-ins, lots of timing attack style, and he finds himself tying it up 2-2. He's not going away from what makes him good in this matchup. He's saying, no, I'm just going to keep trying different things, and he's starting to catch Lemon off guard.
That was kind of wild. Where do you think it went wrong for Lemon? Because I feel like Lemon was in obviously a very good spot, and he just felt like he did nothing with the huge army lead. He kind of just sat back. I felt like there was going to be a moment he could have attacked into the 3rd base, but that came and went. And I don't know if he just got too distracted with the DTs. Then he was kind of stuck on this army that just... Obviously, it's meant to move around, but the way the base layout was of his opponent, it was only ever 3 bases. He didn't have a lot of multi-pronging options, right? So... yeah, just kind of got stuck.
I played a game like this the other day on Ladder where someone just refused to make anything but blink Stalkers all game. And I kind of had a similar experience where I was scratching my head going, you know when you have 50 Stalkers, like 3/4 of them are kind of just stuck behind each other, right? Like they can't shoot. You know, I was like, it's a weird thing that happens because Stalkers are so good if you split them into 2 squads and they're like up to about 20 Stalkers. Pick off a Disruptor, you can one-shot things, you can one-shot Archons and blink away, you can pick off Zealots. But when you get to like 40 or 50 Stalkers, you kind of just end up with like a full screen of Stalkers kind of stuck behind each other, milling about. And that does okay if you're just in a Stalker versus Stalker war. But if they've got better damage output, on the front line, right? If you've got 8 Stalkers, they got 6 Immortals shooting. We know who's winning that fight, right? If you blink into that, it's a losing fight. And if you just sit there trading with your front line of Stalkers shooting their front line of Immortals, even with blink back micro, it's not going well for you. Your units are just getting popped so easily. So it's an interesting thing where you just should not be going for a pure gateway army unless you're playing it with that sort of base trade mentality, that counterattack mentality, that I've got 2 or 3 squads of army and I'm using that mobility. Because if you do get that immortal ball to split up and then you just blink and kill like 3 immortals on their own, like it's suddenly the immortal army looks very weak. But when they're all together, there's like that it's a death ball, right? It's the classic growth of Protoss power, the more supporting units they get together in one big group.
Very interesting game. I mean, to be fair, the PvPs have been fascinating kind of throughout this entire entire region, as Lemon and Nanami get to go all the way to game number 5. It really, I mean, the first 2 games of this were an absolute blitz as well, remember. We really felt as though this was like the Lemon stomping grounds, but Nanami pulling it back, showing what he's good at in the PvP. Definitely, again, the curveballs, ending up on some different weird compositions and hence timings as well. And now we are ready to go into game 5. Nanami was the one asking for some time. And Nanami says ready. We're just waiting for Lemon to do the same. So Lemon took a moment as well once Nanami went to BRB. But he's just returned. So Side Delta to decide this series and to determine who is going to move into the top 4 of Asia. They will actually have to play again later today to see if they can make top 3 as well. But for now, it's Lemon and Nanami going up against one another.
All right, let's go. Side Delta to decide it all. Do we see anyone risk that low ground wall off 1 gate expand? Probably not. I think we've seen that both players are kind of comfortable doing high ground 1 gate expand, 2 gate. But this is a map for it if there ever was one. We're going to be going into this to decide the series. So far, he was up 2-0. All the momentum has shifted away from him. He's looked a little nervous at a few points in the last 2 games. This is where he's got to show his mettle. In the top left, it's Lemon.
In the bottom right, our blue Protoss player is Nanami.
Nanami. He's been so cheeky this series, man. Like the range of strategies has been fantastic. Honestly, that Prism getting out with a single immortal so early for Lemon was so brilliant in that last game, and it really screwed Nanami. Getting his Robo depowered, then losing the probe that was going to repower it, and like it got in his base and killed some stuff. Yeah, he killed it eventually, but he didn't even kill the Prism, right? So Nanami let the Prism back home. But what a great recovery. Even after he let that big advantage slip away, he made such a good recovery later on where his immortal harass was just constantly in the face of Lemon, kept him on the back foot, made it so awkward for him. And yeah, he just worked his way back into the series excellently. So I'm both players made big mistakes, but also had some really good moves mixed in that last game. That's kind of the PvP that Nanami is forcing. It's not going to be clean. It's a mud fight.
That's a great way of putting it, as the side course start up here. Obviously, side down with the 1 gate low ground expansion play very possible. So something that's already a bit different on this map that we might not have seen before, but the general idea is fairly similar. We have seen some 1 gate expands just on the high ground. The low ground just means the wall off is there. It's a little bit harder to ever attack into, so it just is a bit safer. As our probe is getting ready to drop down some blockages to the Nexus. Side, of course, will finish, and very possible we see a Stargate as well from both players potentially before we expand. And there it is from Lemon. Nanami starts up a Stalker. Waiting for him to, there we go, drop a Stargate as well. So Stargate on Stargate here for this game 5, and both players will see the Stargate of the opponent too.
You really don't want to let them expand here. You can see Nanami's like, nope, don't let it go down. And Lemon does have 400 minerals, so oh, he keeps blocking it. Finally, that Nexus gets down. On the other side, Nanami's like, dude, I didn't even have 400 minerals, so there's nothing here to block. Lemon leaves, gets the probe out of there. So Lemon's preserving a probe, whilst Nanami's is still inside the base and therefore going to sacrifice itself. Second Stalker on the way as well for Nanami. Does make me think we're going to be seeing some Oracle play out of him.
Seems a fair assessment, as our Stalker here is actually with the Zealot going to get some good damage on this Adept. It's going to drop low. The Shade will save it. Going across the map, we'll be able to move through. Ideally gets into the main, into the Stargate to see what that unit producing is, as Lemon is supply blocked on his Phoenix, so he's going to be behind a Phoenix, and it is Phoenix on Phoenix.
Dude, this is the power of aggression. I feel like Nanami has tilted Lemon in this series, but hold that thought. Good pro pull, good pro pull. Zealot does get trapped inside, but no, he lets the Zealot out. He's going after the Stalker. Lemon needs to deal with that Zealot. But the Stalker micro from Nanami being a nuisance. Nanami is ahead on the Phoenix race, though, purely because he was not supply blocked. He built his third pylon on time, and of course, Lemon forgot it. So Lemon's playing from a bit behind in the Phoenix War. On the other hand, Nami's not committing to the Phoenix War. He's like, screw this, I'm going Twilight. And knowing Nanami, I mean, can he really resist going Dark Shrine here? I don't think he can. It almost feels like he 100% is going to go Dark Shrine, because if you know someone's going into a Phoenix War, their last priority is detection. It's all about every bit of gas gets dumped into Phoenix. It's very hard to scout in a Phoenix War, because if you go to their side of the map, they're going to have more Phoenix and just kill you, especially in this game where you're already behind in Phoenix production. So how the heck can Lemon possibly scout the Dark Shrine? And this is the one time when Nanami doesn't go Dark Shrine. Damn, it's the one time where it would be perfect.
Yeah, it would have been ideal. Now it is going to be Blink on the way. So Blink starts, transition made, and he is just going to try and play the more normal setup with that Blink coming through and playing into those Stalkers, playing into that style. Well, obviously with double Stargate up now, Lemon is going to build a whole lot of Phoenix. It's going to be a question of, can you get enough Phoenix up to kind of control any Stalker counts? You need to start realizing that your opponent's not building Phoenix, so you can harass with these. He is building the Robo as well. That becomes very important now, because that means he can get some Immortals, and then he can actually have a ground army that is able to hold off the Stalkers with the Phoenix support. 2 more gates as well from Nanami, so he can get the Blink Stalker count up and running, as we are going to come through. He's going to notice there's only 2 Phoenix there. That should be a fight you just take, but he took a bit of damage before he went for it, so doesn't knock those down, but is obviously at this point fairly aware of exactly what's going on, so he can start deciding himself what his next step is. It's an extra gateway, and again, it's got to just be pure Immortal production from here.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for Lemon is, how do you secure a third? Phoenix can't really beat Blink in a front-on fight. He's going to try and fight Phoenix versus Phoenix. Does manage to take one down, takes a bit of damage on his Phoenix, but none of them die. So fantastic micro, 1 hit point on that Phoenix even. Hot damn. Nanami's getting his gateway forward already, so he's already thinking about denying Lemon's third and killing him when he goes to take it. Lemon wisely is not moving out to take it. He's saying, screw it, we're going to sit on 2 base, make Immortals, make Twilight, and just try to defend. I mean, Sentries, Zealots, and Immortals are usually the key here, because you just need anything to hold your opponent's army away from you at arm's length. Bringing those Phoenix home is huge as well. That's so many Stalkers, though. He might just die. He's got 1 Immortal, a Stalker, a 6 Phoenix. He's got nothing that fights. If Nanami runs up that ramp right now, he will win this game.
He's actually going to go for the Blink into the main base instead, it seems, so he can try and bypass him with the forward defense, which obviously is going to be even more trouble for Lemon. He brings the Phoenix back. He sees the move being made, so he knows what's up. That Phoenix is going to provide the high ground vision, and oh, this is bad, because he can't really fight on the high ground. He just doesn't have the units we've talked about already. Second Immortal about a pop, but we need to find a way to get up this ramp and fight. We can lift a bunch of Stalkers up, and that's got to be part of the plan, but obviously we start losing these Phoenix. That's not ideal. One of the Phoenix still alive here from Lemon can lift an Immortal, so the damage output is going to be denied, and this is just looking good for Nanami, who has a ton of Stalkers. Probes are pulled off the line. We are going to come through once again. The Phoenix will have to do their best in just lifting what they can, but they don't even have that much energy, as we do have worker counts somehow still even here, but the Blink forward gets rid of the Immortal. The Stalkers will keep dropping. We've got a new Immortal about to spawn, but so much of the army supply of Lemon is Phoenix that have 0 energy remaining, and so little that they can add to this.
Oh, those Phoenix are all falling. 1 more Immortal comes up. Does get a fair bit of damage here, which is nice. Remember, the Phoenix is gone, so if he loses the high ground position, he can't blink up here anymore. But right now, he's got those extra Stalkers on the low ground. Not willing to commit in, though, and Lemon somehow survives. I do not know how, dude. When you have 1 Immortal and a Stalker against, like, 15 Stalkers blinking in your base, you're meant to just die. The Phoenix really don't make that much of a difference. Now, he also only lost 8 probes. This is just Lemon in this entire tournament, dude. It's crazy. I mean, what's cool, though, is he has been... We're really getting some character in that. Lemon was ahead in this series, and he has played a little bit less decisively in game, 3, 4, 5. But when it gets hard and it gets close, now he really dials it up, and he shows an ability to defend in such a scrappy situation. The situation is, of course, still bad for Lemon because he doesn't have a third, but the supply is pretty similar. Arguably, he has better quality supply with the Immortals and the Sentries coming out. The problem for him is that Nanami knows how to counter those units. Right now, your army's better, but it's going to be way worse once Master Zealot swings in, and that's what Nanami's going for, a big Zealot all in.
A lot of zealots being brought up here. Charge is about to finish. A few more probes, Nexus, a couple more zealots, etc. All being brought out as we get ourselves. Yeah, I think the problem is, for me, I just don't look at this army of lemons, see how it survives just the continued warpins which Nanami can bring. He's going to have so many numbers. The zealots are going to be huge against it. We're still missing Blink, of course. It was impressive to hold until this point, but the zealots wrap around. We can target fire the Immortals with the Stalkers, and this is looking as though it's Lemon's final stand. What was an incredible season for him. He's going to be put short after being 2-0 up by Nanami. The other guy who's having a pretty incredible season for himself. Nanami will get the better of Lemon. He will move through. And Lemon's fabled story comes to a close here in game number 5 of this. Top 6 in Asia. It almost felt like he played good enough to go, I'm not going to say all the way, but like he really was playing great. Man, Nanami's ability to just kind of stop and turn a series around, because he was down, he was hurting, he had some rough builds that just had not played out for him. And then he just says, okay, you know what, let's stop messing around, let's do this. And comes out with what he had done best the last few days as well, which is hit weirder timings, compositions you're maybe not as experienced about playing against. He wasn't afraid to sit back on what was maybe a worse situation and then hit that one time he had available to him.
Yeah.
That's what won him the series.
I dub him the new Haas of the region. Sorry, Haas. I'm sorry. You didn't make it out of the Swiss stage. Nanami is the new Haas. He is the man that's going to bring the cheesy builds, the cheeky builds, and kind of tilt his opponents. It felt like Lemon was like untouchable in game 1 and game 2. And then game 3, kind of like, okay, you managed to get him. Barely, remember, that push on Golden Aura, right? It was like barely up in Army's Blade. He blinks in and starts one-shotting the Stalkers and stuff. And, you know, now suddenly Nanami wins, eliminates Lemon from the tournament, where I really felt like if Lemon had another shot at Oliveira or Nice, he was probably favored to even beat both of them. So that for me is kind of upsetting for Lemon, but also I'm sure it's going to be character building. It's exciting because we got a cheeky, aggressive, kind of cheesy Protoss player getting to that top, what is he, in the top 4 now? Top 5?
Yeah, top 4.
Damn, that's awesome.
Yeah, really, really cool stuff. All right, well, that is going to be our update. Obviously, that does mean we will see Nanami again later today. He will be playing in the lower bracket round of 2. When we get there a bit further down the line, we can take a peek at the overall schedule here, as we now know that Nanami will be playing against the winner of Yashi and Coffee, and that's going to be our next matchup coming up. So TVP of the aggressive variety as Coffee takes on Yashi. We'll be back with that in just a few.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are live with more SC2 in the ESL SC2 Masters Regional Spring. We kick off into Yeshi vs. Coffee PVT style. Stepping away from the PVT for a little bit here, Pig, for the next couple of matchups, which is, we have had a lot of PvP in this region, so stepping away. But we know what Coffee's going to bring is going to be all-out aggression as he tries to make top 4 over Yeshi.
Going to be awesome. Terran timing attacks, ladies and gentlemen. Terran timing attacks. That's basically what we're going to see in Can Protoss withstand them. That's what it always is when we see these two play. Let's find out just how good Yeishi's scouting and defense is. In the bottom right side, the red Protoss, it's Yeshi.
Top left, our blue Terran is going to be Coffee, as we have him ready to throw the kitchen sink and more at Yeshi, I'm sure, throughout the course of this series. We'll see what the approach will be, what kind of builds he brings out. We've seen a lot of them already, but with Coffee, there's almost always going to be more still to come.
Yeah, so we saw in Coffee's last series, he opened with a 3 command center build into a giant kind of big push. Wasn't looking great, but we saw Coffee literally, you said, oh, he can try to make something to weather the storms yesterday, and at that exact moment he ran into Cyan's army and there was like 6 storms dropped all over his army, and he stemmed right through it, walked through 6 storms, literally weathered them, and an army of pure red hit point bio just obliterated the handful of high-tech units Cyan had, pushed across, sieged up, and kind of won the game from there. And it was a situation where everything was looking terrible for Coffee. Later in that series, Coffee looked like he was held, and then bam, he'd get across and just pull the boys and barely overwhelm, and drop interference matrices on Colossuses and stim on top and just barely kill them, and then pull the boys again, and then do a crazy fast bunker push. And it was just this sort of kind of range over and over again, and it always looked good for the Protoss, and it always looked like, wow, well, Coffee really doesn't have a follow-up if this doesn't work, but it kept working. And I expect more of the same here. He's played a very aggressive TVP style for years. He has a bunch of different build orders you can choose from, but I do expect Coffee to push hard across that map before the 8-minute mark.
I mean, that's just Coffee in a nutshell. If it's anything other than that, I'm going to be concerned about what's happened to him, but we'll see, again, exactly what kind of style he wants to bring out and how he's going to hit that timing, what he's going to hit it with. Twilight Council going to be the opening from Yeshi, and he's just going to say, cool, I'm going to get control of the map early, I'll get my blink up, and just make sure I can, see, try and kite things across as well. You don't have to be super greedy taking a 3rd with blink either, right? You can be very defensive with it for a bit and kind of take it a bit slower. When I say defensive, I mean you can get a few more units which allow you to actually be on the map a little bit more as well and kind of apply some pressure. So that's naturally defensive because you've got more stuff. This is something Coffee has not really brought out. The proxy starport and going for the medevac out of that, and then the Hellion drop. We've kind of discussed as a possibility, but I don't think he's actually brought it out over the last few days.
No, you're right. We keep mentioning, oh, this could be what's going to happen. It never happens. We saw aliens run into bases and just roast probes a few different series over the last few days, but yeah, this one's nasty, and he's going to drop right into that natural, where if you don't have a unit on the edge, sometimes there's a little bit of a tiny dead spot in the vision, and even if not, he's probably just going to boost right into the natural and unload on top of the probe. So it's a scary attack. He's looking on the left side of the map where it's more common for this to be proxied so he can drop in the main, but this is such a peculiar location. It's not on the Protoss player's radar. She's going for a robo. He's looking for a 3rd Nexus. Now, argument for a 3rd Nexus being good here is if he loses 10-12 probes, he can rebuild them very quickly with a 3rd Nexus if that starts before this happens. But obviously having more army and actually being in position is the most important thing. He's not in position right now. 2 Stalkers in the main, 1 Adept in the natural. Oh, gee. Oh, gee. And that's that blind spot I was talking about in the top. Oh, God, he unloaded there out of Yeishi's vision. And now so many probes going down. You might be wondering, why isn't he pulling the probes away? It's because he doesn't want to line them up. If he pulls them, they'll stack and he'll take even more damage. So good discipline from our Protoss player to leave them just where they are mining. A little bit of spreading here may have been effective. 13 probes going down and still counting. Make it 14, make it 15. Absolutely brutal opening for Coffee.
And he's, I was going to say, going to get 1 Hellion out alive to maybe keep a bit of scouting up, but you know what? It's all good. 15 probes, starports on the way home. Blink just now about to finish. And this is terrible for our Protoss, who's down a bunch of workers when they're meant to be ahead. And this is going to really, really hurt JC in terms of trying to get set up for the rest of this game. And this is the sort of thing that empowers Coffee's attacks, because now how do you get the numbers up to deal with the Terran player who will just probably say, hey, there's no way you have enough numbers, so I'll SCV pull you to ensure you absolutely have no way to defend. It's going to be extremely difficult.
And I'm pretty sure Coffee has that SCV pool mapped out before the game even starts. His builds are beyond optimized. They are well planned, optimized, and I think he just goes, ooh, that build sometimes has 50% chance to win after this much damage, 85% chance to win with the follow-up, even higher maybe. It's going to be huge. I do like the chronos on all three Nexi. Jayshi's doing a good job of trying to recover that economy. He's back to even on the workers, which is something, but still needs a little bit more work. Decides to go charge Colossus, which I really agree with. I always feel like Zealots just jumping on top, absorbing tank shots, dragging tank fire into the Marines, as well as Colossus to deal with those Marines directly. That's the best units, right? If you can just have 2 Colossus out, 12, 13 Zealots, you can take on a big Marine tank army. So I like the focus. I don't think you can afford Blink. You can't afford a Forge. You can't afford cannons or anything like that. Like no money for bonus BS. No safety batteries even is what I would argue. He's building one at his third, but even that I think is lower priority than getting up a 5th and 6th gateway. Personally, I think that's a higher priority, is if he can get maybe 5 gate Zealot plus Colossus production, I think JC can still potentially hold on against this next push.
Makes sense. Thermal Lances coming through, so yeah, possibilities as Stalkers will get a few shots off from the tank. Anything to hurt the tanks, right? Because getting rid of the tanks during the siege, the quicker that happens, the better off you're likely going to be. So the fact that the tank is hurt, I love that. We actually load up a medevac units. I like this, going to force a few units to split away. When you know the Protoss does not have that many units to begin with, forcing a little split away could be really neat. It is seen there by an observer, but we also have a Protoss player who's ready to meet this on the ramp, and we do get the tank siege, and these 2 Marauders are going to try and carry into the Colossus fire. Well, that is a few units lost from Coffee, but he is going to get this drop off. I thought JC had seen this, but he has nothing pre-prepared, so he's going to lose a bunch of probes, and that's going to be very costly. He doesn't have the anti-air to kind of shoot away at this medevac, so it's going to be able to just lift up and slowly move into the main and go for even more damage, even deeper. As now we dive even further in here, but the super battery keeps units alive as well.
Yeah, that might be an overextension. The tanks are so damaged now. The Colossus is, barely gets out of tank range. If it took 2 tank shots there, it could have gone down. But actually a good unit split from Jayshi. He needs to get his Zealots around to cut off the reinforce. But actually, no, Coffee's pulling back. He's gone 3rd command center. Coffee says, you know what? Let's not overextend. I don't want to lose these tanks. I got to let my units heal up, repair the tanks. And he does drop a 3rd command center and a 4th and 5th barracks. I would say it's plan B or plan C, but he has been keeping up his worker production, Coffee. So this is not like his normal, I'm just trying to kill you with an SCV pool. Like, this was a much more balanced follow-up. So I think he's still got a good shot of recovering. The one thing Coffee's missing, though, is concussive shells, and that's a really important upgrade in this matchup.
Yeah, that's actually something to note, because it can really make the difference. Sometimes slowing a unit so you can trap it and chase it down, or sometimes just slowing the Zealots from advancing into you as well. You do have Disruptors obviously popping into play, and Jayshi going to try and play catch-up on upgrades with 1-1 starting at the same time, taking that 4th base. Coffee has a 3rd about to finish, but how much will he be aggressive before then? I mean, he looks as though he will set that up. My question is, how comfortable is Coffee in a longer game? Like, is he ever going to build any additional tech? Is he just going to keep on building bio units? We've not seen him, I think, a single time in this tournament have to stop and kind of build further tech units, because the games never get to that stage. He is going to be building into Vikings here, so that will be his tech of choice for now, but Ghost Academy seemingly non-existent for the moment.
Well, it's weird because this is a more balanced composition, and that is Coffee's weak point. Is playing a real standard game. As I say that, he restarts tank production. He built Widow Mines for a little bit. Now he's like, nah, back to siege tanks. Yeah, he's like a tank all-in guy, really. That's his range as a player, is tank all-ins. Like, he's not wanting to go 2-2 or anything like that, but he's just so good at that special area. And oh my gosh, getting Stalkers in the middle and getting damage in the back. As I say, he doesn't ever like to go double upgrades or ghosts. He goes for double upgrades as well. So Coffee's playing a much more kind of balanced game. On the other hand, I would say not being as dangerous with your timings does come with drawbacks, and that's giving your opponent time, right? We are seeing +1 armors coming in. The second forge is getting rebuilt. We've got Templar Archives, Disruptors, and Colossi are on the field. If JC can buy enough time, like he can definitely get back in this game. He's only on 62 workers, but I do feel like he's going to be stronger than Coffee if the game goes long enough and they're even enough. But as Coffee adds Ghost Academy, Armory, all of this tech, he is definitely in a big lead still.
This drop just sits between 3 different bases. It really has a choice of where it goes to. It's going to go to the left side base now. There's only a couple of probes moving over here, and still seeing JC just not with anything kind of in position to stop these things, because you can't really justify sending units to 3 different entry points. So just has to pull the probes away, and he does that quickly so he doesn't lose too much. The 2-2 of Coffee has started up off that Armory in the second engineering base, still bringing the Viking count to be higher. Our ghosts are arriving, and now we're seeing Coffee play a different game to what he usually plays. We'll see if he can control that army well enough to take these fights, as we do have a Protoss player advancing. This is going to arrive before the ghosts are here. If there is a timing, that may be it. Just kind of pre-EMP, the shields will be able to stay intact, and that will make this army much tankier than it would be once the EMPs are available.
Zealot, Stalker, Colossus, Disruptor gathering on the front. I don't think this is a win timing for JC. I think it's just a harass timing. And look, it's actually Coffee who's getting the harassment off and succeeding. Very nice. He's dropping on the high ground now. I feel like as JC, you got to just chill here and tread water a little bit. I feel like you've got, an advantage if the game goes long enough, but maybe he doesn't feel that way. Maybe Coffee has just not been choosing to show his impressive late game macro in this tournament. He actually is confident at this stage as well. Finally, the medevac goes down, but it's caused so much chaos, not to mention the probe kills. The attack on the front, crazy attack. The Disruptor shot's great, though. Gets a few Marauders, but he's got to get out of here. Disruptor's trying to cover his retreat. Some Stalkers, man, he's got to pick off these Vikings. Those Vikings are so far forward.
Yeah, at first, I really didn't think he had that many Stalkers, but he has an okay amount. It's not getting rid of these Vikings soon enough, though. Now, 2 Colossi dead. If you're only splashing this army, is going to be 2 Disruptors. That is not exactly ideal. The Zealots decide that this is a moment they want to re-engage into the Sim City bunker setup. I do not think that this is it from JC, but he seems to think so. Disruptor shots are firing. The Zealots are still powering through, and maybe I was very wrong. The Sim City does not seem to have mattered. His coffee supplies kept on plummeting. Credit to JC, he saw the fight, and he has taken it, and he is absolutely going to sweep the floor with Coffee's army.
I'm with you. I thought he was going to get rolled as well, Wardy. I need to rewind that replay. What just happened? That was crazy.
Yeah.
I was like, is half of Coffee's army stuck somewhere else? I mean, obviously he hit just before 2-2 finished, which is kind of brilliant from JC, but yeah, I mean, we said this isn't Coffee's specialty, this sort of army, and he did forget concussive as well, remember, the entire game. So that does make a big difference against the Zealots. There was no Widow Mines. He only had a few Ghosts and didn't really land any EMPs on the Zealots. So essentially, that was a fight where Mass Zealot Stalker kind of beat Coffee. Part of it was the fact that, remember how Coffee chased him. So what happened in that is he overstimmed. He'd stimmed a second time and then eventually a third time during that battle. So he kind of killed his own units by triple stimming over the course of the fight. He only had 3 or 4 medevacs maybe, because he'd gone so heavily into Vikings. So, we're used to watching that sort of stage of the game where the player's got Widow Mines scattered out, who's got more bio than the Protoss player has units, better upgrades sometimes even as well. And of course, they've got more medevacs for healing. But all those things changed. No concussive shells, hitting right when the upgrades were even just before they became 2-2. A lot of things actually worked out very well there for Mr. Jaishi. So well done, dude. He found a timing we did not think existed.
Very, very cool. As he is going to set up with a 1-0 lead in this series. Going to Crimson Court for map 2. Kind of mentioned, I think, yesterday how Coffee can like this map because this map can typically kind of become a very kind of like forward-thinking map. You just kind of push through the middle, and that is very much so what Coffee likes to do. But it's got to be concerning because Coffee opens the series up with a mass amount of damage off a Hellion drop, and now you lose that game anyway. There's not going to be many games in this series you play where the start is as good as that. So Coffee is going to have to rally a little bit and play a little bit kind of neater and tidier around the edges, because if not, it's going to be very tough for him. Jaishi showing that he can make comebacks, and that's a scary proposition against a guy that likes to take leads and kind of end the games from there. Although I guess he didn't try and end the game this time.
Yeah, I just watched the replay again as well, and there was a very low Marine count. There was almost no Marines and no concussive shells. So he just had nothing to kill the Zealots. Because normally like Widow Mines, EMPs, and Marines are what really cleave through the Zealots quickly. There weren't any of those, and he chased so far, and it was indeed a triple stem, I just confirmed. So a bunch of big mistakes from Coffee. Coffee is a guy who's very good at attacking. He's very confident when he's shoving those all-ins at his opponent. but we could see nowhere near on the same level when it comes to his defensive stats. And that does make things rather awkward. Going to the next game, we'll see if he can rally on the bottom left side of the map. Time for some piping hot coffee.
Comfortable lead, 1-0 up, looking to make it 2. It is Jaishi in the top right-hand corner, in the red, on the red map.
Yeah, that's a wild turnaround there. Obviously, tank production is not very good against that army as well, right? Tanks are good for dealing with Colossus and Stalkers, but the Vikings already kind of dealt with the Colossus, so... Yeah, I would have liked to see Coffee just follow up with some more all-ins, man. Some more committed pushes. Like, he did so much damage with the Hellion drop, ends up losing the game. That is not a confidence-boosting opening for Coffee. On the other hand, it's also like, we were kind of saying, wow, is he really going to just play standard Bio Viking? Like, he almost always does tank timing attacks and SCV pulls and bunker pushes. But I think as long as he follows up his aggression with something that's a little bit more in his normal vein, that'll be good. It just felt like his first push was a little bit half-cocked, right? With the single Marine drop in the back, the tanks on the front, and just started bleeding out a few too many units.
I wonder if he, yeah. I wonder if that was kind of the kind of even just the Marines lifting up. I mean, how often have we seen that forward position held by a Protoss on Oceanborn as well? I mean, I do think of an earlier round in this tournament where I think Coffee stimmed through that position even though Force Fields came down, but there's the answer. You force field that main army, the single drop. Actually, it didn't do bad for itself, but if everything's together, maybe that could have been an overwhelming force if he gets through the force fields or if he waits out the force fields. All hypothetical at this stage, of course, as we get ourselves now into Crimson Core Game 2 and waiting to see what the plan is already. This probe going to start nibbling some gold minerals and just opening up that right-hand side, which is probably the safer route of expansion for a Protoss player over the course of this map.
Factory starts up in the main base for Coffee. No second gas just yet, though, so I think it'll be his classic trademark second barracks and third barracks before starport style. Ooh, that's dead Reaper, unfortunately, unless he can get back to the high ground. Oh, not quick enough.
Yeah, very close, just not quite close enough. As the Twilight Council is halfway done then from our Protoss player. Stalker, Warp Gate all coming up. Factory in Iraqs and a CC coming through from Coffee. You mentioned seeing the extra barracks, and I think you're very right with that. It is something he loves doing. Second Rex at least already coming through. He's going to get a Cyclone off the factory as well, so an early kind of defensive unit is not going to help you as much long run against like Blink, for example. So yeah, it's going to be much more helpful now, but again, kind of a short shelf life.
It's good if you're worried about Stargate as well, right? If it's Oracle or Phoenix, it's very nice, but as you said, against Blink, which it is against, you kind of go, all this does is push the Adept back. That's the only thing it really achieves there, which, probably not worth the investment. But, of course, Coffee does not have a lot of scouting after losing that Reaper, so it is what it is. Now, Jaishi has opened out this right side path, ready to take a third Nexus. The third Barracks is underway, and the Adept normally is meant to be able to escape now with the new Cyclone changes, and I think that was fast enough. Ooh. Nope. It's a fraction of a second too slow on the shade reaction for Jaishi to save that.
So an Adept down, Cyclone getting some use out of itself already. There's our Barracks number 3 finishing, so we can power into that Marine count nice and heavily. Second Tech Lab, so we can get the Combat Shield as well. And again, that sets you up on this 3 racks, 1 factory, bunch of units early, although it's obviously a long way off of a Starport and Medevac, so this is kind of a one stim and win army. Like, if you don't win on your first stim, you kind of need to not be engaging anymore because you're just going to be killing yourself. So let's see what Coffee does as he gets that going.
You often end up like bunker pushing with it, right? So because you're just like, oh god, I really can't just keep stimming repeatedly. If I'm gonna push, sometimes we have a fake push as well. I don't mind the fake push with this, where you like move across the map 2/3 of the way and then you just kind of siege up somewhere and then just go home. And you come back like a minute or two later with actual medevacs and the SCV pull and the real commitment. So there's ways you can kind of scare your opponent with it. It does look like Coffee's just playing full macro. I think we'll see a third gas as Starport and eBay now, because this is kind of the timing you want to do that, usually before 5 minutes. Engineering Bay goes down, still no Starport or third gas, which makes me think Coffee is incredibly committed to this.
Yeah, it does.
That's
nice
cute.
Catch. Gets rid of the obs, so now you don't even get the information as to this army is moving, right? So that's actually painful for Jaishi. Another obs is the sort of thing which is not going to help you now, because by the time it's out, the army's already going to be across, and that's just money that could have been spent on a fighting unit.
Coffee's barracks were idle for a few seconds there. He's got to be careful. Like, Marines are everything. Here comes the boy pull. Here comes the boy pull. Doesn't want to stim just yet because he knows the Stalkers will just blink and disengage. Charge is nowhere near done. There is nothing but 7 Stalkers on the map. This is a very hard spot to be in as the Protoss. Coffee doing one of his trademark pushes. It's only 5 minutes 40 and he's already here.
Showing up. Stims now. Super Battery will not last very long. We do lose all the SCVs, so the idea of bunkers and so on may be dead as the Robo will pop out one Immortal. The probes start to pull in. Tanks just want to target fire the Stalkers, which they are able to do. All the probes going down. Stalkers blinking in, but those tanks are not going to die. Well, they will if they don't get rid of that last Stalker, but yeah, tanks are going to live through this, and Jaishi is going to lose big time. His army supply is now more or less non-existent, and this is looking very, very good for Coffee.
That hits so hard, so fast. This is one of Coffee's best pushes. And remember, he didn't even optimize the opening. Like, he didn't go reactor first or quick factory. He went Reaper first. This was a Reaper opening. Still hits at 535 with 3 tanks and a ton of stimmed combat shield Marines, bunch of SCVs, and he builds workers behind it, so it's not all in, right? Kills a base, kills a Robo, gets huge damage, ready to continue. He's finally building a starport behind it so he can slowly transition into a more normal game. He does use a stim here. He's got to get the damage done while his units are stimmed. I like that tank micro. Lovely stutter step. Coffee preserving that tank. Oh, Jaishi's so triggered right now. That is an unfortunate series of fights. And Coffee shows why he is a master of these quick pushes. Gets it back there, doing something that's a lot more trademark his style, and he shows just why he's so effective with it.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we expect from Coffee. This is when he suddenly looks like a completely different player. This is his specialty. This is when he is the absolute most dangerous he can be. And that's where we sit right now with Coffee. Tying this series up 1-1. The aggression works. His trademark build is beautiful. And, yeah, I mean, Jaishi just did not have the numbers there in the slightest when that attack arrived. As we get ready for third map. It's rough, man. Like, you kind of take a third base against Coffee. You've got to almost expect that these attacks are coming. But even if you can have a general idea, it's so tough to be kind of correctly prepared for the correct attack because you don't get the information soon enough and so on. There's so many little things that you have to do differently on each different little kind of, change from the Terran players. So that's why the denial of scouting was actually a pretty big deal from Coffee's side as well.
Yeah, no, I love that. Whenever you see like a unit out there waiting, they spot the blur because they know, hey, somewhere in this 15-20 second window is when the observer comes, scan it, take it down, get across the map. And it's just, I mean, with the build that was being executed, it's just so hard to stop that. And so to understand, because I think people might be like, why aren't you just always ready at 6 minutes for a push? Like, he does this stuff so much. It's because he does a lot of very scary, like 7.5, 8-minute pushes. And if you don't get the third up and mine from it, you're just sitting on 2 bases. He gets a giant ball of Marine Marauder. And that's like, if you don't have splash damage, you're kind of screwed. But making splash damage on just 2 base economy is also very tough. So it does put you in a bit of a hard spot. I have been personally wondering a little bit why we don't see a bit more of, the 2-base storm drop charge style, where you take the third after starting storm. You go 4 gas, you start storm, then you start the third nexus at like 5:30 or something like that. Yeah, you sit on a pretty low economy with that style, but we often see Protoss kill a Terran that's up 10 workers, right? And I think in this case, well, it's not so much about killing the Terran, it's just about if you can have a few storms ready, land them on his army, that's going to be great. Maybe not going to work every time, because once he knows it's coming, he'll be pre-spread and really careful to not get hit by the storms, and they're not as reliable as Colossus, but I'd love to see something like that mixed in here by Jaishi.
Just to change it up for a game or so, right? And then you make Coffee a little less sure, and it's one more thing he has to think about rather than just, kind of knowing what's coming his way can have an impact as well. In the top left, I've read Protoss from Dragon Kaiser Gaming. It is Jaishi.
And his opponent on the other side of the map, he is a master of the nasty. A man who I, as a self-admitted bad Terran player, copy all my TVP builds off. It's Coffee. Because he's mastered them. That's not saying his builds are bad. I'm saying they're well planned. They're well planned. Well-planned timing attacks is something that you feel like you can kind of emulate poorly, but you can emulate it, right? Like, this is why Coffee's builds are very good to copy if you're at average Joe on the ladder, I think. Whereas you watch a guy who's like super standard and just kind of does normal things. Think of like Clem, sometimes Maru as well, much more standard in their openings. there's so much skill in what they're doing, and there's no one big clear strategy that you're aiming for. They're so flexible in how they adapt. Whereas Coffee, it feels like his plans are often like so hyper optimized from the early game. See things like you said, denying the scout, his barracks timings being very exact, and then he just has this brutal move out timings that are just absolutely hard for Protoss players to deal with. Ghost River is not going to be any different. It's a small map. It feels a little bit cramped, and we'll see what Jaishi can do. He does go Cybercore. He's looking around with his probe here. Early Zealot, so he's going to do a bit of Zealot pressure, and he will be going for that Nexus momentarily. Do we cancel the Zealot? No. Okay, so he's going to commit to Zealot Adept across the map. Unfortunately for him, Coffee has gone gas first into very quick factory, which is really nice against Jaishi's pressure. However, if he builds a command center on the low ground, there'll still be something the Zealot could kill.
That's true, as Zealot is out, and the Marine and the SCV are moving forward. Okay.
I don't know what I'm looking at here. I'm like, oh, it's a starport again. Oh, okay. I was like, yeah, that's a weird pattern. We never really see a Marine and an SCV move out at 2 minutes like that, but looks like he's going to proxy a starport again. Do you think it's just Hellions once more?
Could be. I'm kind of surprised that he hasn't used it at all, and then he kind of decides to do it now, but it did work so well previously. I think so. I don't see what else you're really going for, unless you just want to try and get like a super fast lib out while doing something, but it's such a short map anyways, I don't think it's worth proxying the starport for at that point.
He did so well on Oceanborn, even though he lost that map in the follow-up. He might be like, hey, that worked well, let's do something similar. Even though this one will hit even faster. This is such an early one base sort of build. Yes, he's got a command center coming up behind it, but he's committed to all of his tech on one base. Zealot Stalker is there. It's going to start trading with those Hellions. It's a big SCV pool. Bit of panic.
Yeah, a little bit concerned there. Perhaps overly concerned as Hellions 3 and 4 come up. The Twilight Council build from Jaishi is obviously one that does not get anything from that Twilight to help you defend against this Hellion drop early either. But the Stalker and Zealot are going home. That means they will be having the opportunity to be in position to deal with this. As obviously the extra Hellions pop out, and Jaishi is going to stay on his natural. The Hellions will be lifting soon. What's he going to do in terms of positioning? Medevac going to go to the... Hellions going to go to the Medevac now. I guess we just jump up into the natural expansion. That's going to be the plan, so in we go. There's a Stealth nearby. The Stalker is not nearby, though, so we are going to get the unload. At least he sees it coming. He can move the Stalker in, but... this is still potential in a big way, as you can also even just lift and hop into the main as well from here. It's going to be very brutal to deal with because the Stalkers have such a long distance to run. There's one Stalker here already, but that is going to be it, and that probe count is going to start rising in terms of kills.
Yeah, the Medevac does escape. The Hellions are going to get up to 10 kills here. I don't think they get any more than that. Yeah, there we go. 11, 12 actually. There was a damaged one hiding underneath those other probes. Very nice start for Coffee. Scouts everything with the Medevac on the way home, and of course... we're going to see that same follow-up, extra barracks and factories. The starport also gets home pretty quickly, which is a nice advantage. Oh, he's not even building an add-on on that third barracks. Hello. I don't know if this is just a safety thing or if he's actually planning a follow-up super fast bunker tank push. We're going to find out momentarily. Command center's landed, SCVs are building, and the Medevac does make it home.
And yeah, you mentioned that starport, but it gets home so soon we can start a Liberator now as well, so it just looks like it's going to be Marine tank lib time. We've definitely seen this a few times this weekend as well, as we have the few Stalkers. They decided back away, back to the center. Prism and the Blink coming through, a couple more Stalkers building on the side of Jaishi, and a couple of Gateways continuing out also here, as all of that comes on in. The Prism will be popping shortly, and again, that Liberator building up on the side of Coffee right now, getting that through, a couple extra Marines as well. A lot of setup continuing for the moment.
Stalker Zealot coming through the middle. Marine tank and SCV pool is going to clash with this. Stalkers with a bit of focus fire, nice moves. Focus fire is the way to do it. If you don't focus, the Medevac healing is going to get great value. But if you focus fire, you can't heal something that's already dead. And that is great micro for Jaishi. Jaishi's supply block, though, blinks on the tank, not a good move. Oh, he loses 3 Stalkers there. He's got to pull back. He's got to get out of there. He's getting a little bit antsy. Pylons, more production and more units. I don't know if he should be making charge, more gateways, or what. It looks like he's trying to do this with pure blink Stalkers, which, while technically possible, if he gets supply block, that's a problem. On the other hand, you could argue as long as he's losing units, he's never supply blocked, and he is losing those Stalkers.
And now losing probes as well as the Liberator sieges up. Tank's going to move up this ramp, and we are going to continue to push these Stalkers away. The probes have at least pulled, the Liberator being handled to some extent then, as Coffee is now going to get in position. Oh, that is one very lonely pylon on that robo facility. That is a very fun target to take if you can, take the time to actually target it down. We will see Azella whooping in the backside of this. The tanks have refused to siege it. It's just single target mode here from Coffee, as he will be repairing these tanks as well. They will continue to trade out. One tank in the very back. I would not mind seeing this one siege at the very least, unless he just feels as though he may just have to do this, which is going to be the micro on the siege tanks to take out the Immortal. The tanks just keep on dancing. We have still not lost one. The Liberator under fire as well right now as the Stalkers blink to the other side. The Prism is still there. GG is called. How did all 3 tanks survive? Coffee, the micro machine on this one.
What the hell, dude? That was sick. I didn't realize we were watching FPS Doug micro his siege tanks here. That was crazy. That was really cool. I mean, Coffee, you know, might not be the multitasking macro player, but he is execution master when it comes to these sharp pushes, and they just hit so bloody hard and fast, and they're so hard to deal with, you know. I am surprised we aren't seeing more people pull out just crazy gimmick builds like 2-gas charge after 6 Stalkers, you know, like just like 4-gate charge or something, because he's got so many of these scary early pushes, and it feels like, dude, it's so hard to stop. Now, to be fair, in his games yesterday, he was kind of not doing as well off his openings, was he, right? Like, Cyan was kind of shutting him down, and then it was in kind of the middle stages where Cyan was, like, letting his army sneak across the map and kind of, you know, letting him stim through Storm and kill the 2 Colossus and the whole army and stuff. So there was a few... that was kind of a very different series. This one, it feels like it's just great opening pressure that finds massive damage into unstoppable push, and it's just so hard for Jaishi to stabilize.
It is. I mean, this was kind of what was missing from game 1, right? Something solidified, quick to go, and really take advantage of the fact that you just killed a monstrous amount of workers. This time, obviously, you just kill those workers early, and then you say, cool, well, I'm coming at you 2 minutes from now, and it's going to be very, very difficult to stop. As it looks as though Coffee just having a couple of issues joining our lobby here, so a moment or two, and we'll be heading into Golden Aura for game number 4. Coffee in the lead, looking to make this TVP for the rest of the day in the Asia region, because obviously after this we do have the Nice versus Oliveira matchup in the upper bracket finals, but we will then be diving into the Nanami versus the winner of this series in the lower brackets.
Oh, dude, as you're saying that, it's dawning on me. Nanami Coffee, if Coffee wins this next map, dude, that is like watching 2 monster trucks just run into each other, like head-on collision. Nanami's going to be like, I'm doing 36 probe charge lot all in, and Coffee's going to be like, I got 26 SCV marine tank, and they're going to smash into each other. I think the games are going to be very kind of chaotic and interesting, unless one of the players, you know, drastically changes their style. I mean, Nanami's not as cheesy against Terran, definitely like much cheesier in PvP, of course. But yeah, that'd be a cool match. That being said, Jaishi's one of the favorites usually in the region, and it would be sad to see him go out here. Already, of course, defeating Firefly in an arrow match and then barely losing to Nice. And that was like a reversal, wasn't it? Almost. He was up 2-1 against Nice yesterday, and Nice barely clutched that series back.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit... we've had a lot of kind of crazy turnarounds and so on in the Asia region. It has been a lot of close matches, tough times. It's been a very fun region to watch. I mean, I really have enjoyed it this season. It's been really a lot of fun. As we get ready to dive into this game number 4, we're going to start off with the man who is up 2-1 in the upper left-hand corner. It is the Blue Terran player from Mystery Gaming, Coffee.
And it's Bone in the bottom right side. He's got to win this map and the next one in a row to bring it back. The Protoss Beast. It's Jaishi. He has a much bigger map to work with this time around. That's always something you kind of enjoy, especially against a guy like Coffee. Just put as much space between me and you as possible, you know? It's your attitude towards Coffee when you get on a small map with him, you know, Ghost River, you're like, oh gosh. It's like when you get seated next to a big smelly person on a plane in economy class, you know? It's ooh, you go, oh Jesus, you know, that person is spilling into their seat and they smell bad, and I don't want to be here right now. And that's Protoss against a Terran player who's going to 2-base all in you and get across the map in about 6 seconds.
Well, I definitely have just try to process the analogy, Pig, not gonna lie. You know, sometimes you say things I'm like, I have no idea what to say to follow this up, but I appreciate the creativity. As the
We've
engineer
all
made
had
block
those
them, so-
nightmare flights, mate.
Yeah.
Dude, one time I had this bloody Chad who was chatting up the girl on the other side of him. He was in the middle seat. And this guy was really, like, he was not fat. He was just muscly, which is even worse because the shoulders are way too broad. But he was wearing like a real tight t-shirt, like way too tight. And he's also kind of animatedly gesturing with his hands while he's chatting to this girl. And it was like wafting the smell right onto me. I was like, oh God, dude. Did you? I don't know if he had a connection or what, but the man had not showered. That was for sure. It was nasty. He was using the old pheromone approach to pick up. But anyways, sorry for the random tangent. eBay block has forced an awkward third. I always love this opening for Terran. I feel like it's really uncomfortable as Protoss when you have to take the third. He's gonna even go for the bunker. Wow. The old bunker marine. This is like the minimal commitment bunker that's really just looking to screw with the Protoss and get a reaction. That's all he's looking for.
Yeah, just trying to force an overreaction and kind of just mess around a little bit. There's not really any threat to come from that. Just trying to get in Jayshi's head here early on. If you can get into his head early, probably feels pretty good for himself. So it's going to be kind of heading towards that, as we do have a couple of Hellions on the way out, by the way. So already going to see those poke across. Obviously, this is a situation where even without the starport to drop him, Hellions have potential because the defense is spread across a main and a third base location with a major gap in the middle. So there's a lot of opportunity for Hellions just to find their way in, and that's why you're seeing the 4 Hellions this game, who clearly seem to think that there's an opportunity here to get something done once more.
It's always so hard, right? Are they going to go in the main or are they going to hit the third base? How do you defend both at the same time? So it's really tough. Usually a spread of stalkers, and trying to cover both of those is very, very important. We'll see which way he can go. Charge is on the way here for Jayshi. I was saying, we need an easier response to these fast pushes. Charge seems to be, a good response a few minutes from now, but right at this moment, not the biggest priority. It's these stalkers that need to be stutter stepped and focus fired. Let's see if he can hang on. This is going to be a tough one.
And we go with these Hellions as we are going to be past the Stalkers. He stops to hit that one probe as now we are going to be here. The question is, how quickly can you knock this down to only being 2 Hellions? Get away from that one-shot potential. 5 workers already dead. We're going to get 2 more here. There's a couple of hurt probes, so they will go down quickly still. That's 9 workers killed, and at least 1 Hellion? No, make it 2. Both going to get out of here alive. There's another probe that does get batteried up, so that gets healed. But I mean, this is already amazing damage once again. We're talking about 9 workers, 2 Hellions out alive to scout or keep some map control. And Coffee has done huge damage again as he sets up into Marine Tank. Starport coming through, so we'll have that ready to go in just a moment or so also. As this is all looking very good for the Terran.
Recovery is possible, though. That command center hasn't landed yet. So as successful as the opening has been, there was a big commitment to make all this happen. She's probing back up. Third base is on the way. Robo halfway done as well. The problem, of course, is now going to be figuring out what's next. And that's always what's hard when you rush charge like this. If you don't have an observer or a sentry for hallucination, because you really want to look around this Terran base and you want to see, hey, okay, is he going to go third barracks now, or is he just going to non-stop produce units? Like seeing the starport with no add-on, that's huge. If he could see this, he'd basically be saying to himself, oh, this is a really fast push from Coffee. Let's start making gateways and zealots. But he doesn't know that. He has no information, Jayshi, and Coffee, on the other hand, knows about the charge. So there's a good chance he throws down a third barracks now and tries to really mass up his bio army, because you don't want to fight into charge zealots with too few forces or you'll get overrun.
Well, we do have these Hellions going to come through. A few probes going down. No. We are going to find even more workers. I can't believe these Hellions are back, Pig, and that's a lineup for 2 more at the end. How did the last 2 Hellions do as much as the first 4 when those 2 Hellions were part of the first 4 as well? That's now another 9 workers. Oh, that is painful for Jayshi, who's taken so much damage early, and Coffee is going to be looking so good on the follow-ups. The Storm Temple Archive starts, but he's going to have a real lack of units.
Yeah, this is nasty right now. The Stalker's moving across the map. I know where Jayshi did it, but without Blink as well, especially. Super dangerous. Marine drop in that main base. Uh-oh. It's going to stim into that main. That is very scary. Oh, dude, he's taking so much damage. It feels like Coffee's early game openings, especially the Hellions, have just been catching his Protoss opponent off guard. Jayshi's just not being able to handle the Hellion drops, and from there, it's like, I'm like, oh, the fact he's keeping the game kind of vaguely competitive is impressive, but it's just a completely different story if you have a clean opening. It's, oh my god, is he just going right back in? And there's nothing there.
Yeah, everything pulled away. Obviously, we're playing charge, right? So the idea of like mobility doesn't really exist in this Protoss army. There's no Blink or anything like that, or Phoenix. Gonna finish this pylon. A few Marines live. They're gonna back away. You basically just have to keep units here. We are trying to build Storm, but that's an unpowered Temple Archive, so Storm is not producing during this time, and that's going to cut away at the timing of Jaishi to get the defense up and trying to deal with Coffee, who is on his way across the map, leaving the natural, moving to the bottom right as we speak. I mean, these few Marines are keeping units busy. Again, no Blink, so we can realistically still get away with this medevac, and it's just going to get to join everything else for the big push that is looking to end this game and this series here right now.
Marine tank mine coming forward. That is an impossible army to deal with until he has Storm. Combat Shields isn't done just yet. The Zealots take probably the best fight they were going to take, and it's still pretty damn rough. That is it. 3 Stalkers and a battery overcharge. I've heard battery overcharge is broken from people who haven't played StarCraft in 3 years. Turns out, no, 3 Stalkers don't beat that many Stim Marines and 2 Siege tanks. That is brutal. Coffee. Yesterday, he managed to slide through some games where he was in trouble pretty much every time. I said at the start of the series, he looked like he's so all in. He doesn't have much follow-up. He desperately needs to do damage, and he'd still find a way to win. This was the opposite. This was, he just does his opening, works flawlessly, smashes through. Even the first game, which he lost, he actually started flawlessly. So Coffee, his openings are just catching Jaishi off over and over. Jaishi's going to have to go back to the drawing board on how to deal with those Hellion drops.
Yes, he is. All right, well, that is going to be us with a victory on the board there for Coffee, and he is going to be able to move on through into the next round. So we will be seeing Coffee back in a little bit, remember, because he is now going to be taking on Nanami. So we do have one series before that. That is going to be in the form of the Nice Oliveira winner bracket finals. So that is going to be a chance to move through into the grand final for one of these. The other will drop to the lower bracket finals, which will also be played tomorrow. So that is going to be where things are at. So we'll have a quick peek at the schedule just to confirm everything that is going to be on the way. And like I say, it is going to be Nice versus Oliveira up next, and then that Nami versus Coffee series. So we're heading into all of that. We'll be back in just a few. We've got plenty of games to get through, so we're going to keep the breaks as short as we can. We'll see you in a few.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Oliveira versus Knights in the upper bracket finals is where we land for the next series. Obviously, we've been continuing through this Asia region pick, and now we get to two players looking to guarantee themselves a slot in the grand final with a 1-0 lead in that grand final as well. So it's a big series. This one means a lot. Oliveira's definitely stepped it up a little bit since the group stages, and it feels as though Nice has kind of stumbled through a lot of PvP to get here. So I've got to say, I definitely am favoring Oliveira quite heavily myself going into this. But man, if Nice isn't the kind of guy that can trick and prepare for someone, then I don't know who is.
100% Wardy down here in the bottom right side, the blue Terran player. He is usually the favorite in the region, but he's had a rough season so far. It's Oliveira.
Top left-hand side, our red Protoss is going to be Nice.
And as you said, stumbling through some PvP. It's been close. It's been challenging for him. PvT is a difficult beast, especially when you're playing Oliveira. Now, Nice is on a 10-loss streak spanning from 2021 to late 2023 against Oliveira. And overall is like 5 wins, 19 losses or something like that in series. So it's not a good historical win record. That being said, Oliveira lost to Lemon. Oliveira lost to someone else as well on the Swiss stage. Can't quite remember who, just off the top of my head. But in general, he struggled more, right? And Nice also looked pretty clutch in some of his comebacks. That being said, he had to make comebacks in a lot of his series. So it's not a match where he's favored, but we'll see what he brings out. And I think all eyes are on, the special tactics of Nice. We don't expect him to play particularly normal. Then again, Oliveira is much like Coffee in that he does favor a lot of timing attacks. He's not quite as committed to as many of them as Coffee is, right? Oliveira can kind of play a bit deeper into the mid game and still look a bit more well-rounded. But he's definitely got that instinct and habit of pulling the boys or just stimming in on top if he thinks the Protoss is a little under-defended.
Now, Oliveira actually lost in an army, so he's definitely not had the prettiest bit of TVP throughout the course of this past set of group stage, but he has picked it up again a lot in the playoffs so far, so obviously expecting and hoping that will continue as the Cybercore is about to finish here on the side of Nice. The Nexus is halfway done, and there's Reaper just going to pop out of the racks and is going to start moving up to the top of the map. That way it goes to try and get some scouting done as well. That's going to be important throughout these early stages, just to try and make sure that Nice is not doing anything too tricksy. Try and make sure that he's just playing as standard a game as you're ready to deal with.
Checking for the proxies, always a good idea when you don't SCV scout at the start. And Adept into Twilight Council is rather standard. Does start the Stalker next up. There we go. Chronos that as well. Very solid setup there. And Oliveira with a 3rd CC, dude. That is a wildly greedy maneuver. It's just one of these things where it's not a bad way to mix into a series, but we've seen it so much in game 1 recently of series. And actually, you know why? It's because I think this is the Protoss map pick, actually. I think that's why he's doing it. I don't think this is a map Oliveira would have picked, so I think he's like, I don't mind doing a strategy which maybe isn't my best, but it's a good surprise build that can do massively well, especially if they go, say, Phoenix and they don't scout the 3rd command center quickly. It can really give you a good bit of economic momentum.
That's very true. If you get yourself that triple OCC economy and you don't get punished for it, then it can just give you a lot of, like you say, momentum. And that really on the map like this as well, if you can kind of get economic momentum to start dropping with as well and start kind of splitting armies up, that can be where you can really get the Protoss player to kind of move around a little and cause a bunch of trouble. So we will see what the plan is on Oliveira. Off of this, obviously currently 3 racks, so he's going to be into a very biocentric style for the next stage of it. Orbital command is coming through, a couple extra Marines are building. That Blink's still halfway done at the moment from Nice with the Robo facility coming up, and he's yet to drop a 3rd, as the Reaper can see.
The barracks is on the way, Stim starting. Good deep arrays. I love that building placement every game, Oliveira, and just never gives it away, right? He always hides his building so well in this matchup. He's going to try and shoo the Adept out as well with a Marine split. 3rd base starting for Nice here just after the 4-minute mark, and Marauder production begins as well. I always worry if the Terran can scan like the 1st observer, that the Protoss is just so in the dark for so long. Even if that observer sees the 3rd command center, it takes a long time, but if Oliveira can scan that one down and take it out, this will be an amazing opening for him.
Yeah, mortal building, so a little bit of defense there as we do have our factory coming up. So Oliveira again, that extra tech for himself as well. Obviously, eventually we'll move away from just the bio into the bits and pieces that support the bio. The Observer spotting the Reaper still on a bit of a move around on the sides. And that Obs is coming down to the bottom right as the Adept also trying to shade up, but the Depot will raise, and that's just going to block off for the moment. Yeah, grenade goes in, so we actually allow our Reaper to get through, but it doesn't really do too much.
Thought he was going to get the probe for a second, but no, it doesn't even get that. That's fine then. Observer now sees it. Third command center, 3 barracks. This is the moment we get to see Nice's reaction. Robo Bay and 2 more gateways go down. To be fair, I think he was planning to do that anyway at this stage. We do see a chrono on his probes. Both Nexus get chrono boosted. That's a pretty good call. Wouldn't mind a 3rd chrono even on his 3rd Nexus. He's like, oh gosh, I gotta get to 65, 70 probes, and preferably a 4th Nexus as quickly as possible. And then be ready, because you know the Terran's already at a similar worker count to you, which is usually not where you want to be. You like a 10 worker lead, at least 7 or 8 workers as a Protoss in most situations in this matchup.
It's very true. If you can get that worker lead going, then you're going to cover the mule income. But right now, that 3CC has been putting in work, and is now starting to move into position, and I don't really feel like Nice really has too much to show for this himself. He gets in here for a couple SCVs. Oliveira not expecting to blink into the main. He might be able to cancel plus of shells. He's going to just blink deeper and go for more SCVs before the eventual recall out. Didn't actually finish any SCVs there. One Stalker just about gets away. Everything obviously gets away, but the One Stalker was very close to going down as Oliveira lands his 3rd during this, transfers some SCVs across. A few SCVs killed helps Nice to kind of get in the right direction with worker count. I'm kind of terrified for the army supplies. The fact Oliveira is already up 20 army supply while having had a good income as well, or good economy. Everything is kind of spelling out a Terran advantage at this point in game.
Yeah, when you get away with this sneaky 3CC, it does do that. But remember, there is more time for the Protoss to recover on their side. And he's already sent a message, you know? Damaging those 2 SCVs, letting them live in the main. They're going to be telling their friends, now there's a couple of wounded SCVs with 1 leg walking around the mineral line. Think about how much that hurts morale, you know? Oliveira's units aren't going to be as spicy. And he's only got 2 medevacs. It's a very basic army. So there's advantages. More supply, more stuff, more workers. Oliveira's build is great. But Force Fields, Colossus, good defensive micro batteries can defend. The problem is, if Nice loses this 4th Nexus, it's a slippery slope. He's got to defend this Nexus. He can't let it get focused.
Oh, we're going to see a little bit of a split on this bio force as the Zealots try to move on forward. A couple sentries, the Immortal, the Stalkers, the Colossus all chasing in. The bio is going to go stimming out over to that right-hand side. And we just have ourselves the Nexus coming online on the 4th base as well. So we get that up and running. A few probes continuing to mine. Again, Stalker Sentry, Immortal Colossus gathering itself up. The Bioforce of Oliveira is going to be moving out on the left. There was already a force on the top right. So he's already at this point where he's splitting his arm and he's going to be texting and taxing Nice on 2 different sides. Yeah, the right side looks lovely defended right now. The left side not so much. However, the Obs gives you the heads up that this will be happening.
Ooh, going pretty far to the top right. That's a very slow reaction. His Observer saw it, but I guess just having a few Stalkers, Zealots, and a battery overcharge, he's confident. And you know what? Well executed by Nice. See that supply catch up now. There's always scary when the Protoss is building their gateways and their tech. And he's only on 6 gateways. But I like that choice. Nice has said, dude, do I really want to play mass gateway against the guy on this economy? No. Let's go straight to 2nd Robo. Let's get disruptors out. I think Nice is actually playing a very well-rounded PvT, and after seeing him having to look a little bit cheeky and desperate in the previous PvPs, I'm pretty happy about it, man. This is definitely a good turnaround for him, and we've got a proper macro game in our hands for the start of this series.
Yeah, we do. I'm excited about it because there's definitely a world where Nice comes into this and he does play that more aggressive style. Oliveira plays that super early aggression as well, so we don't necessarily see the longer kind of games, but this is, like you say, definitely going to be a bit more macro focused. The Zealot getting knocked down there. They took out a Marine. Just have the Obs chilling out overhead, keeping an eye on things around the map also. There's a +2 attack, +1 armor coming through. The ship weapons is continuing. Our Planetary Fortress is also on the way from Oliveira, so we keep on bringing that into action as the bio gets there to pick off a Zealot. And the Watchtower just going to be checked on for a moment.
All right, we've got that big army moving out for Nice. Lots of Zealots, 5th base coming in. Double Forge is upgrading. I wonder what flavor of late game we're going to see. Is it just pure disruptor gateway and rotating around and using your mobility? Do we see a Skytoss transition? Will there be Storm added in? Those rare Immortal transitions that a few Protoss players favor? So far, looks like just Gateway Disruptor is the main focus. He's still got his 2 Colossus from the early stages. I like that it was only 2, by the way. I think a lot of players overcommit there, but Nice knew he was behind, and you know, these might just get counted by Vikings. But if you only go 2, he builds 10 Vikings. I mean, that's 20 supply of Vikings for 12 supply of Colossus. So it's a pretty good trade, just forcing him to build those Vikings, especially if you send the Colossus back home and just like don't even engage with them. I think it's actually way more awkward for the Terran.
Well, Oliveira is at least going to try and press the issue a bit. Coming out to the center, an Observer gets knocked down, so that will fall immediately. The Disruptor, +2 attack and +1 armor all coming about. Zealots will dive, the Marauders going down, and we have this Bio Army just figuring out where it wants to focus on. We are pretty much maxed out. Still Observers littered across the map as well. This one here going to get scanned and taken down, so that's a bit less map vision now from Nice to just watch for these future rotations of the Terran army.
He's got to rebuild those. That has to be a priority, but so many Protoss players don't rebuild these Observers very quickly, and they're only 1 supply each. Like, they build so quick. You've got 3 Robos with a 4th Robo now building. I'd love to see a few Observers come out, because otherwise he's mighty blind right now. There we go. An Observer does start up. See more. I want to see 3 or 4 Observers. Mass Command and a transition for Ollie, +2 ship weapons, Fusion Core, Starport coming in. I think that's Starport number 3 as well. So it feels like Oliveira is very well set up for the late game. And as Nice, you need to be pushing. You got to get forward on this map. Like, if you don't start pushing, you just let him get to range lib, it's usually a pretty sad late game for the Protoss. But if you can get out there and start posturing and picking away at things, shooting those disruptors, looking for pickoffs, you can make a play of it. Right now, Nice is stuck in his corner of the map, not finding a moment to move across.
If he doesn't move, then at least start attacking of yourself, right? Like beyond the disruptors and so on. It's time to start thinking about Stargates and Stargate units. That's your way of fighting ranged Liberators in a somewhat efficient manner. So you kind of need to do one or the other. Like you say, start pushing now, start getting the Terran while he's setting up, or yeah, invest in the future. Right now, he's kind of investing in the here and now. An extra Nexus doesn't do too much for you in the long scheme if you're going to just get sieged by libs and you can't ever move around the map. Even nukes coming up from Oliveira. We're seeing a true dive to the late game from both these guys. Disruptors will try to initiate here. 2 disruptor shots again post massive stim from Oliveira. Nothing connecting, but at least the stim was forced. Going to drain a little bit of medevac energy if nothing else, and Nice is trying to take a bit of a fight on the left.
Well, remember, Oliveira likes to pre-spread and jump on top. You got to be careful here, Nice. A lot of your shots are still on cooldown. You know that Oliveira likes to do a big pre-spread and then jump on top of those disruptor armies. A couple disruptors go down, but their shots are landing pretty good. Oh, pretty decent disruptor shots so far. A triple Marauder shot there. Massive balls landing for Nice. He doesn't have protection right now. The Close are actually focusing down disruptors. He could try to hit them with a disruptor shot potentially. Close Ghost doing a really decent amount of damage, but Oliveira lost that fight rather badly. That being said, he's got Mass Command Center up. Remember, he has much more late game progression. So even though that fight went well for Nice, he needs to like remax and rotate to the north, do it again. Pick off command centers, pick off bases, start blinking on these units, and abuse the immobility of the siege-focused Terran army.
Well, this is going to be one CC again knocked away, but we've got plenty of those. The Liberators continue to try and set up, and again, this is the problem. Even with the supply lead, Nice can't currently break in. If those Liberators stay active, we just about get out of range of that nuke, making sure it's not going to be too impactful. Libs are going to reset themselves, and again, for Nice, it is about kind of taking fights in different places. The SCVs will do their best to repair this planetary, and they are doing so. Liberators getting further forward. The planetary does now fall. The SCVs were just gone. Not enough repairs available, but we lost a lot of units in this process, and that is going to free up a, you know, it's kind of the Terran play to kind of survive. We've got CCs to replace the bases lost. There's the fleet beacon. There's the tech up from Nice as well. So now we're seeing him move into that even later stage of this game.
I honestly think he doesn't even need it, to be fair. I actually think you can stay on this star for a long time. I think Nice, as long as he takes the corner bases, he can overwhelm. He's trading evenly so far. Disruptors not being handled very well by Oliveira. The Liberators, though, attacking into the Siege Liberators is always a crazy move. He should be rotating north and looking for those command centers on the right side base. And then as the Libs on siege, that's when you look for kind of the reposition. He enters Sensor Tower vision. Oliveira's a little bit slow to unsiege. He does start moving over there now. Leaves 2 Liberators on that left side. But there's a whole massive pack of Zealots that are going to find those workers. 2 Liberators will not defend the Zealot run by on the left side well enough. Oh, I wish he committed in there. I actually think Nice right now can afford to throw some Zealots away as long as he gets economic damage.
I'm with you. I'm with you. As our Libera siege up, couple probes going down. There's going to be one more probe on the left side. Nope, Libera just going to stay there, and the probe is safe. But either way, it's mining time being denied across the board. And now Oliveira pushing. If these Libs get in an aggressive position, I mean, Nice just has no idea about this. This is terrible. Disruptor did not realize it is going to go down as well. As Oliveira scans around, he sees the army. As we are going to counterattack as Nice, we're going to enter a base trade. Well, we'll see how that can work.
He's going to siege every base, but then no, he pulls them back. He F2s them home. It's going to be a full base trade right now. Nice going in. Stalker Disruptor is one of the worst base trade compositions in the game. It's very low damage output. It's good at defending. It's not good at killing the buildings. We'll see how much he can get done with that, whereas Bio is fantastic. That being said, the Libs got F2'd home. Then they went back to the front. Now they got pulled home. Now they're going back to the front. Oliveira does see that recall, which is why he's pulling the Libs back here. The Disruptors come out. Their shots whiff. That recall does nothing. And it looks like Oliveira is coming out way on top. The Liberator harassed coming in, pulled Nice's pressure home. And this is why we were saying Nice needed to get aggressive earlier. Because the moment you get pulled back and then the Bio Lib shoves across the map and gets a good position, it's very awkward. You cannot fight into those siege Libs with this basic army. You need Storm and Skytoss units to engage the Libs head on at that stage. If you're going to play the Gateway Disruptor army, it's all about being on the offense, keeping the Terran pinned, and just finding those little exposed angles where the Liberators aren't sieged up to engage. But Oliveira, a beautiful comeback there after a few nasty engagements.
Yeah, really kind of the decisiveness as well. Realized when he wanted to go, realized when he wanted to just commit, and Nice just lost track of that army, decides to go across, which is probably a fine decision. The recall was wild though, right? Like 4 Disruptors and a couple Gateway units. 2 Disruptors died before they even shoot as well. It's not like he shot them the moment they got recalled. Just became very messy for Nice the moment that attack across the map started, as though he was just struggling to recover from not really realizing what was going down. So there's going to be Oliveira taking a map 1 victory, and he's going to be off and away to a 1-0 lead. And we have got ourselves game number 2 coming up, with Oliveira looking to extend on that. Multi-time champion of this region, obviously is looking to get it done again. This is the upper bracket finals. Winner of this moves to that grand final with a 1-0 lead. You would be set up brilliantly to have the best possible shot there.
You know, it's kind of a newbie thing, but I'm just thinking about cannon placement and how, like, when it does get to really late game, I think something that could really help a lot of players out there on the ladder, but actually even in this scenario, it's the rare case where it would actually help Nice. If you've got cannons on those, like the front 5th base or the one in the very top, and you just have 3 cannons on the very edge of the map, drops and Liberators can't get past without dying. So there's maps where the edge of the map is right next to it. There's no dead space, and this is one of them. And if you have cannons there, on the left side, it's a bit harder on that map, but on the right side, you definitely can. Or the top side, I should say, on Golden Aura. Yeah, those Libs, at least one of those Libs comes in and gets shot down, if not both of them. But it's crazy that Nice was in control and looking really good, and then he's like, oh, there's a Lib here, oh, there's a Lib there, and I'm making a Skytoss transition. Started building a Void Ray to one side, sending his army to the other side. And as he's cleaning those Liberators up, bam, you know, Ollie's just in great position, destroying him. So you got to be careful getting your whole army pulled back.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you got to be... The positional power in the this matchup is so high. You've got to be really on top of it, and if you're getting controlled in terms of being moved around, then that actually ends up pretty rough for you as well. So a lot of things to consider here as we get ready for round number 2. It's Crimson Court. This is honestly Liberator heaven as well. Very narrow map. If you get to that point where you're building libs, you're going to be able to get a lot of them, and I think you're going to have a very good time of it. So we'll see if we are able to set up into that style as we head in game right now. We'll be starting off in the upper right-hand corner with the Blue Protoss player down a game in the best of 5. Nice.
And his opponent looking pretty fantastic in that last game. Had a rare moment in the mid-game where he was weak, but his macro was fantastic in the bottom left. It's Oliveira. One fight where the Disruptors did really well versus him, basically. And his army was getting chipped away at. But other than that, very well done. And I love that mass command center transition. Just very well prepared for every stage of the match. I wonder if this is like you said, it's very narrow up the middle, great for Liberators. I wonder if it becomes like a very popular just tank push map. I don't know. I think if you expand behind the gold just in a straight line as the Protoss, it's not necessarily too scary. It's just if you take those front bases, you're exposed. Now, this does look like a very early proxy second gate. Oh my, do you think this is a second gate here? Because that's such an early pylon. It kind of looks like it. That's an old school build. We haven't seen this in a long time.
Yeah, second gate gets proxied, and then you can put a lot of pressure on from it. I mean, it makes sense. There's nothing else you can build right now, unless you're just building this pylon here for some fun, which is not usually the case. So 2-gate it is, and that's going to be nice, applying a lot of pressure early once you get to the front. I feel like this really died off because the Cyclone is so good at shutting down that early gateway unit pressure. I guess we're kind of living in a world where early Cyclone pressure is, or early Cyclone is not as much of a guarantee from Terrans anymore, but it's still fairly common. Oliveira not scouting, so he will not be able to pick up on the later Nexus to maybe figure out what this is. So that's a good win for Nice already.
I think his Reaper usually checks in this position when he doesn't know SCV scout build. So I still think there's a decent shot that Reaper goes in that direction. Even pre-Cyclone, I feel like these builds fell out of favor, you know, because the Terrans just got so good at defending everything. Just with the Marine, SCV pool, really good micro, just on the fly, fantastic mechanics, but not scouting, not knowing about it. Stalker from that side, Adept from home. It's a classic build. It's very committed. His expansion's super late here. Nice has even gone second gas, so he's really very committed. The Zealot does get intercepted by the Reaper, but that doesn't necessarily tip off Oliveira. Stalker comes in, another Stalker does start up behind it, but it's supply blocked. He forgot his pylon. Oh, that's so unfortunate. He's got to stop the bunker going up. That's the most important part, but he actually goes for the Marine, and I guess fair enough. If there's nothing to get inside the bunker, it doesn't really matter if it finishes, right?
Yeah, but this Reaper will be able to get inside, so that's at least one unit here, and now the Zealot and the Stalker got to decide what they want to do. Targetifying the Stalker. The Stalker is pretty low, as we are going to be able to finish the command center as well, right? So that's not going to be too much of a problem. Stalker does live, running away. We get full surround on this Adept with the damage of the SCVs. The Adept is going to get very low. It just shades out alive. This Reaper says, no, 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 I want it. And he's going to go for the Stalker as well. He's going to get both units with the Reaper.
Dude, he's got a skull painted on each of those KD8 pistols. Actually, that's the grenade. P45 Gauss pistols. I remember the name. Law nerd in the house. Marines coming out. Stalker Zealot's still going to cause some havoc, but good micro so far. And as that Cyclone pops out, that's the end of this.
Yeah, this is pretty much it. Just completely done. The Cyclone is such a huge defensive point of this build. And now, well, Nice is building a one-base Twilight Council, so he's going to continue to send the aggression. He turns around for a Marine kill. He loses another Adept here. Stalkers can do okay against the Cyclone, but it's going to be a little bit of back and forth. And realistically, the Cyclone just has to wait for its lock-on to be available, turn around, get locked on once more. That's going to be a lot of what that Cyclone is aiming to do.
One base blink all in, man. 4-gate blink. Crazy build order, but there is no scout until that Reaper gets in. And that Reaper's about to get in, man. This is so unfortunate for Nice. It's had a lot of opening potential, but good micro on that Reaper. And this Reaper is the MVP. Sees the Twilight, upgrading, sees no Nexus. And Oliveira is now in an unstoppable position. There's just no way this works. It's even 5-gate on one base. That is insane. Yeah, you just have to keep your tanks alive and be super safe. Very conservative siege tank positioning. Keep all the Marines going. Non-stop building army. And this should be very hard to break. Maybe Nice can just blink in, kill the tank, get up the ramp, blink on the second tank and do it. But he realizes not. It's been scouted. Probably not going to work. Starts a Nexus, starts charge in a Templar Archives. This is a terrible spot to be in as the Protoss.
Yeah, this is really just terrible. I mean, everything about this kind of sucks right now. Mistletoe coming up for safety. We got our Templar Archives coming through instead of Nice. I mean, you're just on such a late expansion. The Robo is even going to drop down too. Any sort of succinct attack from Oliveira is going to be really dangerous for the Pros to deal with. And even with charge, I mean, he doesn't have the economy to really kind of make charge worthwhile here, because charge almost always works because the Zealots are going to be in very good numbers, and early on they can kind of swarm a little bit. But how do you do that off of what has been a delayed natural? I just don't see where the gateway count comes from, so feels very bad for Nice. I mean, I understand he's got to try and do something. Storm is going to have to be an absolute godsend for him, because he is in a ton of trouble.
Yeah, weaponized bath tech right now. We know that Terran are often dirty boys. They don't like to get in the bath, but Nice needs to bring out that mother of 9 children energy and just be like, get in the bath, scrub behind your ears. You know, he's got to get the storm of all storms. He needs to basically catch Oliveira moving out with his Marines super clumped up, land 1 or 2 storms in the middle, charge on top with the 3 Zealots that he's going to be able to afford off this, and then, you know, try to make some magic happen. I do think there's a slight misordering from Nice that a lot of Protoss players make, so a hot tip for anyone out there. I actually think you should always warp in at least 2 High Templar before starting Storm. because you're going to see Storms done. And I know it's a long upgrade, but High Templar energy gathers so slowly. So right now he's like got Storm finishing, but he's only got one Storm, and he's just warped in a second High Templar. And that's kind of the problem, is you really need to start banking that energy early, otherwise you don't get any of it built up. Bit of a supply block for Nice here as well, unfortunately. That earlier supply block delaying his second Stalker from the front was also kind of tragic. Stalker gets punched down by those siege tanks on the front as well.
Present goes across the map. We do have the +1 attack and combat shield coming through from Oliveira as we just get more and more powerful. And, well, again, I mean, I guess with +1 combat shield, Medivacs popping, there won't really be any reason for Oliveira not to move across to the other side, so that should be the moment where we see if Nice will defend or not. As this is really just extra gates coming online. Nice still 2 bases. Oliveira's building a 3 CC and his extra Rex. I mean, again, all the investment just to make sure he maintains any kind of elite he's already created, which is obviously a huge one. Oliveira looking pretty across the board.
That observer is going to be crucial. If you can see the move out and land the right Storms at the right time when Oliveira is not expecting it, that is his ticket back into this game. But he's trying to do it in isolation. Oh, I don't like this move. No, gives it away, and that's unfortunate because now he's given away the surprise. And even if he landed a good Storm, he had nothing to finish off the army. So I always feel like you need to be like, you can do that with a Disruptor, but doing it with Storm doesn't make as much sense because it's just rare you actually get killing blows with Storm unless your opponent's not watching at all.
Yeah, maybe if they're like completely AFK and those units just sit there and stand in it, but you're right, that is obviously an extremely rare situation. Oliveira just sets the drop off to the right-hand side. He's on his way to the Ghost Academy again, playing honestly just very safely across the board. That's a good Storm drop, 10 SCVs, but that's also some much-needed Storm energy, so that's less energy to actually deal with a bigger push. And as mentioned, we are going to have the units moving up the right-hand side. I think the probe might have just glimpsed that. Not sure if Nice obviously paid enough attention to notice those units are moving up there. He's not got anything in position just yet, and it's going to be a long walk around for these units, which have to go all the way to the top and then through that gold mineral choke. That is absolutely a cancelled third base.
Oh,
Prism died.
Wait, no, it survived.
Oh,
it
lived?
must have recalled.
Oof.
Yep, it did recall. Okay, looks like a Widowmine hit it and it recalled. I thought it was dead for a second as well there. I had to bring up that Shift L quickly to check. Stalkers are going to get back here. He's slowing down the push, but man, that is a small group of Protoss units, and they are facing an army right now. The Persian Horde is here, man, and the Leonidas and his crew. I mean, they do a lot of CrossFit. They've got awesome abs and spears and stuff, but this is going to be really hard. There's enough arrows to blot out the sun.
There absolutely is. The T-Tank spread is already looking pretty darn good as well. As we continue to move up this side. Robo Facility is taking a few shots. Super Battery Active going to heal stuff up, but we are out of EMPs. Out of Storms pretty much because we EMP'd a bunch of those High Templar.
Ooh.
Those are the only 2 Storms available. We will just charge through for the rest, and that is going to be GG, as Oliveira is going to net himself a 2-0 lead at the start of this upper bracket final.
Clever opening by Nice. I actually really liked the opening, just didn't quite come together. And as I said, really, it was mostly defended even before the Cyclone came out, right? So the Cyclone was the finishing blow, but Terrans have just got so good at that reactive micro, the SCVs, the Marine, the Reaper, and just kind of handling that pressure. So hats off to Oliveira for defending it. Nice tried to make a comeback with the Storm drop. That was always going to be the long shot of all long shots, and does end up losing that game down 0-2. Is this where Oliveira starts to establish himself, Woody, and say, no, I'm still here. I'm still the best in the region. It looks way less shaky so far than the Swiss stage.
Oh, no, he's definitely stepped it up in playoffs. I mean, he was a lot more comfortable even against Lemon yesterday, right? Than he was in the Swiss stage as well. So he has definitely been kind of bringing it back to the level we expect of Oliveira. The only reason we questioned it is because, like we say in the Swiss stage, it was a little bit shaky. It was a little bit less than expected, but at this point, I mean, he's shown us that those concerns are aside. This is not group stage Oliveira anymore. This is playoff stage Oliveira. And he is a map away from a grand final. Once again in his Asia region, a region which obviously we know he has had a big say in over the last few years. And, well, obviously Asia's not always been a thing, but when it was just China as well, obviously he was a big mainstay here as well. So Oliveira doing what Oliveira does best, back on track. And obviously a map away from a 3-0 and just playing some very solid games as our players are ready. So we can officially begin into Oceanborn for Game 3, and Oliveira looking for the sweep.
I think Oliveira is going to open really aggressive this game. I think he's up 2-0. He can afford to take some chances. And it's always a good thing to mix in. You know, he's played very defensive, very kind of safe so far. This is kind of what I remember Oliveira doing a lot maybe 2-3 years ago. And at the time I was like, oh, he's got to stop playing so predictably defensive. You know, he should mix it up. You know, these guys are going to find counters to this stuff. But I think when you do a mix between the two styles, it's always just super ideal. And look at that, already gonna just go for a standard opening. So okay, no proxy. I was hoping for a proxy here. Anyways, down here in the bottom right side, up 2-0. Let's see if you can get the clean sweep. It's Oliveira.
Top left, blue Protoss. Nice, trying to bring it back, looking to begin the reverse right now. It's a tall ask, but hey, nice. He's, you know what? He's experienced. He's won regionals in the past, so don't completely count him out. He's the underdog right now, and the series scoreline has shown it. But honestly, I wouldn't have predicted an Oliveira 3-0. I would have expected Nice to take a map, so I'm still believing at least for one map here with the Protoss.
Yeah, Nice has got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He does force the barracks to get placed out of position with this early probe harass. So the reason for the probe is not just to force the barracks. Obviously, it's to scout and check you're not getting proxied, that there's no all-ins. But it just has the added benefit. If you send it this early, they don't get to build the barracks and the wall off because your probe's there blocking, and just is very annoying. Using these shields, which regen out of combat. So notice he loses his shields, disengages. Those shields start regenerating after, what is it, like 7 seconds out of combat, I think. And you can see that blue bar refilling. And just as it gets to max, he'll start fighting again. And this also has the added benefit of getting a bunch of the SCVs deep in the orange. So if you do get an Adept or an Oracle into the base later on, there's just a bunch of targets that are much easier to finish off. So it's a really nice little bit of harassment just to do as standard as a Protoss player in this matchup. If you're going to send an early probe, why not send it even earlier, one of your very first at the start of the game, and really annoy your opponent.
It really tilts me, man. I hate the probe nibble in my SCVs. It's the absolute pet peeve of StarCraft 2 if I have one. It's just not fair.
You're such a Terran player, man. Terran players are always the funniest with this. They're like, I refuse to pull an SCV to just chase. I mean, just pull an SCV to chase it. But I do the same thing where I'm like, my build order, I need every mineral. And I'm like, okay, the probe's leaving. I'll put it back to mine. And then I look back and it's just turned around instantly and come back in and killed the SCV on the barracks. And I'm like, I should have just left this second SCV chasing it. Why am I so dumb? It's our folly, man. It's built into our Terran DNA.
I just need to accept. I'm just not good enough. Like, just leave the SCV chasing the probe. It's okay. The 20 minerals aren't going to matter in my build orders. So,
yeah, that's the thing we forget, right? This is why I try to watch Darks games. I'm like, how is this man a world champion while getting supply blocked every 6 seconds? Like, and I'm like, strategy actually matters a lot. Even though this is an execution-based game, and sometimes just choose to go the double macro hatch and assume you're going to miss injects, you know? Like, Dark's so good at kind of preparing for, like, the weird inefficiencies, and I love it. Anyway, this is the same build from game 1. I don't know. I felt like Nice, once he scouted it, reacted fantastically and was in a pretty good position. Not necessarily the worst strategy. I think it's very surprising. What I like about it is I don't, on paper, think it's optimal for this map or in general for his strengths against Nice weaknesses. But therefore, it's highly unpredictable. If Nice is really understanding his opponent, why would he expect this same build to come out again? So it's kind of clever.
No, I'm with you. Excuse me. Yeah, just going to mix it up a little bit. That charge now starting, and we have ourselves a couple of gateways and the robo coming through. So Nice getting set. We do have Oliveira with his barracks all up, and the hallucination will confirm everything in the main base. So Nice knows exactly what he's up against. And ooh, we're going to go Glaives. Because he maybe realizes there's an opportunity to kill because of the greed.
Yeah, cancelled charge. It made Glaives. Wow, okay. Haven't seen that in a little while. It's pretty much only the Taiwanese guys who do this versus Terran anymore. Big old Glaive Adept timing. So he opened up, 3-gate charge. And he's now changed to Glaives and extra gateways. Ooh, that's 6-gate Glaives. Looks like he wants to drop a third Nexus as well. So it's not all in, but it is going to be heavily committed. And I honestly feel like the Nexus is basically a fake, right? It's literally like, hey, they usually come and scout for this with like a Hellion or an SCV or something. You almost want to let that Marine walk past your base. Like, you want to pretend you didn't see it and let it just go, but obviously that would be too suspect. So you can't do anything that tricky. Once the Marine attacks you, you kind of have to kill it.
Well, the gates all coming up. We have a bunker. That's a nice start. But honestly, this is the sort of scenario where you need to know what's up because you would really love to have that Sim City available. A dark shrine behind it. So if you cause enough chaos with the Adepts but you don't quite end the game, the DTs have a high likelihood of getting in there and causing trouble, especially if the Terran's trying to recover, and they're going to drop down a whole bunch of mules and everything. So starting to see a little bit of that coming in here. As we do have our Resonating Glaives about to finish. Dark Shrine is coming through. The extra gateways are building up. We just have a couple extra barracks building from Oliveira as well. So all of that coming through, but this is all about this warping right now. Whether Oliveira can find a defense, he will have the bio upgrade. So he will have stim and combat shields. That helps, and he actually knocks this obs down as well. A little win for him right now too, but again, he needs to be ready to deal with these Adepts, and they are going to hit hard.
Yeah, stim and shields is huge. No medevacs. And remember, bio gun down Adepts really fast, but Marines disappear. Watch the Adepts. If they're hitting the Marines, they will kill them very fast. Marines going to see it coming. The Marine sees it coming. There's a Prism going to the high ground. Shade coming in as well. Does he cancel it? Oh my god, he commits.
Oh my goodness.
This is okay.
This was not it.
He loses the Prism. Oliveira with a clutch snipe on the Prism. The SCV's tanking there. These Adepts are going to do a bit of damage. They've killed 14 workers, but they get annihilated. Only 4 Adepts getting out. And definitely, I'm not quite sure what was going on with that Shade onto the ramp, plus dropping sentries on the high ground. Maybe he was planning to just focus the depot and open up that path into the main base.
Yeah, that was... so I think what happens was obviously the... I think Nice was just caught off guard by the fact there was bio in the main, and he kind of panicked because the force field was kind of a panic field as well. And all of a sudden, he's just too busy trying to panic with the Prism that he misses the cancel on the Shade or whatever the plan was there, and then it all just goes wrong. So, yeah, pretty rough time as the bio gathers up on this natural, and we're going to start trying to get that wall off in place, which is what you want. You do not want to let these Adepts get on top of your units. And Oliveira, obviously, ahead on army supply right now is looking good. The Dark Shrine is up, the first DT is out, but we are yet to see that hit as it's in the Prism, so we'll see if that can make something happen here shortly.
This is looking really bad for Nice. The Dark Templar, his one saving grace, but only one. If you could get DTs in both bases at once, it'd be a different story. Turret building in the main base. It's an anti-Prism turret, though. He was not expecting a DT follow-up. Oh, the Prism getting very low. Barely gets out of there. Does save it. Baits his scan. Not too bad of a start. Nice doesn't have any splash damage behind this yet, though, remember. So he's still committed. He's going for Zealot charge and +1 attack. Nice is still stuck on a very low tier setup, and he needs to find more damage.
Every bio unit that joins the game right now is just a massive step towards winning for Oliveira, because the more bio there is, the more you overwhelm that no-splash army. I actually do see the medevacs loading up there, but the Adepts do not recognize, they don't have the vision to see that this is a missing group of units, so he is not going to commit in. Oliveira lands the third. Most importantly, I think, Ghost Academy coming up. You take the shields off Adepts and Zealots, all the tankiness of that is gone, and you are just going to see them have a terrible time. So, Oliveira getting huge tech up. That's a big pylon placement right there. A little bit of a heads up about this drop in, but there's not much mobility. So that does mean that you're still going to struggle jumping between bases here. It's not like you can kind of go and, blink after any of these units as the DT does go down. You're going to have to just run units from the third to the main, run them back to the third, or just split your units apart, and that's something you don't necessarily have enough for right now. We recall into the main base. This is rough.
Okay, the slow Zealot Adept is there to defend Wardy. I think he's going to be fine in the main for now, but definitely an awkward position, that is for sure. Nice has really gone for broke in this game and not found the mark, and it is going to be a lovely drop harassment. Picking off Adepts, feedbacks go down. They don't really do that much. The buyer just stands and fights and wins the fight. Oh my lord.
Yeah, that's a feels bad, man. You just lost yourself an Archon, a bunch of units, a pylon. Storm is on the way, but it just ain't ready yet, so that's not something that can help. There's a few Stalkers, and they shoot down the medevac that's low. Again, remember that they are pretty low mobility because they do not have blink yet. That Prism is heading back, does not get to see those medevacs, so they will go unseen, continuing across to the other side. And again, Oliveira just trying to pick his opponent apart, realizing that this army is very vulnerable to just drop and mobility play. As the medevacs boost into the natural expansion, and he actually has the Templar Archives here. He's not going to be able to kill it before Storm finishes, but he is going to stop any more High Templar from morphing in, which is a big deal when you just forced another Archon to come about. Those medevacs went down. That wasn't the prettiest. We're going to kill the Prism, however, and you also have EMPs available with Ghosts in this army. I'm just going to drop the low ground. There's a free base to kill.
Yeah, losing the drops on the top was a bit nasty, but Oliveira is just doing so well right now. It really feels like it's a tough spot to be in. I mean, it's beyond tough. Nice is in just an awkward spot. He still has, I was gonna say no splash damage, but he has 1 High Templar with Storm, and he's not even rebuilding the Templar Archives because he's like, well, there's so many ghosts out, like it's not even ideal. I guess I just spent my gas on second Robo and Robobait instead while trying to take the 4th. But Oliveira is miles ahead in this series, and feels like Nice just couldn't really get any damage done. You know, he's doing a lot of these builds that had a lot of success in 2017 to 2021, maybe 2020. They haven't really worked that well since then. The Terrans are just so solid at defending these adept timings. I mean, we did see a few adept timings work, like maybe a year and a half ago in this matchup, but the proxy second gate and stuff like that, we haven't seen work in such a long time, and it was all close to working, but just not quite there. And Oliveira's, of course, preparation has been exceptional.
Well, now he's got the big army on the top as he prepares to send himself through. The EMPs are going to really just take away pretty much any chance that this army has. There's just no way. We even snipe a few units just for style points at the very end. GG, and Oliveira is going to advance on through 3-0 into the grand finals of the Asia region. So congrats to him, as he gets to move straight on through to that grand final, knocking Nice down to the lower bracket final as well. So there you have it, and we have, of course, a grand finalist in Asia. He will be playing tomorrow. Tomorrow is when the grand finals of Asia takes place. Of course, that will also come after the lower bracket finals, which means that today we still need to set up that lower bracket final, which means we have ourselves Nanami versus Coffee. The winner of that lower bracket round of 4, there's 4 players left right now, will be moving into the top 3. They will take on Nice in the lower bracket finals tomorrow, and that is coming up next for us, as we'll be completing Asia with that series. Then we'll be halfway through the day. Kung Fu Banda versus Goblin, Lambo versus Mana, Skillless versus Christiana, and Wayne versus Bly do await us in Europe a bit further down the line, so still a ton of great series to come. We're going to get our final dosage of Terran for the day, though, in the form of Coffee, taking on Nanami after this quick break.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
We are back for one last matchup in Asia today. It's the Battle of the All-Ins, weird timings, and just anything that does not involve going to 3 bases. It is Nanami versus Coffee, and we really expect this one, Pig, to be kind of a little bit wild.
Heck diddly yeah. I think Coffee's going to try and punch Nanami in the face, but I think Nanami might try and punch Coffee in the face first. So I don't know what's going to happen. I described it earlier as 2 monster trucks crashing. We'll see. Maybe Nanami just tries to play more of a defensive style and kind of do what the other players, like Cyan, actually looked really good at stopping Coffee's early pressure. Earlier today, though, Jaishi had nothing for the Hellion drops that got spammed in his base. Let's find out what happens. This is the new ESL Regionals with no downtime, ladies and gentlemen. We get straight from game to game. None of this silly talking desk segment business. Up in the top right side, or top left side of the map, in the red, it's Coffee.
Bottom right, Blue Protoss player teammates, and he has been already having a wild series earlier today. He fought back from 0-2 against Lemon. It is Nanami.
The Lemon Slayer, the hype rides with you now, Nanami. You can't just go out now, okay? You gotta deliver. Lemon looked so fantastic. I really wanted to see Lemon versus Coffee. I thought that would have been a very interesting match. I think, Lemon showed such good defensive macro, would have been the favorite, but Coffee is someone to never underestimate. He's got that range of timings. Is he going to hit you at 5.5 minutes, 7 minutes, 3.5 minutes? Which one will it be? There's so many different attacks that he can do, and at any moment there could be 20 dudes with drills in their hands joining that assault.
That's very true. It would have been cool to see Lemon actually, because Lemon was so good at surviving on a knife's edge, but against Coffee that might just be like with 4 probes left. So we could have been in for some wild games. I still think we are going to be in with some wild games here, of course. As who can punch each other harder first? It's a great question, and it really is a heck of a set of stars to see go up against one another here in this lower bracket semi for the Asia region.
Mass Zealot is an option. It's very good against the very fast variations that Coffee goes for if he doesn't realize what you're doing. Problem is, Coffee's builds are quite flexible. If he does realize that you're doing that, he will just not attack, build up a higher number of Marines and Marauders to the point where they can, start a step in a giant ball, and Zealots aren't very effective. So there is whether it's Phoenix Zealot or Mass Stalker Zealot style on low gas, those are options. But it's a bit of a dice roll in terms of anticipating, hey, is he going for the super fast push this time? Or is he gearing up for a bit later with Medivacs and the whole works where the Zealots fall off? So far, every Protoss opponent Coffee's played has said, nah, just take a third and try to get Colossus and then try to go for the Zealots only after that. And we often see basically their third's dead and all their Stalkers are gone and charge kicks in, right? Like that's most of the games we see. They're like, I have 3 Zealots now with charge, and you're like, it's a bit too late. The techs have already done their work, but we'll see what happens. It's a quick 3cc for Coffee. He is going for the economic build. This is the one that he has tried previously, and it looked kind of odd. He did it on this map against Cyan, I believe it was, but I think he did 2 Cyclones, and then he did that giant 3-base tank push. He was way behind in that game, but he found a way to make it work. We'll see what he can pull out this time around.
Yeah, well, we're going to have first Hellions popping, and we are now going to have the hallucination to do some scouting. Scouting is going to be so important throughout the course of this series, as we just have hallucination checking in, seeing what's up, glance into racks and so on, all building, nothing too crazy, as the, again, hallucination gets to spot that. It is just that CC out in the corner. That is going to be the surprise factor, and the hallucination. Well.
Oh, the Hellions running in as well right now. The hallucination gets F2'd home. This is actually, these Hellions are doing so much work, even outside of the probe kills. It's just pulling the hallucination back before it sees the 3 command center. Nanami should realize there's a 3rd command center from the timings, but I feel like in the heat of the moment, the pressure of game 1, you're not necessarily fully tuned in. Do you realize what's happening is the question, and he's not going to have another hallucination to confirm this for a very long time.
That's actually wild. I mean, what a curveball to pull as Coffee. You drop a super fast 3rd CC and then to get away with it, like not being seen as, and maybe kind of having your opponent kind of guesstimating what's going on, because he's the worst player to kind of miss scout against, because you're always wondering what exactly is coming. So big deal. As we do have Blink finishing from Nanami. He is just going to a third base though. Just a good sign. And those few Stalkers will take to the map as well to create some map control here. With that Blink, they will be very safe. So we'll see them out and about in the next few moments.
Engineering bay is on the way, as well as that third barracks. We do expect to see a starport coming in sometime in the next few seconds when Coffee gets the money for it. And the robo does start. Looks like it's probably going to be, you know, this heavy Blink sort of setup, right? You've got the gateways, you're in a pretty good spot, but that's defensive. And now you try to rush towards the Colossus to get to that next step.
Yeah, you get to those Colossi ASAP from here, and you just try and get your splash damage up to deal with that Bioforce that will be coming. Hallucination coming through again, looking to just confirm what's in that main base, look for tech timings and so on and so forth. The starport halfway done from Coffee is something you can pick up on, right? So you get an idea of when medevacs would be out on the map, and you now know for sure exactly what Coffee is up to. You know what's going on, and now you can make plays around that, as that Marine will get rid of a probe here. So nice single Marine just spotting the third base and gets a probe kill on top of it all.
Starport's finishing as the robo bay starts. So first medevacs are going to kind of arrive around the same time the first Colossus is on the field. Fourth and fifth barracks goes down, and it is a tech lab on the factory. Coffee wants to go for siege tanks again. So he's only got 2 so far since he stopped to build that reactor. It's not going to be like a crazy heavy tank count. It's going to be more of a classic mass bio. But yeah, I'm curious to see, because does he just wait till he's got 2-2? Does he wait for all that stuff? Because he doesn't have the double engineering bay this time off the 3 command center. It feels like a different build to what he used against Cyan, and kind of feels like he's just going to push at some point in the next minute and a half at the most. I feel like he's looking to really try and kill Nanami. I'd say about 8 minutes would be my guess. That's when his army's kind of sieged up at Nanami's base, bio running in and all that sort of stuff.
8 minutes is like the magic number, the magic timing for Coffee. Whatever he does, unless it's a slightly earlier variation, it feels like 8 minutes is always, at the very least, a good guesstimate. As the double medevac comes around the bottom side, fourth coming up from Nanami, that is obviously a risky one. And we do have the, well, medevac's going to come through. The 1-1 finishing up from Coffee as well. Oh, sorry, not 1-1, just +1. Finishing from Coffee. He's going to come in, cancel his fourth pretty much immediately. There's not enough units to come across and defend this just yet, so that's an easy cancel. Going to get some pylons as we go, and that's going to supply block Nanami, and he does not have a replacement pylon on the way yet, so it's going to be a serious supply block as well. He's going to be stuck at 100-ish supply for a moment. He's got 2 supply free, but yeah, still no pylon on the way.
That's an unreasonable amount of damage for you know, just a little poke to medevacs get in there. That's way more than he was expecting, I think. So fourth Nexus is to get rebuilt. I mean, Coffee's built all the workers. I think no, he queues more workers. Interesting. Yeah, he's what was going on there? He wasn't thinking about pulling those. Oh, he was going to take the front base, but he changed his mind. Interesting. Okay. So he transferred his workers to the front command center, then said, wait, why am I doing that? Let's just take the normal third. Libs are building. This is that Coffee we know and love. Tanks, Libs, bio. He's even building a bunker to help defend behind it, but his push is going to be scary.
It really, really is. The Libs and the tanks, such a powerful siege combination. Once those units are in position, it's so hard to take a fight into them, as the couple Vikings here try to deflect the Hallucination. Hallucination will get through for the moment. Missile turret finishes off. That's nice. Really nice if you can stop him kind of spotting the Libs and so on, right, which would be an indicator as to what exactly is about to happen. So, yeah, Coffee doing a good job there. The tanks on siege, the first Libs are popping, and it is time to make a move across the map. We are heading to the bottom right, and we are looking to see if we can siege an army into a terrible position in this game number 1.
2 Colossus, 12 Stalkers, 11 Zealots, and a single Sentry. It's not a large army for Protoss. It's massively outnumbered, but it's reinforcing quickly. There's 10 gateways, and I love this move. Not fighting front on. That's what you want to do. Coffee wants to fight right here, right now. You want to delay him. You want to buy time. Slow him down. Slow him down if you can. Stalkers do take out a Liberator. He's not blinking back, though. Oh, gosh. A lot of the Stalkers are going down. He's going to have to battery overcharge. Zealots coming in nicely. Wow, those Zealots actually cleared quite a few Marauders. He has to give up the front. Zealots counterattack, but unfortunately, they are mostly running into depots. Would have been much better if that hit the natural and overwhelmed the rally, but the Warlocks of Coffee are well prepared.
That's really nice to turn that around, as now Nanami just lost a bunch of units, and well, obviously he got rid of one lip, but that's pretty much all the splash he has stopped, or all the siege that he stopped thus far. Tank's going to get sieged again here as the Zealots are going to start running in. The Marines sit in the back. The Marauders take a lot of the damage initially. It is a good jump though. The Zealots do last a long time. Most of the tanks going down. One Colossus falls, the other two alive. Super Battery trying to try and keep them alive. It's so close on that other Colossus, but it will be back to the overcharged battery, so for the moment it will just be okay. We are going to be fine right there. There's the +2 attack finishing in a moment from Nanami. Another bonus for him, but Coffee is up double the army supply. I don't think he's got any chill on his mind at all. The battery's going to fall, so you're not going to have that for future fights, even if overcharge comes back off cooldown, as the Liberator stays sieged.
I love the organization. The way Coffee always has Marauders in front, then the tanks, and then the Marines in the back. The Marauders are there to tank, the tanks have got long range, and the Marines are there to clear the Zealots. You see they stim on the Zealots, and then they pull away from the Colossus. Well, actually, he feels like he can click on the Colossus. A dangerous move, but he's got the numbers, and it looks like it pays off against the first Colossus, and even there against the second. Loses a lot of Marines for it, but he's got a massive advantage, and Coffee, brutal, aggressive pushes. Even when he's on 3 base, it still has this, like, power and urgency about it that just feels so hard to stop. And great greedy opening. That's what I said about the range of Coffee. When's he going to hit you? And that one was even later than I expected, getting across that map. Is he going to try and kill you 5 minutes, 10 minutes, anywhere in between? It's very hard to gauge, and this is why these Protoss players are struggling to kind of get their eye on exactly what's coming their way and prepare for it.
You never know. It's just hits at so many different times. Playing, trying to figure that out is never easy as you get ready for game number 2. Coffee strikes first in the best of 5, looking to make top 3 in the region. And at this point, Coffee is looking as though if he gets through Nanami, his TVP is obviously looking good. He would be playing nice in that lower bracket final. He could go all the way to the finals, only then he's got Oliveira in his way, which was not pretty the other day in round 1 of this tournament. So something to think on, but yeah, for now, Nanami is going to have to try and turn it around, but Nanami's turned it around once today as well. This is far from being done. I'm looking a little bit too far in the future.
No, he definitely can. And you're going to remember, he has that 100% win rate versus Coffee in competitive matches. I mean, it's a single best of 3 from last year, but still. It's, Nanami's beat Coffee for 4-2-1 in the 2023 Winter Regionals. So, he's beat him before. He can look pretty good. I do think there's a few little adjustments, I guess, I'd like to see. Like I said, you really, if you're going to counterattack, you got to do it kind of early versus Coffee. Swing in when he's only halfway across the map with those Zealots and try to get right on top of the production if you can, but he had really good wall off. So outside of that, if those Zealots had come in from behind the army when he did stand and fight it at his 4th, could have been a different story. But I feel like if you commit something like 12, 14 Zealots to a counterattack, you don't want to be like, hey, I'm going to fight you at my 4th. It's like, hey, we're clearly giving the 4th base up, just looking to kind of bait some stims out. He's often over-stimming Coffee, so the longer you protract these engagements, the better it is for you. And then bring those Zealots back if they can't get more damage, get the sandwich going, and that's when you can take him out. We finally got that lobby coming up now as well, so we will be able to get that next game underway momentarily.
Yes, just going to be Golden Aura, so in terms of a map, one of the bigger ones definitely is sizable. And we'll see what Coffee wants to do in terms of trying to pierce into the Protoss defense on this map, because I feel like it could be one of his tougher maps to do that on. As we get this ready to go, we're just missing an army from the lobby. I think he's relogging. They do change. I guess they play the same server actually for the entirety of this series, so never mind that. Yeah, we're literally just waiting for Nanami to log back in, and we will be good to go. So get back on track here. More SC2 still in today's ESL SC2 Masters Spring Regionals. And yeah, second last day of Asia. Asia actually wraps up tomorrow, which is always crazy to me when we kind of get around to the point where we're actually wrapping up regions already. I'm like, wait, what? When did that happen? So
the 300 players in Europe will take a while longer to finish, though. Yeah,
one more
Europe
week.
Always takes a bit longer, as does America's.
Yeah, well, America just took a week off. They're just not playing this week, so they ain't that long. They just decided to take some chill time. So yeah, America starts next week as well. They got a little bit of a pause. So next week it's all about EU finishing up and America's finishing.
Well, the ESL admins, actually, they were big Team Liquid enthusiasts, so They've been on the forums and kind of just discussing how Americans are just lazier than Koreans, and that's why they're bad since 2010. So, you know, they basically set up the schedule to make sure those players didn't get too tired. Like, you guys need a little rest. No worries, it's okay. Have a little nap time for a week.
Well, some of you guys played
over here.
Some of you guys played 3 best-of-3s over the last 2 weeks. We got you guys. You guys take a break.
We'll help you out. We don't want those exhausting schedules for you. It's okay, guys.
Good guy, ESL admins. Well,
I'm kind of sad I don't get to cast any Americas. Actually, that's my one sadness. I'm really happy I get to cast a bunch of EU games with you though, since I've never really had a chance to do that for the regionals.
Yeah, you've usually been stuck in the Asia regions. I was gonna say the problem with Americas for you, Pig, is it would literally go into like 8 a.m. in the morning for you. So it's
yeah, if we did like split shifts, it would not be bad because I'm like, oh, I just get up a couple hours early, no worries, that's fine. But yeah, the Americas days, they run very, very late. So let's get in here, man.
They do. We are ready for the next game. Took a little while to get going, but we are set to rumble. In the bottom right-hand corner it is going to be the Blue Protoss player who is down a game in the series right now. Looking to bring it back. It is Nanami.
Facing off against in the top left side of the map, it's Coffee. I once again want to iterate that Storm, I think, kind of counters pretty much every Coffee build we've seen. He never goes quick ghosts. He's always very committed to a very marine tank heavy push. Storm, Zealot has always been amazing at stopping those, or at least slowing them down. So I really feel like that's one thing we're missing here that I'd love to see how it plays out, because I'm sure the players have tried it. Coffee's got an answer to it. That's why they're not doing it, you know? It's easy for me to go, just make Storm, you know, from the sidelines, but there's a meta that evolves between these players. So I really want to find out why we're not seeing any Storm, except in games where players are already dead. You know, players trying to make comebacks like Nice did versus Oliveira with Storm, but he was already so far behind. I think it's very powerful. I also think Second Forge is very low priority against Coffee. I think Second Forge is so unimportant because like we've seen, his late game is not his forte. He was in a really good spot in that game 1 earlier today, and then he dropped the ball from there. So I think it's just like get more splash, get more area effect damage, get more units, whether it's Zealots for counterattacks, Disruptors, Storm, Colossus. If you can just have more stuff out and really fight him in the middle of the map a little bit more. The problem players are having is they never have enough units to really properly slow the tank push down, and they're having to fight before they're ready. So I don't think a Second Forge and a +1 armor upgrade, even if it kicks in time, changes that equation. So against a very committed player, I think there just has to be slightly more focus on the immediacy of getting your army power and your splash damage up.
That's a great set of analysis to kind of look towards how you might just take him on. And he's clearly tricky. A lot of people have given it a go. And the thing is, this is not just like a new thing Coffee's doing. It's like, this is how Coffee's always played. So it's not like these guys are like, wait, whoa, what's Coffee doing this season? They've been here before. We've seen it many a time. The problem is we still have not seen, you know, answers figured out for it directly every time. So it's definitely been a thorn in their sides as of late. As you just see the Twilight Council building as Nanami sets up for potentially that blink play once again. And Coffee just very safe. CC high ground, not taking any risks, making this safe, and also making this difficult for his opponent to scout early on.
Tricky openings always, they abound. I'm going to go for the quick starport, none of that second and third barracks business. Now, we often see this lead into the early Mine Drop Liberator Tank Marine combo. I think it's a good choice on this map. I believe we saw him do it yesterday, so I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out again. Ooh, standing and fighting from Nanami, a bit of a silly choice, costs him.
Yep, just going to lose out there unnecessarily as the CC is going to get placed onto the low ground, and now the Hellion free to rumble across to the other side of the map. And he's just going to want to run in. Obviously, try and get some scout information. That's the main portion of this Hellion's job. But also, if we can get a probe or two, that would be lovely as well.
Scouty, gonna drive in. Sees a shield battery. That's a very early battery. That's fascinating. This is something I've seen when players play against Coffee. They get more and more paranoid as time goes on. But the thing is, he did see a command center. So I feel like that's, I guess, just in case there's an early Cyclone, right? Having lost an Adept. Yeah, I guess you kind of need it. If there is a Cyclone, one Stalker, you're so vulnerable right now. So fair enough. You know what? I don't mind it. You're taking a greedy third base. Why not?
That Raven comes through. The Hellion is still spawning. We see the third base, so you do get more information with that Hellion, so there's a good reason you did not just dive by into the main earlier. As, yeah, Matrix coming up. We've seen Coffee introduce this a couple of times here and there throughout the course of the event. A couple of players have been doing it. It's definitely not the most flavorful kind of taste of the month, but some players have been enjoying this Raven now and again. It is a good mix-up, right? And especially if you try and kind of play that Colossus-based defense, there can be some very brutal openings where that Colossus gets Matrixed, and then you're just really missing the splash to turn the Terran player away and put you into a lot of trouble sometimes.
Other situations where the force fields land, you pull back, you know, wears off, and it doesn't do that much, but really depends on the execution of both sides, right? So I love it as a spell to mix in. I think it's a good idea here for Coffee to add that. The only fear I have is that Coffee's style looks much more standard. So I'd like him to play what I call YOLO Coffee. Like, normally he's so frontal timing attack focused with the tanks, but when he plays a non-tank style, I think Coffee's at his best when just half of his army drops in the main, the other half stims in the third, and then like a Liberator or a Raven queues up in the natural as well. And then he just keeps doing moves like that, like just crazy. It absolutely doesn't care about, you know, taking any risks, just goes for broke every single time. This Observer is desperately trying to escape. He's gonna have to go auto turret if he wants to confirm the kill.
Yeah, Observer is just going to get away, so Coffee decides to just let that live. So letting the information stay on the map. Interesting choice, because usually, you know, everyone's all about denying that info and stopping the Protoss from seeing what's happening when the move out comes. Maybe Coffee just says, you know what, I want as much energy on this Raven as possible for the time I go across the map. So if I have more energy, I feel like I can get more utility out of my Raven on the attacks, and we can go from there. As we do have this. Hellion is back. Man, we've seen Coffee a couple times today coming back in with a Hellion from an earlier stage of the game, and this is going to get a couple of probes. There's still one in the mineral line that's hurting. He'll run into the main base, just extend the chaos for longer more than anything else, and can't really complain about that, as he is still going to go for maybe... No, just not quite. The Warpin was good enough, but that's a bunch of Warpins at home, and its attention there as the bio starts to move out. These Stalkers have to start counting. It's time for Nanami to crank up the unit production. He does have 3 extra gates to do that with. If he doesn't do it, he'd be in a lot of trouble here, but he's looking okay for now.
Coffee forgot concussive shells again. That's unfortunate. It's very important with these Marauder Marine bio pushes. The Marauder stim forward. They do manage to get a Stalker, and barely that red hit point Marauder survives to heal up. Nice move there for Coffee. He's going to go to the right, but there's an Observer that should see it. Auto turret in the back distracting. Going towards that main base right now. Oh, the Stalkers are a little too slow to react. Oh, Nanami! He's hesitating. He went to the back, then the front, then the back, then the front. He finally goes back towards the main base to defend in the rear, but only with a bit of hesitation as Prism goes down. Coffee gets another auto turret in the natural, and he's already trading fantastically. 2-to-1 cost efficiency, and he's going for the 5 racks behind it. Mass bio stim on the way. He'll add a 3rd command center, but it's a backup plan. His main plan is swing in with the bio, keep on doing moves like this over and over again.
Yep, it's just going to be all about the aggression as that Robobay comes in from Nanami. So he gets that tech set up, the +1 attack coming through, a few more probes in production. The assimilator still coming as well, so we got that assimilator building. And the bio is still setting around the right side as Hallucination is also going to go on the move a little bit. Bio will knock down one pylon, Nanami just going to be losing out on that. And again, a couple of libs still coming through, Marauders as well, +1 armor on the way. And, well, just a bit of everything. All on the way out. That Robobay also about to finish here from Nanami.
Oh, it's a lot of mines, a lot of Marauders. The Zealot heavy army is going to scale very badly. He needs those Colossus desperately. 3 probes go down, 4 probes to that auto turret, dude. That Raven is just out of this world. It's up to 10 kills so far, not to mention the mining time and the distraction, and it's still alive. It's going to keep stacking that damage up. Stalker Sentry Zealot, not a very long-term army. It feels like Coffee's got the army advantage right now. Good force fields might be the difference maker, though. Oh, battery there is nice as well. Could sacrifice a few of these Zealots. He's using Blink Micro to bait out 1 or 2 of the Widowmine shots. He's got to be careful. Oh, geez, those Widowmines are scary.
That super battery pops pretty early here. We're going to do a successful bait on one of the mines. Just going to come over to the side, knock down a pylon while we can. Here are the Liberators to emphasize this setup, to emphasize this siege. We're going to just shove forwards because right now we have just finished up on that super battery. However, Colossus is in here. We kill off these Zealots before they eat the Widowmine shots. The Widowmines just keep retargeting. My goodness.
Yeah, that was manual retargeting from Coffee. That was so sick. He kept retargeting the mine because Nanami was like, oh, if I split my Zealots up, let the Widow Mines fire, then the Zealots can fight. But he just wouldn't let them fire. And the interference matrix comes in. The Raven that's been a thorn in his side all game long keeps on doing the work. Widow Mine splashes a massive, but it's a lot of Zealot Stalker. Can they overwhelm? The answer is no. Coffee. There's, what was that? I can only do tank pushes? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? I can do everything. I am a beast at all stages of the game. Coffee is looking so damn good today. It's like he woke up on the right side of the bed. It's like he had a big, hot, steaming pot of coffee before he started playing. It is a different version of Coffee today that has woken up, and he chose violence.
He did indeed. That is going to get the GG out of his opponent, and he is going to take himself to a 2-0 lead. Looking good once more over the course of this one. Just again, a different way of coming with the attack. It's so hard to play against him when every single time you go into game, it's something just a little bit different again and again and again. It's frustrating for his opponents because you feel as though you figure out one thing, or maybe you're like, oh, I'll tweak this, but then it's never the same thing twice. So your little tweaks kind of you learn throughout the course of a series don't add up to anything. You've got to be ready ahead of time. You've got to figure out, you've got to know what you're going to do before the series starts because, yeah, Coffee does not let you, like I say, piece together the puzzle as time passes by. We are going to dive into Crimson Court for Game 3. Nanami, he's been down 0-2 once today, brought it back to a 3-2 victory. And he do it here against Coffee because Coffee's builds just seem to be kind of whacking him, man.
I feel like you almost want to gamble a bit against Coffee, but when you're down 0-2, you don't have that luxury anymore. Like, what I mean by that is more often than not, it is one of the faster two-base pushes, right? Somewhere between 5 minutes 30 and 6.5 minutes, right? It's a lot of very fast pushes he does. Like, there's the no-stim, concussive, combat shield, Marauder tank, marine push. It's about 5 minutes. There's the stim shields, no medevacs, about 535, 540. It's got a few at about 6.5 minutes. He's got this range. That's most common. And I feel like if you do, like I said, maybe two-base Storm Zealot opening, yeah, it's not going to do great when he does, you know, some builds. But I think it's still okay versus like his more standard macro builds. I think it's still an okay build, and I think it kind of counters those ones. But the third base, it's very doable. We saw Cyan show that you can get ahead versus Coffee, but your opening needs to be so crisp. And defending from there, rest on a knife's edge. It's all going to come down to this one for the Protoss player. He's in the top right side of the map. He's down 0-2. It's now or never. It's the Nami.
Bottom left, the red Terran player, not Protoss. He played Protoss at one point in this tournament, not that wrong. A red Terran player is Coffee.
Coffee is looking monstrous. I remember even when seasons where Coffee just did not do well and kind of got stomped, I always looked at the way he did these different pushes, and I always was like, oh god, that's impressive. Like, this is actually a thing. I don't know if you do this at all, Wardy, but I often learn builds from the guys who kind of lose pretty early in tournaments. Like, if I see a player doing a really neat timing attack in like the GSL qualifiers and just getting stomped by like Maru or something, I'll copy that build and I'll go, hey, they tried it for a reason. I bet this works on ladder at 6.4k or whatever their MMR is, you know? And I find it's often the builds that don't necessarily work every time in tournaments, but like there's something behind it. And I feel like Coffee's always been a master of these different pushes, and he's showing there that especially when he's got that confidence, that mental edge, he can transition back into the more standard play. But yeah, I don't know. There's always been a special flair to his aggressive play. I really like it.
That's unique. It's something that not a lot of people can replicate, and he does it in such a kind of a scrappy way as well. That's really fun to watch, as we do just have a probe scouting up here. Just going to come check into the main for a couple of moments. We got the CC on the low ground from Coffee, so that gets underway as well. So all of that coming through. SCV and probe going to nibble. And we are going to see another depot coming down onto the mains. Just going to drop that into place. And yeah, that's Cybercore. It's going to be finished so we can see the tech from Nanami. He's been playing Blink thus far. We'll see if he wants to continue with it.
I wonder if, you know, it was this map earlier where we saw, remember, the Cyclone kill the Observer and then the tank push came across? Same spawns against Jaishi, right? So we might actually see Coffee go for that same build order, because this is the same opening, I'm pretty sure, so far. Obviously, it's a standard opening, but he doesn't open standard all that much, which is why I think it's interesting. You know, he doesn't do Reaper all that often, so Looks like it's that style, but we'll see how it goes. Remember, he lost the Reaper, I think it was on the second round of scouting in that game.
The Adept tries to zone the Reaper here. It's going to force him high ground where the Adept is not going to commit to the shade away, but there's 2 Reaper spots, so we are good. That's why I counsel again. So Nanami still likes the idea of how he's setting up. Feels as though he can just make the adjustment a bit further down the line. Third CC comes in from Coffee again. What a set of curveballs he's thrown into this series, man. He is really making it difficult to have prepped for everything else that he's shown.
You know what I love as well is it looks exactly like that build I mentioned. Because you're going to see just a few Marines and then a Cyclone. And he might even look to scan an Observer again. But it's hiding a completely different follow-up. So if Nanami was watching those games, he might see all this, expect one thing, and then get hit by something completely different.
Which is really the terrifying part of it. That's the whole problem with playing against the guy. Robo Facility drops down as Nanami's tech continues. This Reaper is back into the main base. He is going to see a Chrono Boost in Twilight Council. He'll move around the back. The Robo's in the natural, which is what the Marines see, but these Marines are going to go for some probe kills as well. He actually starts to hit the Stalker. Wow. I
think he's microing the Reaper. I think that's why. Reaper adds a shot in there. The Stalker should survive. Would have been better going for the probes, but Cyclone's going to come in as well. Oh, good micro by Nanami. Nanami says, nah, mate, get out of here. Only loses 1 Stalker. Bit of mining time for 3 Marines, a Cyclone, and a Reaper. Great trade for Nanami. Finally getting his feet underneath him. Nanami is the player who likes to be getting absolutely destroyed in a series, and then he kind of wakes up and rubs his eyes and goes, oh, we're 0-2, and it's like a different part of his brain takes over, and he starts making that comeback.
It's like, oh, I'm a 0-2 Nanami now. When I play from behind, it's a different series. Yeah, that was a great trade. Just so many clutch moments. The Stalker being saved the first time really makes a big difference because that's extra damage on the Cyclone. And even then, he was very unlucky to actually lose 1 Stalker because it was only just going down with that final Cyclone shot. Click down finish. Colossus on the way with the Robo-Bay coming up here across the 2 bases at the moment.
Third Nexus on the way. Mythical pro player unlocked. 0-2 Nanami. He's gearing up. It's like steroids. It injects some adrenaline into him. Gets him going here. Coffee playing the 3-base style. You know, he's had some really good moments. This time I don't think he's got the same lead he's had off of his other 3-base builds earlier today, right? And the Observer's even going to see everything. So much better situation for Nanami than a lot of these players have had. He's seen the 3rd command center, which is the most important thing. And going Colossus and probing up 3-base will be a very good setup for the Protoss. But hey, he spotted it. Coffee says, get out of here, you pervert.
Yeah, I guess that picked it very nicely. As you have the Robo coming through, the Extended Thermal Lance is on the way in. Colossus is still producing. Let me just get ourselves against Impact +1 and Combat Shields from Coffee. He probably again has to take a different approach. You know, like you said, this is not the 3-base setup he's had earlier. He might actually just have to play way more normal of a game. I don't want to believe that about Coffee, but that might just be where it's at, where he doesn't have the timing window to really justify like a big, large push.
Indeed. Going for a tech lab on the factory again, which means I think we're just going to see that same building tanks and lib style. But remember, there's not going to be great upgrades with this. This style doesn't have the longevity. Like a lot of the time when it turns on 3-base, I think Protoss kind of gets stuck in this mindset of, oh god, he's going to be building a 4th, Ghost Academy, double upgrades, range libs will be on the way. I feel like with Coffee, range libs, if they ever hit, will be like 27 minutes into the game. Like it's not going to happen very fast. But he just likes to commit on 3-base. If he even takes a 3rd, usually he prefers to just commit on 2-base. So I do think, you know, like I said earlier, skip the 2nd forge and that sort of stuff. Good pylon spot. It gives him a few seconds to get ready, but oh god. Oh, I don't think he has recall available. 1 Colossus. Oh my god, it has a friend. Yeah, 2 Colossus is too scary there. A single Colossus you can dive on, but 2, those Marines will get melted.
Should always have a buddy. Buddies do help, as you see a Marine stimming into the main base as well, also just trying to figure out what's happening up here as we move through. The Stalker blinks in, that Marine is going to get picked off. Charge is about to finish, +1 attack is coming in. We just have 4 additional gateways building from Nanami as he gets settled across his 3 bases. Tanks upon tanks coming through from Coffee, that's all he's building right now as he cleans up the pylon on the right side. Just the drop over here, just going to back away. Obviously the threat will keep Nanami split up, unless he can figure out that that drop is absolutely gone. Then he can rejoin his army, but maybe it's that split that you try and jump on and punish a little bit as Coffee. Maybe that's why he finds an opportunity. Just a handful of Marines here, gain another pylon. These spawning pylons now being removed means that you have less vision, less information to move forwards and play the game with.
I like that Nanami's just sitting on 61 probes, building mass pylon, mass Zealot Archon Colossus, nothing else. Like Prism's coming out, but it's just, I'm going to mass units off 3 base. Because remember, Coffee didn't look great in that game 1 versus Jaishi, right? He was way ahead, and he just stopped building Marines. I don't think he's made concussive shields today. Oh, he made concussive shells! As I said, as I mentioned it, I was literally, it's like been 3 games he's forgotten it today. Yeah, he remembers it, but I think if you have a big army, you can fight in the middle of the map and buy time, and that's what you need. You need to buy time, even though Terran has bigger economy right now. I don't know if that's too worrisome, because it's Coffee punching you in the face. That's what's scary. And honestly, 70 workers is too many for a 3-base Terran. His main's half mined out. His third's over mining. Zealot Archon Colossus timing is coming in. I don't know about committing into this, but maybe it'll work. Yeah. Coffee up 20 army supply. One of the tanks goes down almost instantly, but the Marine count is good, way better than he had in that game against Jaishi earlier. Tanks take out 1 Colossus, 2 Colossus fall at the same time, but a lot of the Marines do go down. There's a tank on the left side as well, anchoring his position. Only 1 tank left. And that was very expensive. Nanami committing in there, trying to learn from that Jaishi game where he had success, but this was not the same situation. Much better macro this time around from Coffee, and a very different upgrade situation as well. Terran had the upgrade advantage, great tank siege up, really good position.
Absolutely everything there for Coffee, as he is just going to take the 3-0, sweep it up and put it under the rug. He is going to move to the top 3 of the tournament here, as he is going to get the 3-0 over Nanami. And it's a convincing finish for him today, as we have a very aggressive and quick set of matches across the course of Asia Pig. Obviously, with Coffee winning out, he's top 3. How do you feel like, I'll ask you this a little bit, how do you feel like he's going to fare going up against Nice tomorrow? Do you think Nice is going to finally figure out a way to kind of shut Coffee down, or is Coffee going to keep his streak going all the way to the finals?
I don't think Coffee can be stopped right now. I mean, I do think there's answers. I think, like, honestly, you know, we talked about it, how there were moments like Cyan looked like he was way ahead. But since that Cyan series, the last few series, if Coffee shows up looking the same way he did today, I don't think he can be stopped. If he shows up in the same form tomorrow night, he's going to beat Nice. Beating Oliveira is a different story, of course. Maybe we'll see him play Protoss versus Oliveira again. But I think it's a tough ask. That being said, hopefully Nice embraces that underdog position and shows us some surprises.
Let's just confirm the bracket for Asia, as Oliveira sits in the grand final. He will start up 1-0 in that best of 7 that he will play tomorrow against the winner of Nice and Coffee, which will open the show tomorrow as well for Asia. So make sure you look forward to that. So that's going to be the Asia bracket. Again, that will resume tomorrow for its final day. The region will wrap up. For us, we are obviously halfway through our matches. Up next, it's time for Europe. However, because Asia has been a little bit quick, we do have to do the waiting game. We play a pretty aggressive schedule nowadays, but we are 40 minutes ahead of it, so we're going to have to wait for Europe to start in about 40, which means that Gung Fu Banda versus Goblin, Lambo versus Mana, Skillers versus Christiana, and Wayne versus Bly are all on the way, but we'll have to just take, like I said, that longer break. So that's why we're gone a little bit longer, guys. We have a set start time for Europe. We'll be back with that, in 40 minutes. We'll see you here for some PvP.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are ready for a whole new region here today. It's the lower bracket of Europe. We're going to be kicking into this in just a couple of moments so we get this all set to go. Pig, it's time to start eliminating people here in this European region. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Anything we're looking forward to in particular?
Dude, I'm so excited. I think this is going to be a really interesting rounding out of this this stage. And honestly, it's also the kind of brutal matches. It's always the sad part where you just like, man, people are getting eliminated. The lower bracket starts getting played out, and the end of a lot of players' storylines and dreams are going to happen. On the other hand, the players who do succeed today will be very happy to continue to the next round.
Yeah, it's a tough day because 4 of these players will be going home from Mana versus Lambo, Christiana versus Skillers, Blythe versus Wayne, and Goblin versus Gung Fu Banda. Our schedule's a little bit topsy-turvy compared to the bracket order. We will be starting with that Gung Fu Goblin series, and then ending.
I actually wasn't in the lobby.
You were in the lobby. We can.
I messed that one up, mate.
We can.
Sorry, I was on the wrong one there, and I just clicked it as it started. My bad.
All good. We will just jump out and go again because last time I tried to share screen with someone, the entire stream died. So we'll just
yeah.
we'll just go for
my
round 2.
apologies, mate. My bad on that.
No worries, no worries. Alrighty, well, that's okay. We'll just take another moment or so, and we'll get ready to go into this Gung Fu Goblin series. So, PvP to start us off. We've seen a bunch of PvP in Asia. What are we thinking about some European PvP?
Very different. You know, you got more chance of macro, less 2-gate openings as well. I think the 2-gate caution and the Robo First is a lot more popular. I do expect a little bit more of the Twilight Forge stuff to happen. So I'm thinking we're going to see a few more upgrades, you know, into the Blink Stalkers. I do hope we get to see like a bit of a Blink Stalker disruptor macro game just because I miss those, but it's always hard to get to that stage, right? The Zealot Stalker kind of Archon swarms, prisms in the back, DT drops and all that stuff are so difficult to get past, but we'll see exactly what style both players do bring out. Historically, Gung Fu has a big winning advantage over Goblin, but Goblin's won the last 2 times they played. That, for me, creates a good storyline. It's like, okay, one guy's dominated, but recently the other guy's turned it around. Are we going to see more close matches? Their last 2 were 2-1 in favor of Goblin, and that's exciting. I think we've got a good chance of a banging close match, mate.
Yeah, me too. I actually think this could be really, really kind of cool. So I'm excited because, like you say, I really felt as though, I looked at the history, I was like, man, Gung Fu dominates Goblin. But you're right, because Goblin's won more recently, and to me that makes sense. Goblin has been a little bit better than Gung Fu more recently because he's just been a bit more active recently as well. I'm really interested to see what style of games, because to me these are both players who are very happy to play like a very long game as well sometimes. So that's also a possibility of something we can watch out for. I don't know, I think we're in for a good one, as we are going to start it off in the top left-hand corner with the blue Protoss player representing Berserker Esports. This is Gung Fu Banda.
And in the bottom right side, the red Protoss player, a cheeky one, a master of creative Protoss play. It's Goblin. Got a lot of talent, young Goblin. He's always been good at like different kind of cheeky plays, challenges, creativity. I know years ago, back maybe 4 years ago, Roddy kind of going like, oh, I wish Goblin would practice harder. You know, he's so talented, and kind of just being like, oh, but he feels like he shows up, does well in a tournament, and he goes, oh, that's awesome. I'm doing really well, and kind of takes it easy for a bit and then doesn't do as well. So then he gets motivated and would try hard again. I think he's been in the game for such a long time now. He's developed the experience to know what he has to do to stay at that high level. But Gung Fu is always a force to be reckoned with. Gung Fu always plays his own style. Doesn't really care what the meta is that much. He finds his own paths to victory. And it is Gung Fu goes for the earlier scout. Both players 2-gate on the high ground. Nice safe opening so far.
Yeah, getting the couple of gates down. Cybercore coming up. Well, we saw Goblin when he played Showtime in the winner bracket. I really expected him to play kind of more cheekier, kind of all-in kind of things, like really go proxying and, you know, doing what we kind of expect of Goblin. But he didn't. He really approached it with a very macro kind of, you know, essence, a very macro kind of style. So we kind of went through that, and to me, like I say, that was kind of surprising. I was a little bit shocked, but and it didn't really go that well. But it is cool that he sort of had the confidence to kind of do that. So I wonder if that will be kind of leaking into this PvP here against Gongfu Bander as well, or what the plan may be. As a Sentry and a Stalker coming up on both sides, they're going to mirror each other early. And it's a kind of mirror that really sets you up to take and expand, and for the moment, start to play into a longer game.
Yeah, looks like this is going to be the big difference, right? In Europe, you know, there's an established meta. Often there's an optimal way of playing that does come out a lot of the time. Whereas over in that Asian region, there is a lot of, I'm going to surprise you with this, I'm going to surprise you with that. And sentries do good damage now, don't they?
Yeah, man,
I'm
they're
always
crazy.
surprised. The shields just disappear.
Yeah, I love it. It's actually really cool to see the Sentry really be able to stand up for itself, but only really in this matchup, which is it's such a good change. Like the fact it can just like zap in PvP, but it doesn't do anything extra in PvT or PvZ, because it really enables so much cooler play in PvP. It enables so many of these expansion plays, and just lets you mix this matchup so much more. It's been way less volatile the last few weeks since people have been adapting this new Sentry. It really has been one of my favorite changes in a while in terms of the patches we've had.
Yeah, we'll see where it settles eventually, because I think sometimes changes like this in SC2, we're like, oh, this is amazing, and then 6 months or a year in, we're like, okay, every game is like the same figured out Sentry expand. That's kind of the way StarCraft 2 works, which is why I do like those kind of like shake-up patches if once in a while, if something does get too stale. And so far, I agree, it's been really successful. Now, it's a Robo for Goblin. I said we weren't going to see as much Robo. Goblin says, no, I'm still going to play Robo. Robo into quick Twilight after scouting his opponent's Twilight Council. So this could have just been a safety precaution. You can still use it to chrono out a Prism, you know, drop 2 Adepts or something like that, but I'd say it's not usually the priority of players. When you've already seen a Twilight finish, you're like, okay, even if I do chrono a Prism across the map, how long does it have to work before Blink is finished? Maybe you can get 2 Adepts into the main and then you got to leave because Blink's done and you cannot risk it again. So we'll see. Prism's out on the way. Twilight Council is coming in. Skipping Blink and going charge is a massive gamble. I don't expect that, but oh, Dark Shrine. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Immediately scouted.
This is definitely one interesting way to start the PvP thus far, with the Dark Shrine coming in underneath the hallucination, and then, well, yeah. Yeah, funky little plan. We're actually going to stick to the Dark Shrine for the moment anyway, so we're going to keep it and just say, well, even if he preps, I can still sneak in and get a couple of workers here and there. But I guess, you know, it was that Robo first, so you will get Immortals going, so while the Dark Shrine is an investment, it wasn't his immediate investment, so it's not like he's going to be completely techless and undefended should his opponent show up with a bunch of Stalkers, so maybe this does still work out. We do see Hallucination from Goblin, just trying to check what's going on. He sees the third base time and it's the same as his own, and he gets that Prism into position, ready for the DTs to be ready a couple moments from now.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like you even want to try to go in with the DTs when it's been scouted like this. I would imagine you just kind of chill and go, yeah, let's not. I can make Archons with it later. I could do DT drops later in the game, but trying to commit now seems insane. He's got his Prism sieged up. Dark Shrine finishes. He'll be warping in on that northern side, just out of vision of the pylon.
Yeah, nicely done, as we do get the DTs ready then. Observers coming up. A lot of the units from Gongfu, though, are kind of moving toward the third, and that's the question mark. Like, you can have the defense in terms of detection, you still need to have the units to be there to actually kill off the DTs, right? Gonna get in. That's 2 probes for the moment. We're just gonna lift up. Prism will go to the back, and, you know, it's fair damage. It's not the craziest, but the DTs are still alive. It's a pro pull caused, and this is the stuff that can add up over time as third bases get saturated, and Goblin will start to blink off the Twilight Council now as well, so extending that Twilight usage to an upgrade, as currently the main strength of his army is the fact that he's got a couple of Immortals.
Gongfu has the upgrade advantage, otherwise it's pretty even. Slight probe advantage for Gongfu as well. I think the only reason that Prism was able to do that is Gongfu just was like, well, this is being spotted, you're not going to actually try and commit it. Oh, he did! You know, there was a bit of a almost surprise at the gall of Goblin to commit so hard. Charge comes in behind it for Gongfu, and it is very much a, I'm going to scout you with Hallucination and use Defender's advantage. This is, I think, if there's just a general tendency difference between the Asian versus European region, it's one region prioritizes, you know, advantage through aggression and surprise, and the other one through Defender's advantage. I have closer reinforcement points, I have shield batteries, I have overcharge, and we're really seeing that here with, even though Goblin's doing like the cheekier play, he's still scouting a ton, he's still reacting to what he sees, and he is still expanding at a rapid rate. And fourth base goes down a little quicker for Gung Fu, who's adding a massive gateways. I mean, Gung Fu, look at the supply. You might think, oh, Goblin's ahead. I mean, right now, yeah, he's got more supply. Give it a minute, Gung Fu's going to outstrip him in supply massively. Goblin going forward appears to be a push, but if he doesn't fight right now, I feel like Gung Fu with 2 Zealot Warp-ins swarms this army.
Absolutely. This is definitely the moment to go make use of these Immortals, go make use of some of that Sentry energy. Like you say, make use of it now because the Warp-ins are going to be terrible for you. The Charge Lots are not something you can deal with easily. You get kind of force-fielded in the slow Zealots walking forwards here. And two Immortals would love to start getting on top of some Stalkers. Force field all across the board. As we do continue this fight, Charge will finish soon. DT tries for the cannon. It will likely get that kill, so that's going to be a bit of chaos during all of this as Gung Fu did pull the probes, but that was not enough. And we are going to at the very least get rid of the fourth base, so a good push in from Goblin. He will cancel the fourth. Zone fourth's coming through. Just as DT could have maybe target fired probes a bit better would have been nice.
Yeah, I mean, it was a quick reaction, a quick pull away, right? So it is what it is. 3 probes, mining time, getting a fourth. Honestly, Goblin needs to get out of here right now. Like, the Zealots coming in, there could be Archon soon. He's going to keep pushing. Very confident. But, you know, he does have the Stalker advantage, so fair enough. I love that. Yeah. Pulls back the rest of his units and just stays with the Stalkers. Did he just kill his own unit?
I think he killed something, yeah. I was going to say, I actually didn't mind what Goblin was doing because he only left the Stalkers in the front. He pulled the Immortals back. Now the Immortals are still here. Now I'm a little bit less sure about it, but obviously with the Stalkers, at least you do have that blink away potential. All of this time, I mean, as long as you are keeping your opponent very much so off of this fourth base, you are getting the benefit. You just don't want to lose too much in this process. He is just going to retreat away, kind of, you know, microing the Stalkers as he goes. He'll stand and fight for a moment, and I feel like he's about to blink forwards. I'm really scared he's going to dive on an Immortal or something and be like, yeah, I got this. But no, so far, still good micro, and he does keep him as cool, and he does not go make
He's keeping it where he wants it to be. Just on the edge of the micro, right? They're just picking off with Stalkers, blinking back, picking off, blinking back. The units lost tab is great. Almost 1,000 resource lost advantage, and you've got an expansion up, and we said he had to use that army right then, and he was going to get swarmed, and he used it right then, and now he's just kept trading non-stop, and he's keeping the army small. He's now got an income advantage. His upgrades have been even during most of this trading. Goblin playing a fantastic game. He's on 9 gateways against 8 now as well, so he's caught up on that infrastructure that he was behind on. Remember, he did the push off just 4 to 5 gateways, but he was constantly warping in off those gateways, whereas Gung Fu was playing the older style of skipping warp-ins, making a ton of gateways, and then trying to warp in. But that leaves you open. It leaves a window where your army's low, and that's exactly what Goblin took advantage of in this match. 3 Immortals there, getting pushed back along with those Stalkers. That fight not as clean for Goblin. 800 resource lost advantage for the Red Protoss.
He does sit here just outside the 3 bases. No fourth available for Gung Fu, who's trying to get to Disruptors. He says, well, if I'm going to get cornered in, you can't attack into me, so I will make that tech dive into the Disruptors. You'll see the first one thinking about firing right now. We blink in with the Stalkers to make up a bit of space. There is the Disruptor shot heading towards the Immortals. It misses. Good split back from Goblin, who has got a severe supply lead right now. And he's just going to keep on trading. As long as he doesn't need a Disruptor shot, he should be okay here. We blink in. That's brave, because he didn't know if there was another Disruptor in the back already. And he knocks down the Immortal. Obviously, this blink is going to pay off for him for the moment. I mean, he still has his Immortals that are just not fighting Stalkers, so that's not the prettiest. As we are going to get back to it, and, well, they have to step back again. New Disruptor ready. Goblin's army supply did drop a little bit. Again, I think it's those Immortals just not really adding much to that fight. The Zealots, still the saving grace of Gung Fu at the moment.
Feels like Goblin right now is like, as long as I keep trading and you're on 3 base and I'm on 4, this is a winning situation. He's trying to take a 5th behind it, and I think he's right. I think as long as you keep the interaction happening, as long as you don't make any big mistakes, like, yeah, it looks a little dangerous. Say you don't need to be here trading. But if you do keep trading, it's game winning, right? You've kept Gung Fu off the 4th for so long. Gung Fu is trying to take a 4th and a 5th because he knows he can't really defend them. He's like, well, I'll just cancel one and build the other, which, I mean, you know, a player's in trouble. Oh, he doesn't even cancel it. 400 minerals down the drain, not to mention the probe. Gung Fu is in huge trouble. His DT counterattack comes in. The cannon's defending it. Prism in the main base for Goblin. Unfortunately, Siege is in range of a cannon. Does take a lot of damage, but he micros it and gets it back. Goblin slightly down in army supply. Zealot warp in to defend the DT. He's blinking forward to take out a Disruptor, but there's more behind that. You gotta watch out. Goblin judging things just right.
Yeah, he really is like playing a dangerous game, but he keeps backing away before I can really say that he's, you know, messed up. So he is keeping himself safe enough for the moment. He's still trying to move around with his army. There's a Disruptor shot. This time the Immortals are going to take a big hit, and the Stalkers were late to blink back. This is where Goblin's army is going to be in trouble. as Gung Fu is
Ouch.
going to find a jump, and that is where Goblin has stuck his welcome a little bit too long, and it's just because, I mean, what he was doing was fine, but you're playing, again, that knife's edge of, you know, you do not want to overcommit to the fight. That was him just not getting away in time.
Did you just see him chase 25 stalkers
Yes.
with 10 stalkers and
Yeah.
blink at them aggressively? Dude, Goblin right now, it's like watching a domesticated house cat chase a bear out of someone's trash. You know, I've seen those videos on the internet. You're just like, okay, you know that thing can maul you, right? But the cat just acts so fierce, the bear gets confused and runs away. That's kind of what just happened there between Goblin and Gung Fu. Gung Fu has a way better army right now, and Goblin keeps attacking into him.
Ooh, we actually target fire down each and every one of the disruptors. As we do get rid of all of those, just going to be able to grab him. And we have ourselves a group of stalkers continue to play chase. As we do have Gung Fu continue to come around. We are going to go and chase him down. But man, Goblin getting rid of each and every disruptor. Never letting that disruptor count stay way too high. That is a big, big win.
He's on 80 probes, and Goblin getting those disruptors was huge. Like Gung Fu, it's not just that he has the better army and he's running away. It's also sometimes he's a bit stunned that Goblin's in his face because he's just so on the back foot. Gung Fu's stuck reacting to everything. He should have pulled those disruptors back. He definitely should have landed one of those disruptor shots, or at least only lost one or two of them at most. But he's been losing more than that. And Goblin, 82 probes. He's got Blink DT, 3-2 upgrades with the double forge on the way. This is exactly how you play this Gateway Man style. Oh, he even blinks the disruptor. That is an insane move, but he gets away with it somehow for the moment. The Stalkers of Gung Fu could honestly just blink on him and ruin his day.
Goblin just needs to go and actually build up enough army, though. Like, I mean, he keeps taking these blink-ins when he's so outnumbered. And yes, you get the disruptor, but sometimes you could just lose too many gateway units. Like, there's got to be some limit to the craziness that you're pulling out right now, no?
You're absolutely right. I mean, he should be looking for big Zealot Warpins in the back, more run-bys, and just don't try to force it so much, right? Obviously, once Blink DT comes in, he'll have bigger forces for the counterattacks, but Goblin's, it feels like he's almost cocky. It feels like he can just out-micro Gung Fu, but it's not really happening as much anymore. He's starting to take some shots. He's overcommitting into some of these fights, and things are getting sloppier and sloppier. That unit's lost. I remember he was way ahead for a while. He's down 2,000 resources. He may have a bigger economy. That doesn't mean you can just be sloppy. And right now, Goblin is getting a little bit overexcited. Does get a disruptor there, but it's going to cost him multiple stalkers. It's not free. Even a successful fight like that was probably even trading. But a lot of his other fights, he's been losing 4 or 5 stalkers for every disruptor snipe.
Paused.
I'm going to have a pause here. I have a weird time to obviously pause as I'm just going to double check what is up and try and figure this out. Shouldn't take too long.
That's on the
I
keyboard.
imagine. Yeah,
The
something along those lines.
Oh, give me a pat, mate. I feel like that's got to be like pro gamer mistake number one. There's I would love to hear stories. Oh, he has a cramp. Oh, in the leg. Oh, I hate calf cramps. Those are the worst. I used to never get those, and then the last few years, I swear, I'll randomly sometimes just like go to stretch in the morning while I'm still lying in bed, and my calf will just cramp up, and I'm like, oh my god, you know, it just super painful. Do you ever get those?
Yeah, my leg's been pretty. We played some home story cup football, and
Oh,
I will say that you know, nothing really happened, but like I actually exercised right, and my leg was like, "What are you doing?" And then it cramped up, and since then my leg's not been the same. So yeah, I feel you. I know what you're saying.
amazing. Oh, disruptor on the Zealots, but they get dodged just barely. Goblin does finally lose 4 Zealots to 1 disruptor shot, but the problem is Goblin's surrounding with an inferior force. I mean, this man has been fighting with a smaller army for the last 5 minutes of this game, and as you said, Wardy, at some point you've just got to build a bigger army. He's got 13 gates, he's got better upgrades, but like he's just been throwing units into the meat grinder. He's 4,000 resources lost behind. That is a 5,000 resource swing. Remember, he was ahead 1,500. Now he's behind 4,000. So that's like 5,500 resources swing in the last few minutes. Combine that, he's like, but I'm rich, I've got more money, I've got more production. It's like, yeah, but you can't be this wasteful. He's got to just be efficient for a little bit, avoid fighting, get another 30-40 supply max out, then he can surround this army. Tactically, his ideas are good. He just isn't kind of keeping track of what his numbers are at. He just blinked forward again.
I really just feel like when he had Gung Fu on 3 bases, that was a moment for him to add a little bit of tech in. Like, I love the Gateway Man style. Yes, you take all the bases and everything, but I do feel like it runs into this issue so often, and now Gung Fu, the one with DTs that are going to hit this base as well, so he's going to deny over here. We're going to be seeing, well, Disruptor shot up the ramp from Goblin, as he will have Disruptors of his own to help defend. His own DTs are across the map. He's going to go for what, the something, hopefully. He's going to try and blink on top of that cannon. DTs are finding probes, transferring between bases as well. This is turning into utter chaos here. The disruptor shot is perfect to clean up the DTs. That's one way to do it.
Oh, but his army.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, on the north. This is a great push by Gung Fu. Gung Fu's been on the back foot, getting punched in the face repeatedly, and it's his turn to fight. I think he can actually just A-move this and win this fight. Gung Fu's running away once again with the better army. It's happened a lot this game, and he's just a little bit intimidated because the DTs are in his main distracting him. You can see he's still got way more Stalkers there, but he's backing away. It's even army supply right now. DTs in the main causing havoc, and that does give a sort of attention advantage to Goblin, especially using the Prism. It was still there to save those guys, pick them up, get back to the corner. Goblin does still have an 8-worker advantage. He's got disruptors of his own. It's a vision battle now. Those disruptors from the high ground could be deadly.
Well, disruptors and stalkers move around, and again, Goblin has, if anything, gotten rid of a lot of disruptors of his opponent this game. He's killed 10 of them, and currently there's only 3 on the map, so that is a big deal. He's actually going to come down this position. The blink is used from Gung Fu, so he's a little bit stuck in the corner. If those disruptors can connect, this would be their time. There's no escape away from these shots, although there's going to be a disruptor shot onto the disruptors. So all the disruptors of Goblin go down, but not before he got good shots with them. However, now the Zealot Warpin will clean up and push back, and Goblin has to go a-running.
The +3 armor is massive though. +3 armor and a shield upgrade for Goblin. Gung Fu's only on 3-1. So a huge upgrade advantage, an 8-worker advantage. He's resaturating his third base that, of course, he lost the probes on. And killing this 5th is huge because you're going to be on 6 base against 4. If you deny this base, it is lights out for Gung Fu. I mean, what does Gung Fu have to defend? 7 Zealots, a Dark Templar, and 2 Disruptors. Goblin all over him, smothers Gung Fu from start to finish.
What just a absolutely ridiculous situation. I mean, I can't believe how many times Gung Fu, like you say, ran away with the better army. Many times over, he was just like, and it wasn't even like, oh, he's got like 2 more stalkers, like he could probably do this. It was like, you can see it's like double the army size, and he's like running away, taking damage, losing disruptors because of it. Well, that was one wild way to start off this series, and we're going to go to Alcyone for game 2. Still a pretty sizable map. We could be in for a very fun PvP if this is how these two are going to keep on playing.
Yeah, I felt like Gung Fu was slightly more efficient because the cheeky attempts for Goblin with like the DTs, not really finding big damage, but Goblin didn't stop warping in off of 4 gates. Gung Fu powered. He went 4th base, he went for a little bit more upgrades, he went for 9 gateways, skipped warp-ins for a while. That left an opening where he could get hit. Goblin hit that timing, and from there just stayed on the aggression. And obviously there was a point 3-4 minutes into the smothering where it got kind of silly what Goblin was doing, where it felt like he was not as in control of the situation, overcommitting a little here and there. But in the end, he handled that chaos okay. So hats off to him. And the way he was so in Gung Fu's face the moment he had the advantage, I really do feel there was like almost a disrespect from Goblin for Gung Fu's. Maybe it's his Blink Stalker micro, or he just felt he could intimidate him. There was a real ridiculous confidence from Goblin.
Absolutely. Disrespect is the word. Like, overconfidence, disrespect, whatever it was. Somehow it worked out. Like he was so overconfident that he actually made Gung Fu unconfident about a lot of these battles. Absolutely ridiculous situation here in the PvP. For game number 1, now it's time for some game number 2 action. In the bottom left, it is going to be the red Protoss player. This is Goblin.
And his opponent in the top right, the German powerhouse, it is Gung Fu Banda. Yeah, I think Gung Fu's just got to shake it off after that last game and go, okay, that was annoying and uncomfortable and awkward, but you know what? It happened. It's done. Let's get into the next one. So both sides going for the high ground gate again here on Alcyone. I don't expect to see gold-based shenanigans, but I don't know. Goblin does seem a bit trickier of the 2 players, a bit more clever. You know, Gung Fu's kind of like, all right, I got my standard way of playing, and I'm going to just kind of progress. Pretty vanilla. Goblin seems like he's got a little bit more of that spice, that special sauce up his sleeve.
Well, a couple of gates coming up on both sides. I'll be very amazed if this turns into this kind of macro PvP again and again, but then that's, I guess, because I kind of expect Goblin to be the aggressor, but if Goblin's really stepped away from being an aggressive player and he's playing this kind of, don't get me wrong, the overall style was aggressive, but I'm talking like, you know, really kind of proxying a robo and stuff like that. Goblin stepped away from that and he wants to play the expansion stuff, then, man, like I say, definitely not quite the series I was totally expecting. And we've kind of intriguing to see if Goblin ever plays, if he does kind of play the macro style, if he plays the kind of more teched up macro style instead of just being gateway man all the way through.
Yeah, that would be very interesting. I do normally like the matchup of Disruptors against Gateway Man, because it felt like Goblin gave opportunities for Gung Fu to stabilize in that match. And I like the dynamic. Like, in general, I always prefer that in mirror matchups. Like, I hate it when it's just the exact same composition. It's not that dynamic. It's okay if you got, like, Disruptors or something to spice it up on both sides, but, you know, just Roach versus Roach, nowhere near as exciting as, like, one player playing Roach Hydra, one player playing Mutiling Bane, one player playing Bio, one player playing Mech. And in PvP, it's like, hey, one guy wants Colossus, Disruptors, Immortal Archon, more high-tech stuff in the army. The other dude's just Zealots, Stalkers, Blink DTs, and a heck of a lot of mobility. It's a fun dynamic. Nexus does go down for both sides. Stalker Sentry to start, but double Sentry behind for Gung Fu, and double Sentry for Goblin as well, just slightly later. Definitely feel like that Sentry Expand meta is here for the European PvP. So different to the Asian region, where it is still cheesy openings, lots of adepts, lots of oracles, lots of diving on mineral lines and all that sort of stuff.
It is really different as our Twilight with Robo sets up. Robo facility from Goblin. I mean, he went such a fast Twilight last time that it was obviously, you know, he went for that Dark Shrine. He tried to play the surprise off the back of the Robo, as you have the hallucination coming around the left-hand side. I'm just going to be seeing the hallucination scouting through there as well. I mean, again, scouting is just going to be huge in this matchup as they both expand. And this hallucination is going to successfully get through, so that is going to be a scout for Kung Fu onto the robotics facility. And there's the fast Twilight again, put right underneath this hallucination. So Goblin is just like, hey, look, I'm doing the exact same thing. Look at me.
Look at me. I'm doing Robo Twilight. Look at me. Yeah, no, it's a solid opening. I don't think it's too bad, you know. It would be funny if he went Dark Shrine again, because that's kind of disrespectful / bizarre. Like, you actually gonna just, hey, here's my blink, here's my DT drop. I do it every game. It's just not an optimal build order. It's a surprise build order. He's doing the exact same. Okay, this is. You're trying to prove a point, Goblin. Does he have like a point to prove? He's like, Gung Fu can't stop my DT drop or something. Like, this is something where these guys have played on the ladder, and Goblin has like just realized Gung Fu always messes up against this or something. Like, this happens sometimes with a certain opponent where you're like, I know this isn't optimal, but this guy always kind of panics and just messes up, you know, makes a bit of a mess against it. Goblin did do it in a very non-all-in way, you know, took a quick third, still played it out nicely. The DT tech always comes in handy later. I don't think it's like the craziest thing in the world, but it's definitely showing an odd level of confidence in doing something that is both predictable and has been scouted.
Well, honestly, I am so very intrigued to see. I mean, to me, I feel like the thing for Goblin was like, he's very vulnerable, right? Like, he only had 1-2 immortals, and his gateway count took a long time to come online. I think Gung Fu pushing forward is very realizing of what that situation was last time that he missed out on. This might be a bit too soon to go, because his Observer, I believe, is all the way at home because it's only just starting up now, so this is maybe a little bit too soon to go, because I feel like a DT warp in defensively could help out, but I like the general idea of actually being aggressive against this. He jumps on that first Immortal. We are going to just save it. No battery on the natural right now. Oh my god, that's so greedy. We blink again. Goblin's going to lose everything. He needs to warp in a DT here. I mean, he's going to have DTs on the other side starting to kill probes, but second Immortal shows up. Is there any way we perhaps save this? Battery goes down already. Probably not. This Immortal is going to be falling eventually, and it will go down now. 5 probes only killed from the other side. That is just not good enough.
Yep, as you said, wide open. There's always a weak point with a build like this, and just defending with a few warp-ins and Observer at home. Does he lose? Does he take a lot of damage? Yeah, Gung Fu takes a ton of damage at home. 6 probes, lots of mining time. But yeah, the thing is, you can afford to take a ton of damage if you kill the other guy, right? Basically, Gung Fu has tackled the other guy off the cliff, but he's just made sure he lands on top, and Goblin's body ends up getting used as the cushion for the fall.
This really is a great adaptation from Gung Fu. I thought he went a bit soon. Obviously, this is perfectly fine on the timing, but yeah, a great adaptation in terms of just like, hey, look, I figured out what your build's weak against. I figured out what I can do against it, and Here I am. This DT tries to recall home, gets killed. But still losing probes. The Goblin is still dealing damage. He's actually going to be on a 7-worker lead. And because Gung Fu has had to kind of have his Stalkers at home clearing up, Goblin is not going to be dying at home either. So game is going to stabilize somewhat. I mean, a 9 army supply difference, that's something Goblin can catch up on. He's not going to have the blink. He's going to go straight to charge this time, Pig. So he's going to be playing a bit of a different comp with Immortal Charge Lot, and then probably Archons added in as well. Is that something we see him... Well, he's going to obviously have to play very differently, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just going to go for a big attack with Zealot and Mortal Archon. But yeah, he's making DT, Archons. That whole period while the Prism was being crazy aggressive, he literally had 1 Immortal and was just probing. Like I said, the lack of fear in the way Goblin's playing, it just feels like he feels like he's got no danger of losing at any point. Like, sometimes you can tell a player's a little overly nervous, or they just happen to play very carefully because they know their opponent's aggressive. Goblin is just YOLOing right now. I feel like he's had a shot before he queued into these games, you know? He had a little bit of vodka in his bloodstream, maybe, because it's actually really good. He's playing this unencumbered freestyle. That being said, Gung Fu has the army to harass right now. Does get a few probes, Adepts shading into the third at the same time, but not being microed.
Well, that army of Goblins showed up to deal with the Adepts, then stepped away, but it looks as though it's handled now. These few Stalkers causing a little bit of trouble as an Immortal shows up. A couple of Zealots are there, but they don't even have charge yet, so they're going to be running around slowly for a few seconds longer. Gung Fu meeting Goblin with his own charge upgrade, getting his +1 as well. But obviously from Goblin, he's going to have those tech units en masse compared to Gung Fu, and that's what he's going to try and take advantage of when he goes full push. Seemingly with his Prism finishing, I can't imagine we're going to wait much longer than that.
More gateways, yeah. That as they come in, I definitely see Gung Fu having a lot of army ready, but the 4th base for Goblin going down also makes me wonder if Blink is just going to queue up and he's going to slow things down a little bit. It's been very defensive so far, starting to move forward. There we go. 8 gates against 4. He's up 14 army supply, 3 Immortals against 1. Obviously way more Zealots here. Oh, I like that force field. Catches a Zealot, but the Archon does bust through. And nice save on the Archon. Goblin jumping on top of those slow units. Being in the middle of the map was a big mistake. Force Stalker counterattacks, a very nice move, but the Zealot Warpin will deal with it. And this does feel like Goblin may be able to get his 2nd victory in a row. Things look so dicey. But what a beast, dude. He deflects Gung Fu's aggression. He's now got this beastly Zealot Immortal Archon army. And the man is bucking the trend of just opening up safe blink openings every game. He's saying, I'm going to make DT drop, I'm going to make Zealot Immortal Archon, and he is pounding through Gung Fu's defense.
Wow, Goblin. It did not look pretty. It really did not look good for him at all, but he is going to make this a 2-0 lead. 2 games where I'm not really convinced by what Goblin is doing, but he is going to be the one with the lead, so we cannot really criticize. And Goblin is going to give himself the advantage for the moment.
I'm absolutely convinced, Wardy. This is optimal play. You can hate as much as you want, mate.
I'm hating.
When I see a man with 1 Immortal, a Prism, and nothing else, and he's just chronoing probes and just running the Prism around, warping in single DTs, running a DT in the 3rd, and just going, I'm just going to keep you busy with his 2 DTs in this Prism for the next minute. Just probe to 60-something workers off no army at all and just have no fear. I don't know. I love it. I really feel like, yeah, Goblin chose violence today, man. He chose just weird, I'm going to do the same DT drop opening every game, and I think this is a solid macro build, and Gung Fu's like, no, it isn't. But so far, yes, it is. It's on Gung Fu now, down 0-2, to prove that this is abusable, and so far he hasn't been able to.
Yeah, no, I guess so. Go is cold, ready. We are heading into game number 3. I really felt he had proved it was abusable, right? Like, that time it really seemed like it was it, but no, I think it was the continuation of the DTs, right? Like, the fact he had to take so long to keep Stalkers at home again. He lost his time and window to keep pushing when he'd already done the damage and set himself up well, and that just gave Goblin a little bit of time necessary, apparently, so... And crazy stuff.
Not to mention that red hit point Immortal as well. That was like kind of backing into the natural. It died, but it got like 3 or 4 more shots off, and you know, there's a moment there where things can completely crumble if it's not quite as clean on the defense. But hey, that was it. It was what it was. It got the job done, and this man is close to getting a decisive 3-0 in ridiculous style. And the right side of Ghost River, it's Goblin.
On the left side, the Blue Protoss down 0-2. Gung Fu Banda.
Crazy man Gung Fu. It's going to have to fight hard now. DT's causing him issues. This is the game where you know what you do, right? This is the game where you just throw your pride out, you throw efficiency out the window. When you scout that Dark Shrine and that Prism coming across, you just build a Stargate, you make a Phoenix. Like, that Prism's gonna go down. Or you just leave like 4 Stalkers and an Observer, you know, just on defense duty kind of thing. Problem is that he will run DTs into multiple bases, right? So it's tough. It is tough to completely shut down this Prism unless you can stop it from hanging out in that dead space. This map doesn't really have proper dead space on the top, like above the natural. There is some below the main base though. We'll see if Goblin tries the exact same build. If he does, he gets points. He's going for the hat trick with the same opening potentially.
Honestly, if he tries this exact same build again, I am gonna lose my mind, but well, I guess maybe not so much, because if it's working, it's working. And now
Christian or lazy yesterday.
Well, I was gonna say maybe now it's actually even better to do it again, because Gongfu was surely meant to win with the adjustment, and then he didn't. So like now Gongfu's gonna be like, well, what do I do?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, for me, the easiest solution is literally just proxy a gateway and do like just a 4-gate blink aggression, you know, yourself. But yeah. Goblin has good scouting of his own, so we'll see. But I definitely think, just like you said, get the blink aggression across the map. Don't overcomplicate things. Have some defense at home. Don't cut too many corners on the defense at home. I think maybe he did that last time. We're mostly watching the aggressive fight, but have a few more Stalkers so you can focus your attention on the front, and definitely can punish it. Stalker Sentry against Stalker Sentry so far. And we're waiting to see that Robo go down in Goblin's base, the Twilight in Gungfu's. For those who don't know, PvP today is potentially Groundhog Day. We get to repeat the same matchup over and over after those next side go down.
Oh yeah, we get we actually have some ZVP actually, right? And then PvP later as well. We have so much PvP.
That's true.
Later, though. So much PvP. I feel like every day it's like I tune in, like, oh, today's the day with all the PvPs. I'm like, okay. And the next day I'm like setting up the graphics. I'm like, oh, today's also the day with all the PvPs. How does that happen?
It's just yeah, it's a problem, man. It's a problem sometimes when they dwell together in your head and you go, oh yeah, remember when he did this? You go, oh, it was that player. Oh wait, no, it was that player.
Yeah,
You're
well,
like,
that was us earlier, right?
that was exactly us an hour ago. We were just like, oh, who did what now? Roddy's the only person in the chat who remembers. But yeah, Twilight versus Robo, it truly is Groundhog Day. So the question is, who is going to get depressed about this being a repeat? And who's going to take advantage of that time? Who's going to go learn how to play piano? Who's going to creepily study their love interest to know certain ways to seduce them? You know, I don't know, man. Who's going to be Bill Murray in this experience is essentially what I'm asking.
Blink starts, Twilight begins immediately after the Robo, because that's the build order. And yeah, we're going to set up into the Dark Shrine. Apparently, I want to see what Gongfu tries differently this time around, as the Prism is going to be popping. The Hallucination confirms the Twilight Council against us so far. Gongfu is very aware of what Goblin is doing, and Goblin will go for a little move onto the map with a few sentries, the Adepts, and a Stalker.
Oh, I think he was planning to proxy gate this time, but unfortunately his probe gets caught. That's really unfortunate.
Yep. And it's really going to be down pretty much immediately there, so the two Adepts shading forwards from Gongfu, the Adepts from Goblin shading forward as well. There is no battery here, but he gets good force fields. He gets great force fields.
He's skipping the battery. He gets punished, man. He saw Gongfu's being greedy, skipping the battery, but he does get punished himself as well. This is getting real weird right now. A bizarre pressure. A handful of units stroll across the map, find a good trade. Goblin tries to get him out of there. At the same time, in the main base, he does lose 4 probes. Great evacuation across the minerals. He gets a good bit of damage. At the end of the day, it does seem like it's about even at the end of that. Goblin definitely takes the better army versus army trade, gets a few sentries and a Stalker, a few Adepts. I mean, actually, yeah, I think that's well worth losing 4 probes, especially with the mining time.
What's the mining time down? And we do have the Dark Shrine now finishing, so the next step from Goblin is going to be here. Blink finish from Gongfu. Then you just see the Goblin, the guy that recognizes the opportunity to be grabbed. He has the faster third base now. The thing is as well, Gongfu is going to be like, man, can I move out right now? Like, am I in an okay spot to kind of get across the map? And that's the problem, is the Prism sets up from Goblin around the bottom side. There's also that movement of a probe down here from Gung Fu. Oh, they're just going to miss each other. Maybe the Prism just snags the sight of the probe, but either way, we are going to have the Prism to the left, so the DTs will get ready to go, and Gung Fu is not going to have many units back at home in position to deal with it, I don't think.
Prism going around the south side in towards that main base. This is the dead space on the map, and he likes to come in from the dead space where he can hit multiple angles. This is, as you said earlier, that's just the build. This is how you do it.
Gets the Prism to siege, and obviously get ready to warp in a couple DTs. He actually used the hallucination, so he saw two Stalkers, might have even noticed the blur of the obs in the main, so that might be part of the reason why we see Goblin just slowing it down and just waiting a bit. He's actually going to morph in an Archon back at home. So 2 Immortals and an Archon, a 3rd Immortal coming up, extra gates coming through. He hasn't always built this many Immortals. Like game 1, he stuck on 2 Immortals, right, for a long time, so mixing up the kind of unit, or the number of units he makes, and he's going into that blink now as well. So getting that up, as Goblin currently just sits ahead in army supply, is still yet to utilize an aggressive DT.
Looks more like just a straight up frontal push. I think this is the idea, is if I can start killing you on the front, that's when the DTs are going to be more effective, because you're so distracted, right? The Stalkers are moving to the front. No, Gung Fu sends them back into the edge of the main. Uh-oh, force fields could be big here. Here we go, diving in on front, trying to click on the battery. The Archon breaks the force field. It does get focused down, but the Immortals are raining down death on these Stalkers. Oh gosh, you got to get the probes in there to tank. Gung Fu not pulling probes early enough. He's only got 3 probes in there. He might be able to hold, but there's a warp in. DTs and Stalkers coming in on that front side. The Stalkers will take out a few of these units, but Gung Fu just doesn't have many numbers. He doesn't have enough damage.
No, his Stalker count is lacking. He's warping in a few more Zealots now, but they are slow Zealots. They take a very long time to move forward, but they will at least do some tanking. Super Battery is going to fade now as Goblin moves back over the left-hand side. Might want to try and set up the Prism here, but he's got to be careful of where he sets up the Prism, because obviously it can get blinked on and taken down. That's one thing you want to avoid happening. Gets another warp in off though, and he's going to sit here. This base is taking damage. It kind of forces Gung Fu to take the fight, because you do not want to just sit here and let your base go down. Super Battery used, so it can't be popped to save the Nexus, and we are very close to getting rid of it. Immortal showing up from Gung Fu though, as it's going to try and make the difference. It gets jumped on immediately. It just gets back to some battery play. The Immortal's been microed well from Goblin. I mean, he's going to continue fighting here. Here come the probes pulling in once again. He will have to pull the Immortals back manually as he gets the warp in of additional Stalkers. Now the Prism will go down as Gung Fu is going to play cleanup, or is he? No, it's looking like too much from Goblin, as he will maybe kind of get pushed away. The Nexus is still alive. I mean, Goblin's got Blink. Just go Blink in and kill that Nexus and get out of there. Or walk in.
Sneeze on it, mate.
Yeah, there you go.
Goes in, has a bit of a sneeze on it. He says, have some fun getting those germs, mate. Does pull back. The Prism micro is immaculate with the Immortals and everything, and as you said, being careful not to siege it too close. Beautiful play by Goblin, and he's just looked confident. This is a cool opening. I just want to apologize in advance to any of the players out there on the EU ladder. You're going to be playing against this Dark Templar drop in PvP for the next few weeks. Sorry, guys.
I'm still not a believer, man. I feel like someone's going to show up and just shut it down tomorrow or something next time Goblin plays. We do have the Stalkers going to get themselves stuck in by a force field, but he will just blink back. Army supply is not crazily ahead for Goblin. He is down the attack upgrade. It's currently only halfway done. I do not mind Gung Fu hitting the Robo Bay. Went behind, you've got to do something. And he's going to say, try and dive towards Disruptors. That's going to be my way to try and get back into this. So don't mind that. What I don't love is these gateways, obviously. An interesting wall, but also a very costly wall. If you actually end up losing these, that could be pretty tough, as we do have multiple Immortals there for Gung Fu, and that was not a pretty fight. Goblin lost his own Immortal. Depths get to the other side, and Gung Fu's making plays to try and get back into this game.
Stalkers warp in, but they ain't in position. The Adept micro from Gung Fu is good. Fighting hard to get back in the game. Goblin's playing double Forge again. Blink DT. He's going to play the Gateway Man style. And he's got a massive economy advantage. He's so far ahead, there really shouldn't be any way to lose this game. But, hey, we saw earlier, you know, he had like the kind of get ahead and then fumble a few fights, keep attacking with a smaller army. So we'll see. I think as long as he keeps expanding, it's near impossible to lose. But Gung Fu is praying for those Disruptors to deliver him from this dangerous position.
It's going to be the Stalkers on the left side. Just going to blink in. Goblin wants to get rid of the tech units here. The Disruptor shot will go for a few of his own Stalkers and a few of Goblins. We will trade out his Goblin again. Crazy blinks. He's going to go back and bring the spirit he had in game number 1 into this game number 3 as well. No chill from him. 8 more Stalkers warping through. Upgrades continuing. Even getting that DT blinks, the Goblin will have so many ways to try and harass and deal damage in the near future.
You know, it was really sad when Patience retired, but Goblin has said, you know what? The community has been missing people blinking into their opponent's army like a psychopath. And you know what? I got to bring it back. I got to do it for the fans. You guys want to see some proper psychotic energy? Let's friggin' blink on the opponent's army while having a smaller force continually. To be fair, it's dead even on the army supply this game around. But grabs the Stalker, blinks away. That's a very nice maneuver.
Charge coming up is going to be good as well. Obviously, Charge Bots, something he maybe could have lent on more in that first game. We mentioned he was very Stalker heavy for a long time. Could have just started to run Zealots around a lot sooner, as he will jump onto this 4th base. This is so reminiscent of that game number 1. The 4th base being denied continually. And Goblin just going to be continuing to play the massive amount of gateway units along the way with this. So, Plus 2 attack is finishing soon. Shields is coming up. And an X is halfway done from Goblin as well. There's a cannon and battery also coming. And there's a bunch more Zealots finishing on the bottom side.
Stalker for a Stalker. Always going to favor the guy up 2 bases. There is a new Prism in the north. Gung Fu's like, no, can't let that in. Is he going to get a 3rd Prism kill for this game? Looks like it.
Oh, no. Apparently not. He recalls as we actually get the Disruptors blinked on here. Oh. Finally, the Zealots get through from Goblin as well. We can target fire down the overcharged battery. That will be the priority. There's one more Disruptor. I think we'll have Blink in a moment and just go and jump on top of that in the way Goblin's been playing. Would not be surprised if that was the case. He's actually not going to go for it. Just steps back now. He did fire a couple of shots at the Nexus. I was wondering if he was going to somewhat just try and right-click it down, but didn't happen. And now he's being chased away once again. Army supplies evening out. Goblin is extending his upgrade lead, though, so he's making sure that that's a factor. He's obviously still way ahead on bases, on 5 bases against the 3 currently. Gung Fu once again trying for base number 4 at the moment. And again, that's where maybe a few Zealots on that 4th while we try and just again keep the Stalker count up north. Or onto the 3rd base, you know, kind of as a factor as the Stalkers are chasing an Obs, but it is long gone.
He's trying to escort the Prism into Gung Fu's base at this point. Gung Fu's been on top of stopping those Prisms in this game, but he is way, way, way behind. Down 30 supply, mostly of workers right now, way behind in the upgrades. Disruptor transition starts for Goblin as well. The extra Prism goes down. That's 3 Prisms down, 1 deep in the red. A lot of Prisms dying this game, but Goblin can afford to be a little bit laissez-faire with his units. Just kind of, yeah, see what happens, see where they land. Oh, a couple died, no worries. I'm rich. Let more of them be produced and just figure out where it ends up. Prism's going to go to the natural. He's got units down the bottom as well. Zealot Stalker coming in from that angle. And he's just going to overwhelm that base. And Stalkers and Disruptors coming south. Goblin somehow still doesn't have a big army supply advantage. I guess it's just all of that infrastructure, right? Mass gateway. 8DT warp in tries to come in. Only a single one completes. I mean, Gung Fu's just hanging in like a champ.
Yeah, he's hanging on by a few different threads at the moment. I'm kind of with you. I'm kind of surprised Goblin's army supply is not kicked off. But he is at least moving into the Disruptors and getting some extra tech up to help him along the way. 30 work the lead, all the bases in his favor as well. It's not even like resources lost was bad for him. It's been fairly even, so actually it's not like he's just thrown away too much like he did maybe in game number 1. As he comes in here, well, Stalkers can blink away, Zealots cannot. They fall victim to the Disruptor shot. As Goblin does take some losses there, and that will be a little bit costly.
+2 armor's almost done, as well as +2 shields starting up for Goblin. Gung Fu's doing a good job of denying that vision. If he can max out with a good Disruptor count, Gung Fu can absolutely fight back on the ground. It just becomes a vision battle. And the problem is when the Disruptors come out, when you've already got as much map control as Goblin, it's really easy to land good Disruptor shots. And it's very hard for Gung Fu because he just doesn't see any of the map. He has to literally scout with his Disruptor shots. Whereas you're waiting on every cliff, on every high ground. You've got way more observers out. You've got more economy up. Overall, Goblin has all of the advantages. It's his game to throw away right now. His game to do with what he will. Focuses down the enemy observer, starts fighting on the front. His Disruptors haven't arrived on the front lines yet, even though he has 4 of them. I guess they're just up here on the high ground, right?
Yeah, just chilling, and we do warp in so many Stalkers at once. You mentioned that gateway count. It's 14-6, so it's not a fair fight in that regard. As Gung Fu pushes Goblin back just a teeny tiny bit. At this point, Goblin is almost at the point of just taking the expansion that he stood next to on that high ground as well, just to take yet another base and take one away from his opponent. He kills the observer.
Oh, Disruptors in the open? Oh, no, actually, sorry. It's just a single disruptor of Gung Fu down there on the right side. And he does pull it back, but Goblin takes the bait, blinks on it, and other disruptors not close enough to punish. So you got to kind of have your disruptors spread out a little bit so that they kind of all are covering each other. If you blink on one, the other one's just far enough back to punish you. It's close enough to, you know, that you can't escape from this shot, but far enough back you can't focus it down. So you want to always spread them out. We call it the man spread sometimes. Basically, just have a bit of air between all of those disruptors to make sure they can't all get focused down in one forward blink.
Let's get a little grab in the center there. DTs and Stalkers will make a play. Cannon taking some big shots. Is going to go down. Going to be felled. We are going to blink in. That's multiple disruptors firing. Chaos ensues. Oh my god, can these disruptors connect? No! They get denied. Goblin's army supply plummets. Uh-oh, time to go big time. Big rebuild time now as he's warping in DTs currently. Well, that's cute and all, but he actually does need to start getting the proper army back up because, oh my god, he's chasing forwards with that lack of Stalkers on the left side, by the way. So he has gone forwards with the very few units. The Goblin special in this series.
Yeah, I want to see Goblin just get drunk in a really rough bar in a bad part of town and just find the biggest, scariest looking guy and just run up to him and start calling him names. I feel like he's just zero fear in this man. Like, he's a psycho. The Prism's going to go down. Gung Fu's been fighting really well, and I mean, to be fair, the difference in that last fight is disruptors. He had more of them. They were a little more spread, where Goblin just took the bait and blinked in and got punished. That's what happened. When he tried to answer Gung Fu's blink, his disruptors were a bit too clumped, easily focused down in 2 or 3 volleys, and that's why Gung Fu won that last fight. Despite that, Gung Fu's still a 54 probe broke boy, and he absolutely cannot afford Goblin's artisanal cookies right now. You know, they're a bit too expensive. They're a bit too fancy, and he's got good multi-prong, does Goblin. He's got more units. He's got more stuff. He's up 30 probes. He's got 2 more bases, but he's not got a huge bank. Like, one more really efficient fight for Gung Fu, and he's back in this. Oh, God. Ooh.
Needs to be careful. Gung Fu is very slow to start up any new disruptors. He's actually only started the one, which is going to get blinked on here and taken out. So that was his only disruptor in the game right now. And that's going to be one of the problems here, that he's clearly just not able to keep up in that regard. We're just going to see disruptors zoning, as Goblin does have 3 of them over here. And he's going to start forcing his way towards that 4th base again. He knocks down the super battery. He has been warping in a lot on this top side, looking for those fight. This disruptor does get taken down. And this is where Goblin actually does get overwhelmed. His disruptors probably cannot make the difference here, or can they? I mean, the Stalkers actually trade well. Is that just pure upgrades in? Wow, I mean, that's a great example of how good upgrades can be in a mirror.
Yeah, I mean, the Zealot Warping does turn things pretty hard just when the Stalker fight looked good, but he's got so much behind it, and it's such a shame he stopped building disruptors going through. I really felt like double Robo and disruptors would have been it, but he was on single Robo and not building disruptors for a good minute or 2, and obviously they were the one thing allowing the defender's advantage to work. But hats off to Goblin, dude. Breaking these rocks on this top side, opening a new front, that's always what you got to do. When you play a mobile kind of counterattack, base tradey style, Zealot, Stalker, Mutiling Bane, Mass Marine up against like a tank-focused mech player, any of these matchups, it's always about open up a new front, find a new angle, use your mobility. That's what Goblin's been doing. And even though there's these kind of awkward, messy fights mixed in with it, he's so quick to remax. That 14 gate count is just blossoming. And his final upgrade, +3 plasma shields, kicks in 3-3-3. The beautiful, rare moment where Protoss has every single upgrade for their ground units.
That is one heck of a moment as we see the Stalkers going to be taking some fire here once again. We're going to see disruptors from the sides. We'll actually try and get some shots off. They will connect and will not get blinked on or cleaned out this time. It's like Goblin is maybe missing an observer. The DT causing some trouble, but he gets another disruptor shot, and we're starting to see Gung Fu really bleed out. He's hung on by more than a thread at points. He's found multiple threads to get into a rope or so. It's just too much now from Goblin, and you're seeing Gung Fu really on his final legs. I can only imagine the only thing that's really stopping Goblin is a couple of these DTs being annoying at this point.
You're absolutely right about there being no observers. I opened the unit tab. I was about to say, oh god, he's forgot to build observers. He had 8. They just weren't in the battle. But I was like, 8? He has 8 observers right now? My gosh. Goblin is just swarming this game. He's got way too much money. I thought he said GG easy for a second, but it was actually just a congrats GG from Gung Fu. Fantastic sportsmanship as Goblin shows a ridiculously confident Dark Templar drop every single game style. According to him, it's solid macro. And you know what? The little twist. When you become a deep expert in a style like this, you scout and you go, he skipped his shield battery. And you know you can do a 3 sentry, 3 stalker prism push and apparently totally mess your opponent up and get a lead. That was a really cool edge that he took there.
Cool little things as Goblin will move to the next round of the lower bracket. So he survives to top 12 of Europe. As we have 3 more matches to play in Europe today. Up next will be Mana versus Lambo. We're going to do the rest of the bracket kind of in order top to bottom. So Mana versus Lambo, then PvP and PvP and ZVZ to see us to the end. So don't go far, guys. A little break here. We'll be right back with more SC2.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Mana versus Lambo coming up as we have some PvZ, our final non-mirror matchup of the day. As there'll be PvP and ZVZ to send us through to the end after, but Lambo Mana, a rough round one, lower bracket match for these guys picked because definitely the kind of guys you could both see them making a playoff run, you know, at least a few rounds deep, and unfortunately they're both going to end up down here.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. I hate to see it. On the other hand, it's going to be exciting and interesting. Poland and Germany, two players who've played many hundreds of pro matches against each other. It is historically 30-26 in favor of Lambo, but it's gone back and forth over the years. You know, it's been times where Mana just dominated Lambo, times where Lambo dominated Mana. More recently, it has been a bit more in Lambo's favor. I think he's on, is it a 5? Yeah, 5 series win streak against him. All best of 3s. This is a bigger best of 5 series, a bit more chance for some back and forth, some adjustment. That being said, looks like Mana is on his favorite map for the, what is it? Disruptor drop Colossus Blink push. That was awesome yesterday.
Yeah, that was up against Reno and the winner bracket. He opened that series with a victory, so definitely, definitely expect Mana to come in fighting and swinging here. As on the top right-hand side from the Shopify Rebellion, the red Zerg is Lambo.
And in the bottom left side of the map, the blue Protoss player, it's Mana. Sometimes I think Mana's like 43 years old because he's just been competing for such a long time. And then I remember that he started competing when he was like 7. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, he's actually way younger than I am. Yeah, he was playing Warcraft 3 from a young age. Obviously, he won his first DreamHack, and I think it was still Wings of Liberty in like Bucharest. I think was his first kind of win, and he's always had these moments where even when I remember there's a period in like 2015, people were like, oh, I think Mana might be washed, and bam, came out and had like a massive finals over there in Poland up against Lil Bao, big PvP finals, and he's just had these moments where he always pops up and just destroys a bunch of the top players and shows he's able to compete with the best. Even now, as a man who's out there just making YouTube videos, doing fun challenges, and being an entertaining content creator half the time, he's still got that flair and that skill as a player.
It's really cool to see him play because, again, he's one of these guys that preps, he always has fun stuff. He's not just, you never quite know exactly what's going to be, and he will play the longer games, he'll play the shorter games. You know, he will not be afraid to mix it up at all, so absolutely a kind of player that can mix it up, do everything, and that obviously makes it very entertaining to watch. Entertaining to watch could be the name of this game because there's a forward hatchery down on that Ridge Vespine base. Not only are you going to get easier access to that gas, but you are also going to have potential to push off of that with forward creep spread and go into some big attacks early on. So it's a possibility for Lambo by taking this base over here. And something that Mana has to keep somewhat a bit of an eye on, a bit of a thought about, because he doesn't want to get caught with his pants down with a big old Roach Ravage, a Queen Push or so coming his way early.
If there's any adjustment I think I'd like to see Mana make from yesterday, it's just slightly better unit positioning. Yesterday he had an Adept out of his wall off, like just completely out to the side. Yeah, and
the hero wall.
Zealot, he had the hero wall. The unit's like not even standing anywhere near it. But then at his third base, on two different occasions, he had like Zealots and Adepts kind of get surrounded. So I'd like to see, I know it's such a small thing, and Reyna's the guy who's definitely going to punish you for that. Like Reyna is one of these players who has this magical effect of finding those mistakes, which you normally don't even realize you're making. It's just lings are everywhere when you're playing against him. But that is one small adjustment I'd like to see in Mana's play. Now, of course, Mana did not repeat the build from yesterday. He knew Lambo would have studied it, respects Lambo's ability to prepare. I mean, we all know Lambo's possibly the greatest preparation player. Maybe Rogue's up there with him. Definitely those two being the top Zergs. Anyone who hasn't watched Lambo's video he did years ago about that grand finals he played against Serral and going through his thought process and his planning and his mind games, that was when I truly realized the depths of Lambo's preparation and understanding of his opponents. I mean, this man, he always knows exactly your habits on every map, and he's looking to punish him.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the smarter players out there. Is our Robo facility going to come down as a follow-up to the Oracle? So, showing us that Robo right now, as we do see the Lings looking to get a grab on this Adept, and it's just not enough. Adept Shade is good to keep that alive. It gets behind And now we have an Oracle. Still lurking on the other side. There's a Twilight that is a typical kind of accompaniment to the Robo at this sort of time as well. So we get ourselves set up from this Oracle opener into the transition without anything too crazy in play.
Oracle sliding around the back. Let's see what he can find. 2 queens. Should be able to get a drone. Goes for the second. Oh, going for the third. A little greedy there. It does take a lot of damage, but 2 drones ain't too bad. And it's not like he's deep in the red. He's still got 43 hit points. And, ooh, bonus discount deal. Oh, no way. 4 drones. That's huge.
Wow, that's actually a really nice grab. So something a little extra at the very end there. Gonna go the way of Mana. And he is just gonna get himself some really good damage dealt. Obviously, Temple Archives, a few extra gateways coming up. The Prism is over halfway done here, as well as Overlords and the Spore continuing through. And this Oracle still coming back down to the bottom left-hand side.
Is this just a straight charge load Archon timing, or is Mana doing something a little different? Is he just he's got a Robo? No, he's not building Observer or Immortal. This does look like it's a an Archon drop, potentially just Archon drop into Immortal. Damn, man, Christiana getting that motivation going for the Protoss players, saying, guys, you can still do it. Just Archon drop into Storm Immortal. Solid style.
Made us believe a little bit after yesterday. A few High Templars start to warp in. The Adept's going to pull back. We are going to be
missing a warp in?
Yeah, missing 1 High Templar currently. Oh, he only has 3 gates. The 4th gate isn't finished. There we go.
Just finished transforming. Fair enough. 3rd base comes out. It's a later 3rd base when you open up with this style, but you can see that Lambo has to build a lot of units. 7 Roaches, 6 Queens, lots of Zerglings. So it does keep the worker count pretty even between the two, and if your Archons can pick up some value, then all the better. I love how Lambo's hit his Overlords around the map, by the way. That's why I hope the Archons go back and clean that up after, but for now, good damage.
Yeah, gets in with those initially. The Queens will put a bit of damage out onto that Prism as it does slip up the sides and into this main base. Just going to be able to get away there. And we do have the few Roaches. Just going to keep track of that Prism. Try and make sure it doesn't even get the chance to unload the first time, as, be careful, there's a Spore and a Queen there. Last thing you want to be flying into is anything that would actually kill this Prism, and got to be careful of that for sure.
Hydrogen's on the way for Lambo. Old school, man. Raynor did this against Mana yesterday as well, so maybe players realizing that Mana sometimes just plays a little light on units, and they think, oh, I can just overwhelm with Roach Hydra. But that worked against him when he was playing Blinkstalker Psystorm. He's playing Immortal Archon, which is a pretty solid style, especially if he adds Storm to back it up. If you have like a few High Templar with Storm, a good Immortal count, it's really hard to break through, and he's getting a second Robo. Mana's strategy I really like.
I do as well. I like that it's a bit different. It's not quite the everyday. And yeah, with the second Robo as well, really going to power up some Robo units. I'm about it, man. You know what? You're fairly safe to do this. You're pretty much walled into your 3 bases until the Zerg gets onto the map to clean out rocks, but they can't do that right now without you knowing about it, because this Archon drop is keeping perfect tabs on everything the Zerg is doing. So now we see Storm added on as well. That's going to be the next step for Mana with that double Robo production about to start up too.
I'd like to see some stasis traps set up, and also I'm wondering where Mana takes the 4th. I think he's going to go for the Rich Gas base in the middle. I like the Storm in that. He did lose an Observer, though, and he's got to be careful not to lose this Prism. I see games like this where I go, this looks great for Protoss, but they don't really realize the Zerg's going all in. Like, that's a late 4th. He should know there's a big Zerg push coming already. He finds this Overlord, which is great. Like, he's just got to turtle up and survive on 3 base. The thing is, a lot of the times you see them just get caught out, the Prism dies, Roach Hydra's on top of them, the Oracle goes down, it gets F2'd home, and suddenly everything falls apart! Oh.
Yeah, that's rough, as now the Archon gets chased and Lambo is on this side, and, well, gonna start knocking at the front doorstep, and these few Hydra will pack a big punch, but just a few moments before Storm is ready to go, and you have 2 High Templar that may be building up the energy to do something with this. Just Roach, Hydra, Ravager at the front door, and obviously the front door gets open. It's going to be a much easier time for Lambo to attack into this. A couple of force fields coming down. We actually contaminate the Templar Archives, by the way, so Storm is paused. So never mind that being on the front doorstep to being done. And I don't think Mana necessarily knows, because he just brought his High Templars forward looking to Storm. Yeah, great Templar Archive contaminate. Fantastic from Lambo in that regard.
The Immortals hold pretty well, though. You know, you lose your wall off. The trading's not good to start. I mean, imagine if he had a Prism and a few Archons alive as well, or if the Oracle had thrown down some extra stasis traps to back this up. As it is, he might just barely get overwhelmed. He's got to save the Storms. and tell Lambo shops. Like, just save those storms until Lambo's really exposed, but his numbers are so low. Lambo's positioning is so good. He's in the natural now. The Hydra spread is there. This forces Mana to engage. Mana does not want to fight right now, and one of the Robos has been depowered. It's going to go down. Robo is one of the weakest tech structures in the game, and it does fall very quickly.
Yeah, it is. I mean, just a beautiful little push in from Lambo. Taking it slow and steady and just slowly kind of getting closer and closer to the base without having to make any sort of crazy major move. You see a couple Crows and VODs dropping in, pushing those Immortals back. Storm's coming down onto the Ravagers, onto the Hydras, etc.
Oh.
I mean, that's neat and all, but we're going to lose the base and we're going to lose a lot of units in the process as well.
I mean, this is a situation I'm very used to seeing in Mana games, is him just taking these epic storms, great micro engagements, but he's doing it when he's already down 70-80 supply, you know? And I go, oh my god, this is clutch micro from him. It's just he's already a bit too far behind, and the Oracle not keeping tabs on Lambo's move outs. I think if we have to boil this down, what's the biggest mistake that put Mana in this situation? I think when he saw how late the fourth was, he needed to keep that Oracle in the middle of the map, kind of patrolling, tagging the Zerg army, so that he was never surprised by the move out. But the moment that surprise move out gets you, it's just such a spiraling effect, because without the Prism to juggle Immortals, without the Archons backing you up, suddenly you're just so close to dying. You don't really have time to warp in more High Templar and get more Storms. It's basically a counter roll in here, a couple of Immortals, Archons, and Zealots. He's catching some Roach Hydra out, taking a surprisingly good fight, but his main is being breached at the same time.
Yeah, he is one final push basically, but these Roaches are going to guarantee that it's one final push on top of it, and Nana does not have much reinforcement behind it. Lambo can obviously give up this forward base if he needs to. The damage he's done across the map has ensured that he can take his time about this defense if that's what he needs to do. As the Immortal Archon Zal continues up, we see the Queens, the Hydras, all getting pushed around, pushed back for the moment. All of that coming in. And, well, it feels like it's just a matter of time. We're even going to pull a few drones into this as well. As part of this fight, just to guarantee that we have got everything we need, and they are just doing some tanking, adding some damage, getting the GG. Lambo is going to be victorious here for game number 1.
Keeping it simple. Roach Hydra timing attack. Not a bad way to do it. You know, I think sometimes players, we make Zerg vs Protoss overcomplicated. And sometimes just hitting a simple, crisp timing attack is the way to do it. And a lot of the time, the Protoss players kind of go, ooh, he's making Hydras. That means he's heading to Lurkers and Vipers and double Evo chambers. No, he's literally just making Roach Hydra, and he's going to try to kill you. And it's hard to figure it out because, of course, if you don't see the lack of drones and that sort of stuff, it's hard to weigh in. You've also got to take into account, it's not like with a normal, Oracle Blink game versus, standard macro. You forced a lot of units out early. The timings are a bit different and odd, so it's a little harder to read. When should that fourth base be down? You know, when should Lambo have drones on that fourth base? And I think just a little bit of extra safety precaution there for Mana, like I said, with the Oracle checking the middle of the map and being very careful with the Archon drop after a certain point was very necessary.
Well, we get to Golden Ore for game number 2, and we'll see if Mana has a different approach build order-wise. He definitely has been quite creative with his builds across the course of previous PVZs. Another map here, which I would not really expect more aggressive pushes on when it comes to what Lambo does. Obviously, Crimson Court, deeper in the game, yes, pushing forwards can be pretty decent because it's that one avenue, but Golden Aura definitely seems to make that a little bit tougher. Let's see what goes down in the bottom right. Unfortunately, down a map and trying to bring it back. It is going to be our Blue Protoss player from Team Liquid, Mana.
The man in the top left side of the map, though, great preparation in that last game and an overwhelming Roach Hydra timing. Let's see what he's got for us in map 2. It's Lambo. Lambo is not only the master of preparation, he is the master of tiny details, you know? He is the master of just looking at all the little seconds and timing things out. Lambo can hit you with stuff way faster than a lot of other players can. I've always felt like if Lambo, a brain like his was just devoted to coaching and not playing, he would be the best Zerg coach by far in the world. I don't think anyone else could contest that. I think his knowledge is so deep on Zerg and Zerg matchups in general. It's something where he comes in with just little adjustments and always really good reads on his opponents as well. Not just his own build orders being tight, it's the tiniest bit of info he will draw conclusions several minutes down the line on what you're going to do next because he knows your habits. So there's something to be said for being almost like chaotically unpredictable against him, making it so that his like very logical reads don't necessarily work.
Yeah, you know, when you listen to him, I mean, I cast with him a few times, right? And he's always such a pleasure to cast with because, God, I learn so much. I'm like, you know, I take a couple notes and say, I'm going to say that next time I see this. Because he does, like you say, have such a deep understanding. He always has, you know, a reason why something is taking place. He always has that kind of background understanding of like, well, he typically likes this, but because he saw that, this is going on instead. So you're right, maybe, like, you know, you kind of shut your eyes and, you know, throw a dart at the dartboard and it's like, oh, well, I'm going to do this and then that. And maybe you kind of don't make it make sense and you get Lambo confused a little bit, or make his reads work against him, right? Maybe that's the approach to getting under his skin, and then he's like, because he's so confident in what he sees, that then maybe he gets a bit too all in on that specific thing, and it's not that, then he's in trouble.
I kind of, you saying that makes me want to see like a best of 21 of like peak form Haas against peak form Lambo, just to see what happens there. Because like I do think Lambo should have the answers, but I also know he'd be like infuriated every time he loses. And Haas would just throw so many crazy cheeses and bits of misdirection at him. It'd be fascinating to see. But that is, of course, besides the point. Right now, we've got Mana here, double chrono on the adepts. It's one of the things which I feel like, I don't know, I want to give Showtime credit for this, but obviously it goes in and out. But recently, it's way back. The double chrono adept is so popular again, and I feel like in Europe, he was the one who for ages was just like, every game, double chrono adepts. And he'd be like, I don't care if I kill only 2 drones, that's fine. I'll throw these away to kill like 2 Zerglings in a drone. He's like, as long as I'm forcing Zerg to make 10, 12 Zerglings early, messing up their opening, I'll be happy to get in there. Look at that, already gets a drone. Hey, this is great. Oh, the drone didn't have space to build the Spore Crawler. Almost got a third, but I think 2 drones is already great.
Absolutely, 2 drones, and that's just the first adept as well. I think we take this.
As long as you don't lose this one.
Yeah, it's just unnecessary to lose that one because you already did the damage with the first. His Lings are going to get the catch on it though, so yeah, unfortunately it's not quite as great as it should have been for Mana. I mean, he was just bringing this one across. He's like, well, typically we use the second one, but in this case he really didn't need to.
Lings coming in, and the depths are solid. If you want to send that first Oracle across, it does delay your third base, so... Oh, good Adept Shade to pull back behind the wall off. Should be able to keep the Adept alive, but no, he was a bit too slow to shuffle it inside the gap. Oracle does dive in on the other side of the map, grabs 1 drone only, and that is unfortunate. Oracle takes heavy damage. Gateway is taking a lot of damage on the natural as well. You do not want to lose that Gateway, but I think it's going to go down.
It does indeed fall, so Gateway falls, and that is just another nice pickup for Lambo, right? You're not meant to kill a Gateway this early in the game, and that means that Mana only has 1 gate to produce from for the foreseeable future. It's an extra bit of money you gotta spend to reset your gate count. Just not great.
No, Lambo should feel confident. Seeing the Twilight Forge is huge. Now he knows he can just drone. He's got an Evo Chamber on the way to go for fast +1 melee. Especially if he sees the gases in the natural, which I think he may have seen this game, then he actually is in a great spot. Mana finally going to find some damage. That's well done. The Spore Crawler didn't get retargeted, so he's shooting the healthier Oracle. 5 drones go down. Slight miscontrol from Lambo there. Fantastic harassment from Mana.
The more this harass comes through, the better off he looks for the rest of this game, as Lambo has to spend time rebuilding the drones. And here's on the back of that harass, you see kind of great kind of scenarios build from the Protoss players. The Oracle's a little bit trapped in for the moment, but they're in no necessarily kind of immediate rush to get out. Nothing's happening here that's overly aggressive, and Lambo starts a melee upgrade, indicating his kind of game plan for the future at least. Mana going +1 in Blink, and might be able to get a bit aggressive off of that. He's taking a 3rd base, so he gets going with the Blink and tries to play Denial on that 4th base. It could be very, very cool, especially as Lambo's taking some damage, has to replace drones. He may not have quite the numbers needed to really keep his 4th base in the most safest of positions.
Classic Ravagerling Bane game by the looks of it. Could be Hydraling Bane if he wants to, but with such a late layer, that would be a bizarre choice. I definitely think we'll probably see Ravagerling Bane. That being said, on this map, I mean, Ultras is also great, especially against Blink, right? The second Evo style where you go up for quick Ultras can be fantastic. Templar Archives comes in. Okay, so I thought we'd see Colossus, but it looks like a Stalker Storm for Mana. He did favor that when he was in the top spawn yesterday against Raynor. got overwhelmed by Roach Hydra that game. This time playing Ravager Ling Bane, I think he'll be happy with that matchup.
Yeah, the Ling Bane obviously really melting to Storm, and something that you're very happy to see against your kind of investment. Hatchery comes down as Lambo looks towards base number 5. The blink about to be done. Prism coming up, so if we are going to see a poke forward, this would be it. The Blair is about to finish up on Lambo's side of the map, which means that he's going to have himself a little bit of tech there as well, so he can set up into further upgrades. And he is actually going to drop that hydrogen down, so he puts that in immediately and just keeps his composition a rolling.
He's not going to have Hydra upgrades finished till like 9 minutes. This is a very late Hydra Den. They are a little faster than they used to be, and the Hydra Den also builds way quicker than a lot of other tech structures. Like you can see, it's already past halfway done. Oracles will defend these Stalkers. Nice little bit of pressure. Storm is on the way, and he's going Roach speed, so it's a no Baneling style. Fascinating. This really, with the +1 melee, looked like it was going to be a very Zergling Baneling focus style. Stalkers do go a little deep, though. Stasis Trap's going to save most of the Stalkers. Only one does go down.
It's nice to see those Stalkers obviously able to hold their own, and we get the 4th Nexus done because Lambo's busy dealing with this. It's hard to commit into, you know, a run by or anything when you've just got to focus on defending on your front doorstep. So Mana utilizing that well, but well, I said it was going to be difficult. He actually does find the moment to get the Lings across the map, so that's a wraparound. That's probably a cancelled 4th. A few extra Zealots warping in. It's not going to come freely for Lambo, as obviously he has to, you know, have those Zealots swinging at him, but he does get the cancel, slows the 4th down. The Stalkers came home too, so Lambo going to take a lot of this situation apart and just make this chill out a little as more Ravagers get set, and Ling Roach Ravager Hydra is going to come down at the bottom right here and try and go for a little bit of a larger push, but units are there. He doesn't have Roach speed yet even, so he doesn't really want to be here.
Yeah, watching slow Roaches and slow Zealots at 8.5 minutes face off in the middle of the map is a little bit bizarre. It's watching guys with broomsticks, you know, facing off in a medieval battlefield. Roach Hydra is going to come forward. First Storm was good. Second Storm also pretty good, but you don't have any more Storm energy behind this. He's going to throw one more. Great big juicy Storm. Very well done. Does save all 3 High Templar. Great micro by Mana so far, but he's dealing with himself being at a massive numbers disadvantage. The Stalkers are there. Great Prison micro though. Mana hanging on off of that clutch micro. He's down 40 army supply, but his army is higher value, especially if that Nexus finishes. He can battery overcharge. I love the Stasis Traps in reserve as well. If he can keep the Archons alive, keep those to the back, that would be fantastic. Not to mention, Storm will come off, not cooldown, but the energy will regenerate for it soon enough.
Gonna come back up the other ramp here. Lambo trying to find a way to break through, feeling this timing, but they're right. Once Storm gets back here, these Hydras aren't going to be long for this world, and that is not going to be pretty. There are a couple of Storms. They didn't hit everything, so Lambo still has a good sizable amount to come forward with. The High Templar's now gone as well. The Ling popping the Stasis wards also allows you to get up here more easily. Mana's going to split apart. He does have new High Templars coming in from the natural, so he will have more Storms, and that is going to be a big part of this, as Lambo will just refuse to stop from coming through with reinforcements.
Using Storm Drop is very creative here. I don't think you necessarily need to use it just to defend, but I like the way he's trying to punish whenever Lambo clumps up and like moves between angles, and that's where he's trying to land those big money storms to get more value. Hive is on the way as well as a Lurker, and 75 workers against 70. Still rotating around looking for the damages. Lambo, he does take a big storm on those Hydras and Ravages. Quite a few Hydras and Ravages fall, but another High Templar drops way too deep and he loses it. And it's losing these High Templar that's costing Mana. His early part of the fight, before he started moving out with the Storm Drops, was way more efficient. He was 2-to-1 efficient. Now he's bleeding out a lot of units. I feel like Mana could be getting miles ahead here. I think he's still getting ahead. It's good holds, but I think if he was just a little bit more patient on the defense, he could have shut that down even harder.
Roaches, Hydras, Lings continue through. We are just going to be seeing the High Templar still pushing in with this Prism, and so Lambo gonna get shoved back. Now, Hydra's coming up, Lurking as well. It's a while until those Lurkers are gonna be full strength as these High Templars in the front again. We'll lose the Archon that they morph into. And we do have another big warp in though. Does Lambo just have the sheer numbers to survive? I don't think he does. Zealot's gonna hit the backside as well. Yeah, he's in trouble, man.
He went to 92 workers, mate. 92 in the midst of those very bad trades. He's 4,000 resources lost behind the Zealots around to the Ravager Hydra. That is slick. Beautiful defense into counterattack here from Mana. I thought he was getting a little wasteful losing those High Templar, but that was just him sensing that he'd held well enough and he could counterattack and he could crush.
And he's doing exactly that, because the moment he's come across here, it is not a good enough army at all for Lambo. Right side base already going down. Zealots are still swarming over there as We are just going to have everything of Lambo being surrounded. He's got nowhere good to go to. Extra zealots warping in. That should just be good enough to close this out. Man's got a ton of gas, but he just doesn't really need any gas units right now. That is going to be good enough, as we've said a couple times. That is going to do it. Mana is 1-1 tied up here with Lambo.
That's good. It would be really sucky to lose 2 games in a row to just basically a Roach Hydra push. But this was a much less optimized push, I would say, for Lambo, where, you know, he goes for melee first. It looks like a different opening. The Hydra upgrades are very late. The push itself wasn't hitting a super sharp timing. And him on the other hand, you know, 4th base, good Storm defense, great Stalker positioning, batteries coming up, stasis traps in reserve. Very good handling of that by Mana. So I think Lambo is probably going to be switching things up on Oceanborn for map 3. I don't know how exactly you swap that up. It is still a small map, but maybe we just see him, you know, trying to feign aggression a little bit, run forward and go, oh, watch out, I'm being scary, I have a few Hydras, but actually be taking a quick hive behind it. And I think for Mana, probably check the 4th base, not just for droning, but how early those gases are. Early gases on the 4th means you really want to gear up for a longer game or hit a sharp timing attack before that hive tech comes around. Whereas if there isn't as much activity on the 4th and if there's a lot of gases missing, that's going to be a sign just turtle up, survive like you did in that last game.
Well, it is time to see if Mana can keep it going. This Lambo definitely on the aggressive side of things right now. You know, definitely a couple games where he's wanted to be the aggressor coming across the map. We'll see if he thinks the same again. In the top left, Red Zerg from the Shopify Rebellion. It's the Lambo.
And the bottom right side, a great hold in that last game. Team Liquid's Mana. Yeah, only adjustment I'd like to see is trying not to lose those High Templar when doing those Storm drops, but I do love it because often it does feel like, unless the Zerg's really pushing right into your base, they can kind of just run around in a clump. But Mana was able to do like, no, I'm going to shove forward with my Stalkers and drop High Templar and storm you, whereas normally the High Templar are kind of waddling in from behind. I guess they don't really waddle, they float. They just float so slowly, you know? It's like, guys, can you use your legs? Like, they're like, oh, but I can use magic to levitate. It's like, would you actually be able to Psystorm more often if you weren't wasting psionic energy on that? Could you move faster if you used your legs? Like, what is wrong with you guys? But anyways, the Prism does make up for that, allowing her to drop them in range of dropping the spells, and it's a very cute adjustment for the matchup.
Yeah, I never really thought to think about High Templars floating about. You're right, what a waste of energy, man. Freaking High Templars.
Yeah, you're like, dude, like if I had wizard powers, I wouldn't use it to just float around slowly everywhere. I'd use it to get places faster, but if it's slower than just walking, like what?
What are you guys doing?
Idiots. I knew Protoss were so stupid. He's looking down on us lesser species with our orifices that we use to communicate. Crazy.
What if we could unupgrade a High Templars from floating to just walking? Knowing Protoss lore, it's like, oh no, it's only after a High Templar has been mangled. He was like a zealot that's been mangled in battle, and because his physical they have no
can't,
legs,
you know, do stuff. Yeah, his legs don't work. He's paralyzed or something.
We're hating on these guys for floating, and they actually just can't walk. Maybe where the debugs. Yeah.
We're like, no. These guys actually had to spend 7 years studying Protoss magic to learn these abilities. Like, this is not their choice. This is like, okay, I fell in battle and now I got to do this. You know, if you're not good at driving robots, you know, you don't get to be like a Stalker or a Dragoon or an Immortal. You just get to learn magic at, you know, Protoss version of Hogwarts, I guess.
Well, we do have in this game some choices being made. The Stargate coming down for Mana, so he's going to get that about halfway done. The Link speed's halfway along as well from Lambo, and those couple of Lings would love to get a grab on that Proby, and they are going to have it. So Probe goes down and will not get away. It gets fully
Wonder if we see Void Ray this time. I don't think so. It feels like he's just enjoying Adept Oracle. He tried Void Ray a few times against Raynor, but yeah, it's just Oracle. So goes to show the Void Ray was like Mana being like, Oracle doesn't go well versus Raynor, but you know, I want to play Void Ray a lot more. Here against Lambo, it seems the opposite, where he feels like Lambo does better versus the Void Ray, whereas the Oracle is more playable. Interesting, just change up, see how a player approaches different opponents.
As the Adepts actually going to get caught in by the Lings there, so one of them gets stuck behind. The drones have to go for a big run. But I mean, if you only lose one drone, I think we're pretty okay with that. It is going to come at the cost of 4 Lings, but the drones are the most important. Yes, some lost mining time, but only 1 dead. Lambo should be fairly happy that those Adepts are now gone. With the Oracle obviously being the next thing to look for some drone kills. It's arriving already to the upper left-hand side of the map, so gets in here, a couple Queens on it immediately. Queens on the high ground trying to get there for some extra good times, and that's a lot of damage taken on the Oracle for 1 single drone kill as well.
And those units are at the 3rd. If they can get the pylon, that'd be a nice pick-off. Oracle's about to come out and should be able to save the pylon, but it's going to be heavily damaged for any future waves. Not to mention Oracle has to use that energy defensively. Lings actually could go right back in. They saw the Oracle turn the laser off, but of course Lambo's busy macroing. You don't have unlimited attention to put into that sort of stuff.
Do you think that man is just going to keep playing the Blink throughout this series?
I think he seems confident with it. I do feel like maybe, yeah. Especially because Lambo's always had very good kind of Queen, Roach, Ravager sort of pushes, so bad way of playing.
He starts up +1, just waiting for the Blink to start as well, so the upgrades do indeed get invested into for the moment. Mana, 3rd base finished, and of course Lambo just getting his Evo Chamber up, so he's going to opt for that melee upgrade once again, so running it back to game number 2. Getting the melee upgrade here early, going to be very Ling heavy initially, although that doesn't stop him going into some additional kind of range-based units a bit deeper down the line. You already see the Roach Roaring, but obviously the Hydro Den is a possibility also, just depending on exactly how Lambo wants to get that.
I am enjoying that we're not seeing as much Banelings lately. It's been interesting, you know? After so many years of StarCraft 2 to see a few more matchups in this recent meta without the Baneling being just such a predominant part of Zerg play.
The Baneling was almost a guarantee as well, unless you're playing some very pure Roach, and a lot of the time, more recently, you had to kind of transition out of that into Banelings, but yeah, Banes are definitely not as necessary, especially early on, as you have our Lings just going to run through. And of course, the Oracles to activate, that's what he was waiting on, as that was a gap in the wall, but Morphin comes in now. Oracle's still activated, so they actually get to pick up a couple more kills. As the +1 and Blink come through from Mana, they will be finishing shortly. Robo Facility and a few more probes coming up on the side. And we have the Oracle producing from Mana as well, getting all of that going.
Yeah, an extra Oracle, not a bad idea to have a bit more energy, especially when you've had to use so much energy defensively already like this. I think that's always a good safety precaution. Lose an Oracle, rebuild it. Using a lot of Oracle energy, add an extra Oracle. Just if you want to play defensively safe. Now, at 67 workers, more are building. Remember I said he wanted to keep an eye on that 4th? He sees a few drones there that doesn't really tell you that much. But as he sees more drones arriving, that's going to give Mana very, very useful information. So I'm actually watching the game myself purely from Mana's camera for the next minute or so, just to get a bit of insight. Seems like just, you know, Storm 4th base is the play. Overlord Speed's on the way for Lambo, and he's going to go Infestation Pit. That's interesting. So it looks like he is just going to go up to Lurker Tech. We're going to see both players kind of going towards the later stages.
It'd be cool to see. Obviously, it's been pretty aggressive stuff so far, very timing focused, very much so trying to get, you know, rush towards getting the game kind of finished up. But if these two both want to play into a longer game, it'd be very fun to see. Something of a different variety between the two here on Oceanborn. Storm and +2 both on the way from Mana, so he keeps those upgrades rolling. Now Oracles are still cruising now on the map. And just here and there, a couple of Lings keep showing up from Lambo as he keeps checking in on what's going on. He's got an Overseer Scout into the main base as well. No energy for Contaminate yet, but maybe later down the line we'll see a little cheeky Contaminate or so to slow some stuff. That was such a great Contaminate back in that last game, stopping the Storm for a while, so... we do have Oracles activating that. We're going to try and get a cancel on this hatch, and there's no anti-air nearby, so it's going to succeed. So not a bad usage of the Oracle energy as Hydras are coming. The Hive is on the way. You mentioned the inevitable kind of lurker play here, and that's exactly what we see the structures leading towards at the moment.
I really wanted to see a second Robo for a while. I've just been itching, going, please build a second Robo, please build a second Robo. Mana started one now. That's exactly what he needs, because he's going to need to up the Immortal count. Like, his first Immortal's out, but only having one Immortal, Hive's already almost finished. Like, you need more Immortals with this army. It's also really good that he didn't overinvest in the Stalkers. He went Blink, but it's 10 Stalkers? That's nothing. He's going for more high-value units. Zealots, very cheap, expendable counterattacks, sort of run by units. The Immortals and the High Templar are gathering massive amounts of energy, building up that Powerball I do feel like against this style, and I've been talking about this a little bit, I do think you should always go for 3 or 4 disruptors. I think it's a great move against the heavy Roach Hydra Lurker. It makes your gameplay much easier. But I do think a lot of these Protoss guys have said, no, we're confident. Like, we can do it with just Immortal Storm. Like, if we take the correct fights, have the right map control, we can easily do it with this army. So I'm confident that Mana feels like he's got a lot of experience here. Cancels the 5th base. That's nice. It's only Stalker Oracle. He doesn't really have anything to laser beam those Zerglings. He's going to need to bring the rest of his force over here, potentially, to defend. Oracles do pull away.
Getting out of there, obviously, a lot of units coming through from Lambo, so expecting that as we do get a little catch in the stasis, but obviously nothing will come of that with Mana already pushed all the way back. 2 more High Templars, another Immortal Prism starts as well, so Mana will look to be able to reinforce as we actually have Lurker drops already setting up from Lambo. Love that, already getting a little creative with how he's going to try and deal some damage, while for the majority of this he's going to be setting up a pretty defensive army.
This is a crazy push for Mana. Mana right now shoving, realizing Lurkers didn't morph defensively. Lambo just did not think he was under any threat. And oh god, engaging into Storm is very scary right now. That is a brutal set of Storms. High Templar are falling, but so are all the Lings and Roaches, not to mention the Hydras. Lurker drops in the back though. 10 probes have gone down. It's going to hit his main as well. Mana's multitasking. He's about to get tested, or he can just ignore it and go for the throat. That's exactly what he's doing. Mana still has 1 Storm available. He's got to make it worth it. It does push back Lambo temporarily. Lambo's low on lava. He's low on money. It's a set of Protoss units in his guts, but the Roach Hydra comes back. If he can just pick away a few of these units, he will be able to break it. Spines are coming in to join in as well. There is a Lurker inside his main base right now. Mana has not dealt with it. He is dealing with the Lurker inside his natural, but at the same time, the big army on the front is what matters, and I think Mana's trading a little bit too well. The Spines are falling. The 3 Immortals are just doing so much. 4th Immortal on the right side now as well. The Stalkers in their front, and Mana with a decisive push. Lambo is like, I'm taking 5 bases. I'm building Spines and Spores on the edges. I'm going to be going for a Lurker drop. Lambo was so confident that game was all about him killing Mana and how do I break the Protoss. And then Mana's just like, wait, you still don't have Lurkers? Oh, I can just push on your morphing Lurkers. And that killer instinct paid off big time. Mana shoved through the middle. Lambo got caught being a little bit too greedy that game.
Very well played by Mana. I mean, what a solid just kind of decision. Realized when he could go, saw the greed, saw the opportunity, and that killer instinct is still there. The guy that's been a pro player for so many years now, still showing it. I just think taking down Lambo would be a really cool result for Mana. I mean, his first round, don't forget, was Reyno, so in this lower bracket, through a pretty, rough draw, even if Reyno isn't Korean, he showed potential against Reyno too. Now, take down Lambo, I mean, you're on a bit of a streak here. It'll be interesting to see how the lower bracket shapes up, of course, when the winner bracket players start dropping down for round 2 as well, so yeah, cool to see as Mana leads 2-1, map away from lower bracket round 2.
I mean, he could end up facing, I think it's like Showtime Spirit Loser in the next round if he wins.
Really?
And I think, and then it's definitely a Protoss after that, because it would be the winner of, or very likely a Protoss, because you've got like Christian Askillis up against like, another one, which could be like Clem or Harstem. And I think avoiding Zergs is generally good for Mana. So if he beats Lambo here, this could be the dream run, like all the way to the finals potentially.
Alright, Dream Run beginning here. Let's find out. We got to go in game for it, though. As we are going to go to Amphion. Man, we have not seen a lot of this map in the slightest. In the top left, our blue Protoss from Team Liquid is Mana up 2-1.
Brave Boy letting this map in. I think the player down here in the bottom left is probably pretty happy about it. He's usually pretty good at planning for these odd maps. Representing Shopify Rebellion, it is Lambo. I love this map. I think you were saying yesterday you really like it as well, right?
Yeah, I think it's really fun. Seen so many different kind of games and so many weird positions to kind of play out from, just because people have been playing it in all sorts of ways. It's so far from being figured out, and that's obviously adding to the enjoyment of it at the minute.
I absolutely agree. It's got this kind of golden wall. Golden wall. That's it, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting confused between Golden Aura and Golden Wall now. I'm like, wait, which one's which?
You mean Golden Wall.
Yeah. Golden Wall had the same sort of separation, right? With like the gold minerals in the back. It was a bit different, but it's similar sort of vein of like a weird split path on the map. And just lots of options available with mining out the minerals and pushing through those different angles. Now, I would imagine Mana should probably full wall the right side and just mine out the minerals to take a third on the left, maybe. Some people actually just take the fourth base on the left. They'll take the third on the low ground, and then they'll go for the fourth below the main base. I definitely think pushing to that left side of the map at some point is great. And a lot of Protoss players will actually take that as their third and then just wall off the ramp towards the middle gold base, which I think is a very fantastic way to just lock down your little corner of the map, because then if Zerg wants to get aggressive, it's a full wall on your natural, it's a full wall on your third, and a set of rocks guarding the other entrance. So it's a very nice turtley setup for a 3-base Protoss.
I think there's just once you get those bases up, like, you know, then so much potential to expand forwards. So many possibilities. We'll see what the choices are here from the two of them. It's a Stargate from Mana, so he's not going for anything aside from that Stargate early. He wants to get those Oracles up. He wants to take that control. So he's making sure to do that game in and game out for the moment. Not mixing up too much there. Do you think we see a big change up from Lambo here in terms of kind of the unit comp or the setup or anything, Pig, in these early stages?
I'm really curious. I really feel like I'm just watching with an open mind and just going, what are you going to show me? You know, I'm not really sure. I'm just kind of going, let's see. So the Adepts will come forward. It's an early Stalker. That's Mana wanting to deny the scouting a bit, and he's even hiding it towards the back. So he's trying to like bait that Overlord in a little bit, hoping that it doesn't see that it's a Stalker popping out, which is cool.
Yeah, anything you can kind of hide away is neat, as the Oracle, the Warp Gate coming through, the few drones mining away on the low ground, our hatchery, setting up on the natural as that link speed is about to be done. So a few lings will pop, a couple queens are on the way, and we are just going to have ourselves another gate at the wall from Mana before he gets run by or anything, just making sure that that's going to be a neat, tidy wall off.
Oh, and he's baited the Overlord in. Mana, his Stalker now shows itself after Lambo runs forward, and I think with the Oracle about to be there. Oh, actually, he's not got the Oracle in position, so he pulls it back. Good move. Gets the high ground vision, and that there is a dead Overlord. Well played. Mana, nice little maneuver. He goes, oh, Twilight Robo afterwards. He's going to do Archon drop follow-up. Old school, baby. Telling you, Christian is he's exciting people. He's getting people motivated. He's saying, guys, go back a few years. Bring back the old Archon drop. It's still good.
Bring it back like it used to be. Oracle dives in here. A couple of drones already go down, so already starting off decently with the Oracle. It takes a few hits. That is the only Oracle because we're so fast to the Twilight and the Robo facilities, so you've got to be very careful with it. Yeah, the speed that you set up into that with is pretty huge. As you mentioned it, Archons, here it is, Templar Archives, that's how we build into them Archons. So we get that going, and a couple extra gates building up as well.
Supply block looming for Mana, does put a pylon down, so we'll limit that. But we'll lose a little bit of pro-production time. And this is, of course, a very quick Archon drop before taking the third. Lambo, Trochoran's only now starting. Bit of a greedy start for him. 5 queens, 6-1 building. Guess he's got spores in 2 of his bases, so he's all right. But definitely pushing the greedy envelope a little bit. And I feel like if you can defend this really cleanly, the Archon drop without losses, great. You're miles ahead, but it might be an unnecessary risk for the Zerg player.
Yeah, that's a really good point as the Hexer High Templar Warp in, so it's going to be Archon drop time here in just a moment. Rochoran finishing, Les halfway done. How many units will Lambo pop out straight away? Currently just a few more lings and a few drones, so there we go. 4 roaches do start up, and we get that starting right about now. Away we go.
Ooh, Queen's well positioned. Archon's pulled back to deal with the Zerglings. Being on the edge, you can always kind of pick up to get out of here, but the Queens could push forward to punish you. Pushing forward means they get focused. Prism kind of baiting them. Good micro by Mana here. Gets 2 queens, a bunch of Zerglings. That unit's lost tab looks very pretty for the Protoss fans. That is a very nice one. And he's got stasis traps blocking both 4th bases. Hello, Mana. Looking very nice. Unfortunately, his probing has been very weak this game. He's supply blocked once again. And because of that, he's miles behind against a Lambo who opened up very greedy. So even with great trading, Mana finds himself behind. And this is kind of the classic Mana PvZ conundrum. Excellent tactics, and his macro is just not quite as tight as the top PvZ players.
Well, Roach speed comes up, the infestation bit finishing, so Lambo is going to go and just get this going. And get this all settled here. As we get ourselves the hatchery dropping down as well. The few extra roaches all coming through. And these Archons would love to still try and get a little bit more value out of themselves for a little bit. So.
Ooh, last second save, nicely done. Oh, the redrop's a little dangerous there. But grabs a few more Zerglings. Oh, he's still blocking it. Oh, is he gonna get it? He gets the drone.
Good job.
Tactics master, man. He's so good at these little tactics, and I feel like this is when Mana's in his element, is when he's screwing with you. Oh, if he gets another one. Okay, nice sport trick. Lambo blocks at that time.
Oh no, he's still here. Oh, no activation.
Yeah. I also was like, dude, no way. But stuck on 3 base is Lambo. He's playing Swarm Host. Oh, cool. Swarm Host Nidus is meant to be really good against non-blink styles. I was talking about this a lot yesterday, and I was wondering why no one was trying it against Cristiano. But Lambo's going to bring it out here, and I think it's amazing on this map with that whole walled off left side below the main base. He's going to go straight for the natural right now. He's going to go to the Reaper ledge area for his first launch.
He's going to have a good position to launch in from, right? I mean, he's going to be able to get real deep in with these locusts, so in they go. The Prism will give you a little bit of a heads up. There's a lot of high-tech units there, but with Prism juggling, we should be okay, and we can storm them down with the Archons.
Well done.
3 Locust land. Wow. Doesn't hurt anything.
Draining Storm is something, though. Yeah, that's the only storms he
Yes.
has, right? So it's you've used your energy. It doesn't regenerate as soon as those locusts do. It's a good hold. I love the choice for Mana to do that, but he's not warped in new High Templar. So now he's got to kind of find the next Nidus and delay it. But that Nidus is still up in the original position as well. He's going to find it now. At the same time, Niduses are in the top right side. There's Niduses going up everywhere, and Mana can't possibly stay on top of all of it.
No, you can only deny so many. I mean, he's done a good job on the left-hand side. Now it's time for him to try and find some others. But yeah, you can only do so many. This one is still up. The Prism is going to see this wave of Locusts moving forward once again. The Archons will drop down to go for the Nidus. Some of the Locusts turned around. This Immortal realizes it's not the place to be. And we are now going to right-click a Nexus. Super Battery should not be enough to save that.
No, you got to run probes as well, because otherwise you can lose so many in like the blink of an eye. It does pull them away at the last second. He'll instantly rebuild it. Losing a Nexus is not that bad against Swarmers, but it's the spiral, it's the snowball, and that's what we're worried about, because there's already Lurker Den and Hive on the way, 72 drones, and I really feel like Mana's supply blocks, I've put him in a very hard position in this game. Oh, is High Templar in the open in the middle? That's unfortunate. Oh no, losing a High for a couple, 3 High Templar go down, I think including one that had Psy Storm on it. That is a real bummer.
Yeah, that is just really sucky as Mana. Well, he's going to be facing the full Zerg onslaught now, and he's going to struggle to have what he really needs up against it. These Locusts do make the right turn in towards this army. Couple storms coming down again, but especially after losing High Templar, we are consistently, it feels like, on a problem when it comes to storms. Like, it just doesn't feel like we always have enough. Mana currently faces supply blocks again as he rebuilds a Nexus. We're kind of just hard stuck on 3 bases. Zell counterattacks are nice because Lambo does not have a ton of units to go and deal with counterattacks like this, but I mean, this is quite costly for Mana as well, because it's not like he's super rich to just endlessly send Zealots around the map.
I love the top right base. I was going to say, I really want to see a corner base for Mana, because it's just hard to be everywhere at once with this kind of slow Roach Swarmers comp. So often you're like, okay, if I lose a Nexus, at least I have another one up. And it's often just going to go unnoticed by Lambo in this scenario. So Mana, I mean, he's supply blocked so much in this game, though. He's against supply block. The Void Ray going down is a bummer, because now those Niduses can push up that left side again. He's just going to go for a shove. The fact that the Swarmos have to come home defensively, this is a good move just for forcing those Locusts out defensively. Question is, does he fight them or pull back? He goes for the fight, picks up the Archon to save it. The Immortals on that right side, pretty solid. The Immortals looking pretty good. One of them does go down, though. The Roach Hydra, good micro by Lambo, avoiding standing and fighting. The Storm whiffs the first one, but the drones are dying. Zealots are on top of the Swarmos in the natural. He has to fight right now. Mana is forcing his hand.
That was a beautiful storm on the right side. The Swarmers have been having a bad time. We only have 8 of them left alive, and well, Mana, his High Tempers again a little bit exposed. We do get a storm off, though, to hit so many of the Hydras. Now Mana's going to run up the ramp into the natural. This is a huge deal. We have so many Overlords here as well. That actually could be worthwhile targeting them down. If you get rid of them quickly, you get rid of the potential there to rebuild. And Mana Needs to save these Archons, doing his best. One of them very low, just dubs back through. He actually did pick it up. He saves it, gets another warp in. We're running out of Archons, so we're running out of some of the splash here, but doesn't matter. The Immortals are too much anyways, and Mana is good to get the victory for the 3-1. This was looking really quite bad for him, and he just finds that. I feel like we've seen this so much this weekend, Pig. The moment to go, and that go moment is so powerful. It's worth so much. So many people have been finding it, and that was definitely one of them there by Mana. Wow.
Yeah, I think what we saw there was just the inefficiency of roaches, swarm hosts, and queens chewing up so much of that supply. Ravages as well, 3 supply for a unit with terrible stats. If the biles don't land, it's not that useful. And I think you really need to be in front of that army the moment it gets to the edge of creep, wearing it down, chipping at it. And honestly, this was like lurker upgrades, like lurker range is about to start. Lurkers were about to morph. I'm in the replay right now looking at it because I'm kind of going, wow, that was so decisive. And you know, there was 20 roaches, 8 hydras, which seems okay, but once he's got 5 immortals with storm and he keeps picking up those units to save them, like the micro is so important there. If you can separate that army, roach hydra does fine, but not when it's together in a clump like that. The fact that all the swarmers got jumped on the left as well was huge. And yeah, the supply inefficiency up against the supply density and the hard counter nature. Immortals wreck roaches. The Archon High Templar used really well together, and pushing at that moment was just perfect. Really good game sense for Mana, and fantastic defense on those early waves. Losing one Nexus, bad, but not the end of the world, and he punches through for a big, I would say, upset, surprise, 3-1 victory. Not a massive upset, but definitely something where I thought Lambo was a little favored in that match, so hats off to Mana.
Oh, me too, absolutely. I was 100% on the Lambo train for this one. I thought Mana might put up a good fight. But for 3-1 victory, if Mana won in my eyes, it was always going to be 5 games. Like, he drags it out like it's a real grill fest. But, like, he looked good in the ways that he did win. So some crazy stuff as we see Mana move through to lower bracket down round 2. Lambo finishes top 16 of this season of the ESL SC2 Masters European Regionals. Let's have a look at our schedule as we've got 2 matches left to go. Skillers versus Christiana comes up next. Skillers looking to bounce back from what was a brutal PvPing to him last night from Max Packs. Christiana was looking sharp against a laser, just didn't make it through there. So we have PvP between these two, and then Wayne versus Bly. Well, I'm not even going to try and predict what happens there. That could be one of the wackiest ZVZs we see in a while. So a couple of fun matches still left to go. We'll be back in just a few. More StarCraft 2 comes straight after this.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Couple mirror matchups to round out another day of playoffs. We've got Skillers versus Christiana up first between the two mirrors that remain. There's going to be this PvP pig. What we thinking? As Skillers really did not look great in the PvP yesterday when we had him against Max Packs, but that was Max Packs. You know, this is a whole new beast.
I don't think it takes being that much off your game, you know, when you're playing Max Packs for things to go rough. Sorry, not in the lobby like a pleb. Thanks, mate.
All good.
Yeah, just looking at the player stats and that sort of stuff, as I like to. I'm still so in the habit of like long death segments and stuff, and I'm like, this is StarCraft Day. This is the cast where we just get straight into games and get right in there. But yeah, I think historically it's been, you know, kind of close between the two. Skillers does have a 62% win record, so yeah, getting close to 2-1 favored. But I think Cristiano has looked fantastic recently. He's just looked so good, man. So I don't know. This could go either way. Keeping an eye on Twitter. We did see Skillers say that was the worst day ever. I've never played that bad in my life. Oh my god, you know. And then an hour later, he said, "Oh, I went on my first run after a long hiatus. It feels amazing. Time to combine my improved mentality and confidence and finally get back to sports and be better." And be prepared, my opponents, he said as well. So it sounds like he's been neglecting the health side, the fitness side of StarCraft, and maybe things started going wrong and tilted a little bit, and just was so frustrated. Thought, I got to get outside, man. I got to move my body. Feeling a bit better. Hopefully, has a renewed energy today.
Hopefully so. There's time to show it if he does. It is going to be in the top left-hand corner of the map. The red Protoss player. This is Skillers. From Team Liquid, of course.
And his opponent down here in the bottom right side, the Polish Wunderkind. He's looking fantastic with some weird builds in PvZ. Let's see what he's got for us in PvP. It's Christiana. So I used to always, by the way, say, Wardy, Christiania. I had this weird way of saying it, and everyone told me off. So I started saying Christiana, because that's what people told me it's meant to be, just Christiana. And then yesterday people were saying, whoa, Pig's saying it wrong. So has anyone ever asked him how it's meant to be said? Do you know? Or is it just kind of habit? Everyone calls him Christiana is kind of what you say, right?
Yeah, I guess. Oh God, I'm gonna overthink it now. I guess I say Christiana. So like Anna at the end.
Christiana, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah. I guess that
but,
is.
But I mean, Christiana would kind of make sense of well, Christiana. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, they're close enough, though.
I don't know what the backstory is. He's like, I'm just really religious. I love the Christian faith. You know, it is what. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I'll have to ask him when I see him next. But anyways, it is. I'll go Christiana. I'll go with that's. So we should sync up on our pronunciations when we can, right? I except for the weird way you and all the other casters say Alcyon. It's funny, I was talking about Zombie Grub about that when we were at Katowice, and she's like, yeah, no, I looked it up, that's how it is. And I was like, that's interesting, because I googled it and I never heard your pronunciation ever. And she said, yeah, no, it's just the Google pronunciation. And we went on Google and it showed up my pronunciation instead, or not, it didn't show either actually, but it didn't show her one. And I was like, and she's like, this is what came up last time when I searched for this. And I was like, it's changed then. So anyway, there's conspiracies out there. It's hard to pronounce words, and it wasn't just because we were in different areas of the world, because yeah, it came up with just different search results at different times. Anyways, long story short, words that aren't normal English words are going to get pronounced weird. It keeps shouting at me for calling him Jaishi. I still haven't heard anyone actually tell me the correct way to pronounce it. And don't worry, we'll be bringing back Jagannatha at some point for the legacy map pool. Don't worry.
Oh, Jagannatha was a great one. Because some people were like, Jagannatha. Like, yep. Oh, there was everything for that pronunciation, wasn't there?
Some people tried to use the proper pronunciation as well. It's the kind of like Juggernaut.
Yeah, get out.
People are slipping into like an Indian accent and stuff as they're saying, and I'm like, this is crazy. Like, come on, guys. Like, I understand my limitations, you know.
Look, I
can't even say Clem's name properly without feeling like I'm not being Australian. I'm like, Clement? Like, what? Clement? Like, I'm like, no. That sounds a bit too excited. You know what I mean? It just sounds a bit. I'm like, no, I've got to be Clement. You know, I've got to butcher his name. Sorry, guys.
Look, I see 4 syllables. I will say 4 syllables. So I will just stand by that. As this game is obviously expansion piece. It's a faster Stargate from Skillus, and he is going to have himself an Oracle, but his opponent, Christiana, is going to be building into that Phoenix straight away. So something to jump on top of the Oracle with. Already the Twilight Council now on the way as well from Skillus, though, so you will have follow-up tech beyond this as well. So we get that set to go, and we see where this will head.
Yeah, he knows it's going to be double Oracle as well. Here comes the Adept Oracle. Adept's coming into the natural. Already 2 probes have gone down. So it's a good start so far for Skillus. And he's going to try and lure him to the low ground and have the Oracle go in the main base. Stalker on its own.
Yeah, he's going to just go fight the Stalker. So Stalker will go down. The other Stalker's in the main. Now the Phoenix is here. This Oracle needs to decide what it wants to do. The Phoenix is in range of it. So you either recall it or you let it die. Looks as though we're going to let this one die. But if you bait this Phoenix up the right side, I was going to say, then you can show up with the other Oracle, but the other Oracle's also going the way the Phoenix was. He's kind of lucky he doesn't get it run into, so yeah, scary moment there.
It kind of looked like, you know, the classic Hollywood thing where, like, there's an obstacle on the road, so the woman driving screams and drives towards it, you know, while putting her foot on the gas, and you're like, I don't know if that's how people normally react when they see obstacles or wild animals on the road, Hollywood, but anyways, Oracle does come in. Luckily, the Oracle did not get found, and it finds a big opening again. Great start for Skillus. I mean, he's losing a lot of units, so it's not free damage. He's got to be ready for the counterattack, but yeah, it's pretty damn good. 5 probes, 6. I mean, he's not going to recall this, I don't think, so would have liked to see him just kill a few more there, you know? It's a one-way trip either way.
Yeah, there's no escape, so just, yeah. Even if you just get one more, even if you don't, like, what difference would it have made there? As the Dark Shrine comes down, now that you've killed both Oracles into the Dark Shrine is pretty smart because you've removed the current available detection, so Christiana's current choice is making a whole lot of sense. Yeah.
DT Shrine makes it's just perfect. I think if you're always just thinking about, you know, that's something you have to think about in PvP is when is DT is good, and this is the perfect time. Yeah, as you said, you know, you kill both Oracles. It's just hard to be ready for this. That being said, Skillus, is he thinking about this? Because there's got to be that part of your brain that goes, okay, I lost my Oracles. Like, you know, there is a weakness. If you drop the Robo now, you're still okay. But if you don't drop it in the next 10, 20 seconds, things can go very badly.
It is very true. I mean, we got a Forge on the way, but that's not really a guaranteed kind of defense. There's the Robo now. So it's going to be kind of close. Obviously, it depends how quickly you build up the orbs, where the DTs come in from. I guess if it's from the top right, they're not going to be super fast DTs. Slow warping for the moment as well. As these Stalkers start to trade out a little bit, the units of Skillus do get pushed away. We've got a Phoenix, so obviously that can lift a Stalker and help you play catch-up, and we get a kill because of it. Loses the Phoenix, but hey, what was that really going to do from this point on? Maybe chase down a Prism at some point. I don't hate him grabbing his Stalker off it.
Yeah, I totally agree there. 2 DTs warping in, but I honestly think the Observers are going to be timing out perfectly to defend the natural, and that's the main thing, is if DT is getting your main and your natural, that's a problem. Like, if you just have to pull your probes away from your third for a few seconds, not the end of the world. Probably will lose a couple of guys, but let's see how quick that Observer actually starts. Oh, it's an Immortal first. Oh, never mind. DTs are going to have a party, Wardy.
Yes, they are. Running forwards right now. It's important for Skillus to see this ASAP. The first DT is going to swipe. And that is going to be the realization that you got to pull these probes. This is maybe still not too bad. Hold position these Stalkers here. DT can't get in, and this is more or less just what you were talking about with a few extra steps of you had to pull some probes, but you're not really going to lose too much. The Obs is about to pop, and the DT does not respecting the Robo being there. So one DT down, and the other is backing off and just still chilling on the third, I guess. Got one more probe kill, but this really wasn't so bad at all for Skillus yet.
DT runs in the natural right past the Observer Skillus. Uh-oh, caught sleeping. That was a big mistake. He had the Observer right there, but he wasn't watching. I think you can tell his adrenaline's peaking a little bit here, getting surprised by the DTs, and I think kicking himself for not being ready for it. He was convinced it was going to be a blink timing. I do like that he's blocking the Dark Templar on the third with hold position, and does clean that up finally. Cannon will clean up the one in the main. At the end of the day, 3 DTs go down. He doesn't actually lose that many probes on mining time. It is going to be an okay situation. On the other hand, I don't think there's much of a lead, if any, for Skillus anymore. Feels like it's a rather even game. I guess usually at this point you want to look at the infrastructure, and it is 4 gates versus 5 in Skillus's favor, but 2 more building. So Christiana's going to be, you know, kind of catching up in that regard. He's only down a few probes. Stalker counts very similar between the 2 players. Just a slight advantage for Skillus. His upgrades, though, that's where he's miles ahead.
The Stalkers get to come in, knock down a battery. Yeah, that +1 and on the way to +2. So you'll maintain a good upgrade lead throughout this game. And that's definitely going to be the one big advantage he holds. Another DT getting caught without doing anything at all. So the defense is getting a bit more, well, perfected around the edges here as Skillus basically getting a lot tidier. Just clearing up DTs before much happens of them. There's a probe here that's going to get caught. And actually all the setup on this right side might start getting taken down. I mean, Cristiano does have Stalkers nearby. So Skillus actually going to have to work his way away. He's actually just blinking backwards, though he's going to try and blink trade this. But he has way less Stalkers. He needs to be careful. You know, he's got that +1 difference. But as reinforcements come in, Skillus is getting completely outnumbered. Now he gets blinked on. I just don't know what he saw in this fight that looked good for him at all.
Yeah, I don't know where his screen was centered exactly, but I'm with you, Wardy. Being able to see everything that we could see, I was like, that's just a huge concave of Stalkers. And it just looked like more blue stuff than red stuff. So bad fight for Skillus. He's now down 1,000 resources and the units lost. He's still got the upgrade advantage as +1's about to kick in for Cristiano. +2 will be kicking in for Skillus. But Skillus has kind of got to play like a runaround game at this point. He can't fight front on. He could defend front on, but he's not choosing to, and Cristiano's going across the map. This is going to cause him problems.
Yep. And he is indeed. He's just going to go jumping in. As we have Stalker's just going to come jumping onto this base. I mean, this is bad. Obviously, Skills is going to try and initiate the base trade. As we do see the jump on the other side. He's going to come in, knock down the pylons, knock down the robo facility power. Obs does get out, though. As we are going to be seeing these Stalkers continue to trade. Obviously, Obs is very important because you want that detection against the DTs.
Yeah, well, there's no Dark Shrine for Skillus, though, so it is going to be okay. Zealots in the main base. I mean, it just feels like there's such a head start for Cristiano on this. He's got such a good position. Probes are getting out. The third base is still mining for Skillus right now. The production going down. You want to usually get rid of that Dark Shrine as early as possible, not to mention the Nexus because of the recall. Probes for Skillus are across the map, as are Cristiano. Right now, Cristiano has, what was that, like 11 army supply advantage. That's pretty big. Upgrade advantage still goes to Skillus, though, but the 5 Stalker advantage will be massive. Now, both sides have a War Prism. They're both cleaning anything up that they can. Skillus does have way more probes alive currently, but not necessarily for that much longer.
Yeah, those probes pulling up that Nexus. Yeah, probe count is obviously decent for Skillus, but can you make use of that at all? Again, right now, using his probes to actually fight and try and clean up. As you have the, again, army continue to move around. Not the thing really in production here is Cristiano does have money to spend, so he can get more structures started, and he does start his own Nexus, so both players will have a Nexus on the way. It's still that 68 to 79 army supply you mentioned before. Just Skillus does have the upgrade advantage. Cristiano has Guardian Shield possibility, though, so this is really going to come down to the engagement and how these two fight. As Cristiano has way less probes, so maybe does feel a bit more pressure to make the fight in. If that's the case, that could actually be pretty rough for him, attacking up a ramp or so. Could be a little bit nasty.
Big probe advantage for Skillus, but only one Nexus to mine from. Oh, he's going to try and defend here. Going for it. Big shove for Cristiano. Oh, my lord, that's crazy. Oh, wow. Big fight. Not all the probes are fighting right now for Skillus. Pretty good blink micro, but dude, the Guardian Shield more than making up for that +2 advantage. These probes are attacking the rocks. These probes are attacking the rocks for the entire fight for Skillus. That's why they weren't tanking. They weren't doing anything. Skillus recalls other probes from across the map, but oh, that's so much tanking that he missed out on. He still might win this fight, and indeed he does. But dude, oh, I was like, what is happening? How are you winning a fight by blinking up a ramp into 40 probes, which Stalkers suck against? And then I realized the probes weren't getting targeted because they'd all been told to attack the rocks. Well, half of them had, the other half were just sitting there. Dicey, but Skillus does come out on top.
I don't know how Skillus won this fight, actually. Like, everything about it seemed really bad. Like, the fight itself, initially, it's like, well, surely this is terrible for Cristiano. But every part of how it went down seemed terrible. The probes were nibbling the rocks. The Stalkers on the top side were just constantly stood there. Like, half of them were just not able to attack. I say half. There was, like, 5 fighting, and then there was, like, 12, like, derping behind. It looked horrible for Skillus when it came to actually what was fighting and what was shooting, but it was just that bad of an idea for Cristiano that it still worked out for Skillus. Now, that bad of an idea in terms of what it was that he had to do, but at the end of the day, what choice did he have? He was down a lot of probes if they go to kind of rebuild versus rebuild. I think he recognizes that and just realizes that maybe he does just have to send it there, because otherwise Skillus is going to be a little bit further ahead on reproducing, rebuilding, and getting reset in general.
Absolutely. That was a wild turn there. Skillus, I think, gave up a bit of advantage when he took that big blink fight. So that's something where you got to be a little more cautious with those blink engagements. Race. Okay, all good. Skillus was tearing for a second, but he's fixed it up.
Beautiful. Good to know. We're not going to have a sudden switch to Terran after winning the map in PvP. As we get going into game number 2 on Oceanborn. And get this underway.
He says, yes, I'm playing Toss Problems. There's no problem. I said it exactly as he swapped to Protoss there. I'm not questioning. I'm like, dude, you barely won that. It's time to change race now and style on your opponent. Like, come on. No. We should be all good here as we go into this next map. It's going to be Oceanborn, a map we've watched a lot of over the last few days. And I'm not sure which one of these players is favored on it because it's a mirror matchup. Down to the bottom right side. That was a good game before. Let's see if he can do it again. It's Skillus.
In the top left-hand side is going to be our blue Protoss, Christiana.
Good harassment and pressure from Skillus. He was a bit more of the mobile game. Adepts, Oracles dancing around for the early game and keeping the pressure up, which I think is the optimal way to play it. I don't really know. I haven't seen that much of Christiana's play, but it does feel like he's a very asymmetric player, looking for like advantage by indifference to his opponent. Doesn't just do the standard dance with them. So like, I'm not saying he just turtles and defends, but I'm saying like if his opponent's being really aggressive, he might just be very defensive and play a slower style. But if they're being very greedy, he might play like a very sharp all-in. Feels like he's kind of looking to create that difference. Very rarely will he be like, oh, you're playing Phoenix, I'll play Phoenix War with you. You're playing Blink, I'll play just straight Blink War with you. He's looking for edges wherever he can. And I do like that. It speaks to a player who's maybe a little more strategic in their focus rather than just execution.
Yeah. And we do have the probe on this right side, by the way. Christiana and Skillus are in the same position on each side of the map, building the proxy pylon. Now, is this going to be useful? Well, it looks as though we're not going to keep the probe nearby as Skillus. He's going to move it away, but Christiana does keep his probe next to it for a little bit longer. Moves it away now, so maybe a little bit more suggestive that there's a possibility of doing something. Obviously, now neither of them have a probe nearby, so looks as though we're just hiding that pylon, making it look like a proxy when it will not be. And Christiana is looping back around, so maybe he still does have some proxy potential in him. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, both sides hiding right now, and you know, we could scout the opponent's base or we could scout the map, and actually Skillus is going to see that probe coming from this corner and he's going to look for it, but he's actually gone in the wrong direction so far. I think he will find it though, as he's queuing up a nice little path. Double Stalker up against the Stalker Sentry of Skillus. So Skillus wants to expand, whereas it looks like Christian wants to potentially be more aggressive. Got a probe looking out there for proxies as well. Both players really looking for proxies on this map. Fascinating. Looks like there's a bit of a cheesy meta on this map between the two.
Yeah, it would seem like it, right? As is going to be the dead probe trying to move up, and we will expand on both sides. So I guess just a case of they want to expand, and so if they both want to expand, they both just want to make sure that they're going to expand safely, make sure they're not actually going to be in trouble, make sure they actually can get away with that expansion. There's a couple Stalkers continuing down the bottom right. And again, just going to have a Twilight Council building up on the side of Christiana. Nexus is on the way. And we're waiting on the tech here of Skillus to be decided. It's very centric heavy, that's why he's not got as much gas.
Yeah, this Twilight comes down later, but he's going to have way better scouting. Only a single sentry. So Christian is like, I'm going to scout every now and then. And Skillus is like, I will see everything at all times, you know? He's going to have that third eye open on his forehead. The three-eyed Raven's going to give him a little pecky peck, and he's going to see the past, the present, and the future. Christiana's, on the other hand, just like, I'm going to have Blink earlier and more Stalkers so I can actually just be more aggressive. And I really like that.
Yeah. I think like the Blink just gives you so much good mobility as well, as Christiana gets the pylon, but he is going to potentially lose these two Stalkers. We can, of course, get to the corner and maybe try and recall. That's exactly what he's going to do right now. We're going to lose one, so one Stalker dead. Nice for Skills just to guarantee that shot and that pick off. And yeah, still nice for Skillers. He hasn't cleaned out the pylon of his opponent, but yeah, I mean, obviously killing the Stalker is pretty decent.
Phoenixes going out there and scouting. Hallucinated Phoenixes, of course. Robo does go down for both sides. They're both being very cautious right now as the Phoenix go in, and they do scout pretty much everything. Seeing a Robo, usually a sign of defense after Blink, a more kind of well-rounded, I'm going to make sure I don't get caught out by anything option. Seeing that, they're both going to go, oh, you're playing defensive? I want to get a third. So both going to go for a third base at the same moment.
Mirrored.
It's a proper mirror matchup, mate.
Yeah, I was going to say properly mirrored PvP. As we get the 3 bases up and online, not just mirrored PvP, but kind of like macro mirror PvP. We're actually going to see both these guys get to develop into a bit of a longer game, into something a little bit cooler. I'm a big fan of this. I like it.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the finest Protoss of them all? Dude, I love that. Oh, I never thought of that from Skillus. He's like, I want to check the corners, but I don't want to risk sending Stalkers out. Let's hallucinate probes because you get 4 for the cost of 1 hallucination. And you get all this map control. You get to like check the corners, scout all over. That's adorable. I've only ever really used that for setting off Widow Mines once or twice. Like, you know, there's a bunch of Widow Mines, you're like, this is too annoying. Let's just make a bunch of fake probes and send them in spread out.
I've actually seen a few players doing it recently in PvT, trying to find Terran armies when they're like not sure which direction the Terran army's coming from. So you just send like 3 hallucination probes, different directions. I don't remember who. I want to say Showtime or Hero. Like those are the guys who have been thinking. But yeah, it's been one of those kind of newer things. Whoa, aggression from Christiana as Skillers. He gets a couple extra force fields out. He only loses 1 sentry and a Stalker there. So actually, not even the Stalker. It's just 1 sentry. That could have been way worse.
Yeah, I thought he was going to lose a bunch of stuff there. Oh, Glaives? What? No, that doesn't make any sense. It's way too late to go Glaives. It's got to be a misclick for Skillus. It should be charged right now. There is no reason to go Glaives at this point in the game.
I feel like we said this yesterday about Skillus against Max Pax. It's like, it's way too late to go Glaives. And he just went Glaives. So back then I thought it was like kind of a desperation thing, but now I feel like he just sort of believes in this.
He lived with Tevin, or he was living in the Netherlands for a while near Roddy. So for those who don't know, if you live near Roddy for too long, you start doing weird stuff. Like things, ideas get in your head. You start thinking Phoenix are better than they are. You start thinking Glaives is just to upgrade your harassment adepts. That's actually something I'm pretty sure Kev does. So I don't know, maybe he whispered in Nikita's ear. He's like, you know, those adepts, normally they kill 4 or 5 probes. They can kill 6 or 7, sometimes 8 or 9 if they've got Glaives. And it is a cheap upgrade. So if you didn't need charge then, 100 mils, 100 gas, I don't mind it. It's just, if you go mass adept in your army right now with Glaives, that's when I'm like, oh, yeah, not good, not good, not good. Because their stats just aren't good enough.
Well, we have a officer's gonna come in, gonna get blinked on, gonna get chased away. Let's just see our Immortal and Charge and +1 all coming through from Christiana. A few extra gateways coming up as well. And you obviously just have, I mean, to be fair, the first round's the Zealots coming in and then there's Glaives Adept showing up. I mean, the potential is there for Skillers to do something, but what's crazy to me is the 4th base coming online. Like, this is not really a timing. So if it is, like, he could have had more units with it. I mean, this is getting very strange.
I don't mind the Stalkers being here. It's kind of scary with the Sentries, though, right? He's got Immortal, so if you can force field out the Immortal Sentry Zealot of Christianer, then I feel like maybe you can just deny the 4th, force field him out, get out of there. If you can kill the 4th, I mean, this is super worth. It's a risky move, but Skillus has been doing risky moves so far in this series, and it's worked out for him. And look at that. Just having forward position and then disengaging would be great here. It feels like he wants to keep engaging, though. That's very scary.
Couple force fields as we are going to be seeing Skillus trying to get another 1 or 2 back, but just blinks away from Christiana, and Skillus is going to be stuck down this ramp. He's going to knock the rocks down to give himself a pathway out of here, and he's just going to back it up. +2 is already halfway done. Charge now on the way. This is just going to be him deciding to disengage.
+2, Immortals charge, and that 4th base all coming up for Skillus. I like the disengage. I mean, honestly, what did we see in Goblin series as well? Being crazy aggressive in your opponent's face, confident, even when you're down in army, it can actually net you big benefits in this matchup as long as you don't get caught, right? And that's something in StarCraft in general is greed is only greed if it gets punished. That's something someone told me when I was first getting into StarCraft 2, and it kind of wrinkled my brain a little bit and stuck with me. And I think it's true. I mean, it's if you get away with it, it's kind of just good play. So The litmus test, as always, is does it work? Down there, they're trying to push up a ramp, not going to work. Even though the army's way better for Christiana right now, this army is there's no Archons, there's no Disruptors for Skillus. I feel like Skillus is in trouble. The Glaive Adepts, though, Roddy right there is very excited. He's like, yes, look at that, plus 45% attack speed. Does make a big difference, but are you able to defend at home? No Archons. Oh, this is going to be hard against that Zealot count. It's taking a good micro for Skillus. He's got a good Immortal Ball, though. He's got good positioning as well. A Force Field to trap the enemy Immortals will be great. He goes outside the Prism, but doesn't get it. Oh, great micro by Christian, who keeps that alive. He's got the Immortal Archon Ball up, looking great. The Immortals do come down the ramp. The battery overcharge on that right side, not really doing all that much. The Adepts are warping. He's actually using Adepts as a combat unit. The Mad Lad
gets the Prism. I mean, honestly, Adepts right now are good to clean up the Zealots, no? Yeah. The one Archon of your opponent is the big problem for the Adepts, but that's going to go down now, and your Adepts can be the front line. They do melt those Zealots, and that's where Skillus is honestly turning this around. He does have +2 to +1, remember, and he is also going to have the better Immortal count now. At the very end of this, Skillus will chase Christiana off, and the Zealot flank on these Stalkers as well to get the catch, forced into the blink, and he's going to be on the hunt going across the map now.
I don't know where Skillus went, because all I see right now is some skillful Protoss play, Wardy.
Yeah, he's all set, bro. He's going to swoop in a whole bunch more Stalkers. 4 Mortals still here, and that is just absolutely huge. A couple of Archons do morph in, and that's going to help a big way for Christiana, actually. So that's going to be very nice. We need these Immortals to be able to join the fight. Skill's getting a little bit choked up on himself as the army moves forward from Christiana. Then those Immortals get to join in once more. Upgrades are now even as well as a couple more Adepts just getting cleaned out. We do see a Zealot warp in from Skillus. That's the choice. He blinks to the side, gonna let the Immortals put in the work, and he is gonna get the cleanup to close this game out. Skillus gonna take the 2-0 lead.
That's awesome. Yeah, you know what? It's a 2-for-1 deal. I'm convinced. The Adepts are good to sprinkle in if you're happy to play that more long-range army, a bit more kind of like try to keep your opponent at arm's length. You're kind of blinking back, using force fields. Having some Adepts sprinkled in, not a bad move just to help clean their Zealots. Especially if you're kind of like playing that army. Archons don't mesh with it as well because they're chunky boys that go up front and kind of get focused down. I mean, Archons can still be useful in the back of your army, but yeah, like it gives you that advantage, and you get to harass with the glaives. It's not too bad. I don't mind it. It's definitely a different flavor, but it does get me a little bit excited. You know, I remember in the very early days of Legacy, we used to think you couldn't play Charge Zealots with Disruptors because they'd run into the Disruptor shots because we were bad. So everyone went Adepts for a while when we first discovered how good the Disruptor was. We're like, yeah, you go Adepts with it because they're ranged attack, and then you shoot the Disruptors in front. Then we realized Zealots were just way better in terms of raw stats, especially against Terran. But it's cool to see, like, hey, this can actually be mixed in, especially in this PvP matchup.
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of a cool idea. And I mean, I was kind of waiting for him to warp some in because, like, I actually think it's the only way he's getting rid of those Zealots. And if you've got it, then make use of it. So that paid off for him as GLHF is called from the referee, which means we're officially allowed to begin. It is in the rulebook. I think you can't start until the referee gives you the GLHF. So, and now go into Game 3, Crimson Court for our third map. We're seeing all of the same maps again and again, aren't we? Like, we saw Amphion one time today. And otherwise, it's just Crimson, Oceanborn, Golden Aura. These maps, man.
It's always Oceanborn, Crimson Court. Yeah, there's a few maps, man. I want to see a bit more of that, you know, winner chicken dynasty dinner. That chicken din. It's been missing in action. We saw one game yesterday, I think, on it, but need a bit more of that, bit more variety, pro gamers. Stop being so weird with your vetoes. Anyways, down here in the bottom left side, looking for that 3-0. It is Skillus for Team Liquid.
Top right, our blue Protoss is Christiana.
So it's funny as well, because like, so for those who don't know, Zealots have a much higher attack speed than Adepts, and I'm pretty sure it's still faster than a Glaive Adept significantly. Problem is it's melee, right? Disadvantage of the Adept, though, is it has only 140 total hit points and shields, and a lot more of it is shields, which you might think is good because it regenerates out of combat, but it's worse because it doesn't have the base armor applied to it that the Life does. And in a pitched battle, that's what really matters, right? So the Zealot is a little tankier, 100 hit points rather than just 70, I think it is. I think in Adept's like 70, right? 70 hit points, 70 shields. So Zealot's 100 So 30 extra hit points. It does way more damage when it's left to just attack, but it's a melee unit. They get kind of stuck behind each other. They have to charge in. And unless it's like a big army of zealots swarming in from multiple sides, the adepts obviously can kind of ball up and chunk together with the stalkers and actually do pretty well. So there's a decent argument behind that. Usually we would see glaives for like a big adept all-in push with like mass adepts, and that's definitely not effective. It's not good, right? That's why I was like, please don't do that, because that would have been wild how late it would have hit. But definitely mixing in some adepts and using them for harass, not a bad little addition to the matchup, and I like Skillus doing that.
It's just interested to see if it brings it out again during this series, just because I do feel like there was one game against MaxPax yesterday where it was a similar idea. We just never got to see it really look good. So let's see if it is something he's going to stand by over the course of multiple games. This game is going to be adepts on adepts to open up with here. Christiana is just going to see if he can match Skillus absolutely and completely. As the blockage goes down the low ground, Stargate is coming through. And we're waiting for Skillus' tech to, show us if it was going to be the same thing. It's the Stargate as well. So Stargate on Stargate pick. Going to be a little interesting once again early game.
Yeah, let's see both players shade oracles and adepts into each other's bases at the same time, and every single worker to die. And then the player with 6 probes versus the other player with 1 probe left will win. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping like the adepts miss each other somehow on the map, you know. Game gets super chaotic and crazy, but so far Skillus is pinning him back with the pylon, being a proper nuisance here. He's coming back in for yet another block. Oh my gosh, he's being a proper nuisance. His own adepts are there already on the front trying to shade in, but the shield battery has been keeping them out. And Phoenix for Christianer. Meanwhile, we haven't seen that Stargate make a decision just yet for Skillus. It's just finished and it's Oracle. So yeah, way more harassment focused for Skillus. He's been more in his face as well. And actually, no, he cancels the Oracle and makes a Phoenix. Good call.
Alrighty, Phoenix it is, and it's going to be Phoenix on Phoenix for the foreseeable future. We'll see if any player wants to dive out of this, or if we do see like just a proper Phoenix versus Phoenix PvP game within this PvP. It's something not everyone loves to play. I mean, I don't know if anyone loves to play it, but MaxPax and Showtime really embrace these kind of games. The other guys in Europe, I don't feel like embrace it as much, but sometimes you do just have to play into it, right? If that's what you're both sending into, generally the best option is to just keep building Phoenix against those Phoenix, and that means that you never get to stop.
Yeah. I mean, I always hear that Red Hot Chili Peppers song, can't stop addicted to the shindig. But in this case, the shindig just involves a bunch of the same unit massing up, both of you being afraid to fight, and then one player surprising you with DTs and the game suddenly being over. Phoenix Wars are definitely not the favorite to watch for most of the fans, but so far this one's been a bit more dynamic in the early game. 2 probes go down. One of the adepts does... Oh, actually, they all died, didn't they? 3 adepts going down. It's pretty bad for Christianer. 3 Phoenix are up, but it seems like Skillus is stopping there, which means we should be seeing... Oh, he's just going to go very aggressive. Doesn't even have a Twilight. He's probing behind it, but he's going to go for a good, solid push.
Yeah, I was going to say he's got the ground units, and he did have a slight unit advantage, but I don't know if that's enough to come across the map and really try and fight with. We're going to send those adepts up the high ground, and they are into the base. That's a problem.
Phoenix,
yeah, well, the Phoenix...
It's like, is it a problem? Not when Phoenix can disable them, you know? In any other situation, it would be, but not there. He's real paranoid about DTs. That's what part of why he counter pushed. He actually cancels his Robo and makes a Twilight. So Skillus is kind of like, oh man, my Nexus is so late. This game's really awkward. I don't think he realizes he's actually up 4 probes and kind of like ahead on the tech as well. Whereas Christian is just like building Phoenix and he's on a basic set of a couple Stalkers and Adepts. I think this position is amazing for Skillus. It's just, does he realize? Well, I mean, he's got a battery and a bunch of Stalkers. He looks pretty safe. I think he's A-okay here.
Phoenix moving forwards. Yeah, I think he's going to be all right. I mean, if you get enough Stalkers up, that's going to be the answer to the potential problems. We do have a Sentry or 2 as well, so we can use those to help. And don't forget, of course, he obviously still has his own Phoenix, which can, with a battery, kind of stay alive a little bit, and then it gives you time to kind of work through the Phoenix of your opponent, and it looks absolutely fine for Skillus. He's up by 6 workers. Stalkers in the main, going to be able to take this fight, and that's going to be 1 Phoenix killed for nothing lost, or maybe a probe loss, but I mean, the important part here is Skillus is that you're surviving through what is the heavier Phoenix count you have so far, done good, and to be fair, Christiana has been kind of moving out of it, heading into the Robo for himself, and obviously that's going to be a Robo versus Blink play.
Yeah, Twilight Robo coming up behind it for Christian. I'd like to see a third for him, honestly. It's hard to make that transition, but I feel like he's got to do something a little bit greedy here to catch back up. He's going to have the Phoenix to make it awkward for Skillous. Skillous now going to move out to take a third. A shame the Phoenix aren't there to pick that up.
As the Nexus dropped down on the third base triangle, so Skillous is just going to have himself those 3 bases. And again, Blink is getting so close to being done. The longer this goes, the less impactful these Phoenix seem to be. We're actually adding on another Phoenix here as Christiana. This is... I don't love it because I just don't see them really being able to do enough or being that impactful. Even if you get to a lot of them now, you've kind of let Skillous get away with getting to like a whole mass of Blink Stalkers. Like, it just shouldn't feel as though you should be still building the Phoenix.
Yeah, this is interesting. Forge is halfway done. Templar Archives comes down. Skillous is probing still, getting observers. Seems like he's really rounding his playstyle out. Christian, on the other hand, is like, I'm going to build a Nexus, but I ain't probing. Now I'm probing, but only a little bit. I can't afford a Forge. I think this happens sometimes when you're on the back foot and you kind of feel a bit behind. You feel like the game's a bit scrappy. And your opponent kind of slowly eases back into the macro game, which is what Skillous is doing now, out of that crazy aggressive early stage. And you're just like kind of half a step behind on probes, thinking there's no room to go a Forge, thinking, you know, oh, I got to stay on just Zealot Stalker. But the tech's rounding out, your opponent's getting further and further ahead. So it's, I think you need to kind of throw your whole lot in one direction as Christianer. And he's not really doing that. He's kind of half pressuring, half probing, half expanding. But he needs to go, I think, really committed in just one direction to really make this work.
Tries to poke up this ramp, but the defense is going to be way too good. Triple battery. Skillous knows very much so that he can seemingly just get away with kind of continuing to set up as you see this Phoenix into the main base. A few Stalkers will start to chase those down, try and get rid of a couple, as obviously this is a dive for a bunch of probes. He's only gotten 4 so far, now going to get a few extra, as 4 Stalkers are not exactly the best answer. It took a long time for him to decide to blink the rest of the Stalkers up. Now we're going to have Zealots in the natural as well. This is also where Skillous still has his Phoenix, so as he takes some probe losses, he's dropping behind an army supply. Obviously he does have other tech coming up, and he is going to deny the Phoenix. It is very much so kind of anyone's game, but everything that there is for Skillous looks a lot better.
Yeah, those Zealots kind of derped out there, didn't actually commit. He does recall most of them. Christianer has the economy advantage now, though, so I think that was really important to trade a few Phoenix, because he really didn't need so many to do so much probe damage, and now try to keep them alive. Don't lose them, because if you can, you know, get back in later and keep picking off probes, they will really pay so much dividends in the long term. Skillous, on the other hand, a little slow to re-probe up. I feel like in these sort of low economy games, whoever gets an earlier 4th and earlier 5th base gets extra payoff from them. The reason is the naturals are going to lose half the mineral patch mining in about, you know, 2 or 3 minutes. I guess their Nexi were a bit late this game, so maybe 3 or 4 minutes. But, you know, because there's been so much mining happening, like the main is going to be mining out in a little while. It's already half mined out. Phoenix getting some good pickoffs. Christianer's back in this game economically at the very least. His upgrades have not started. That's where he's still way behind, but building a ball of Immortal Arc on a high quality army can sometimes make up for the upgrade deficit.
Yeah, it's these Phoenix getting so much value. I'm almost surprised that Skillous hadn't had like better defense set up, but he is going to be across the map, so he's just going to push onto the third. I don't know if Christiana can really get here to defend this. He's only mined out one path of the gold minerals, so it's going to take a long time for his army to move here. He's got no idea that Skillous is right here, so this is third base going to go down, and this is going to be very costly. Super battery falls. I mean, this is a horrible position, surely, as the army tries to move through. We lift up the Immortal in the background as well, and this is just going to be Skillous fully sending it in. Does he have enough? Because he was on the numbers deficit going into this fight. Here come the Phoenix coming back to try and help out. We'll send our own Phoenix onto them. We will start to drop a couple, but I don't know if it's enough. In the end, it looks like Christiana might just have the numbers, no matter what, to close this one out and to take a map in the series.
He just had so much more stuff, right, in that army. So even though it felt like he was a bit too slow to macro, he had the Phoenix advantage. He used it really well. He pressured on the ground with it. Great multi-prong into that macro, and even though Skillous is like, I have +2, you don't even have an upgrade started. You know, it's that attack there just felt a bit forced after taking all that harassment damage. Skillous needed to really just slow the game down, turtle up, and defend those Phoenix a little bit better, but Phoenix found their way in, and that purple base will be going down. The Immortal Archon of Christianer looking very powerful. His own +1 is 3/4 of the way finished here, and he's not got a 4th base. Oh, his 3rd even takes a lot of damage from his Zealot run by.
Yeah, taking a lot of shots. His economy is going to be shattered. I mean, this is just a numbers game. Can the super batteries and cannons put in enough work here? Maybe if there was some more tech units. The fact it's just baseline Zealot Stalker kind of doesn't make me think, but the +2 is putting in work. You're kidding me? We're going to get the Prism as well? Oh, there's no way.
Massive 2 cannons, 3 batteries overcharge, and Christian had tried to click half of his army on the battery, and they couldn't reach. They were blocked, so they were derping for a little bit. He then changed targets, which means he damaged the battery, didn't kill it. And oh my lord, Skillus. I just punches his way out of the grave with the power of static defense, good positioning, and Christian are over-committing. The Zealot run by, I think, distracted him big time. And that very quickly turned around from what looked like a very Christianer-favored situation to the complete opposite direction.
That was silly. I'm just going to say, I think that was a bit silly. I mean, this feels like a couple of games where Cristiano was kind of okay, and the fight was just not it.
94 army supply to 53, Wardy. Sorry, I just had to check the replay before getting the next game. Just when that fight started, 94 to 53. Upgrades are big, they're not that big.
No, well, that's what I mean. Like, I was like, well, he's got +2. I think I said it. So I was like, well, he's got +2, but like, I know there's no tech units there. It wasn't even just army supply. It was the quality of army. He had like Masters of Archons and Immortals against Zealot Stalker. There was 1 Archon of Skillus. Oh, that was absolutely straight up disgusting.
2 cannons, 3 batteries, and a dream. That's all you need, mate.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. There's so many out there. They're like, oh, why don't pros just always build a cannon and a battery at every base? And they're like, see, like, it's like, well, guys, there is opportunity cost. Static defense can't move. It's static. You know, there are sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not as good.
We told
sometimes
you so.
It's the dream.
That means we've got 1 matchup left today. Bly, Wayne, ZVZ. Don't blink because you might miss it. That's the speed at which these two are likely to play. We'll be back in just a few for our final match of the day.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
It's ZVZ to wrap up the day. It's Bly, it's Wayne. I think this might be a wacky ZVZ. I think we all think it might be a wacky ZVZ with a lot of aggression involved. It's two very aggressive Zergs. We're starting up on Post-Youth, a map we don't get to see all the time as well, Pig. Oh, come on, you're the Zerg expert. You got to know exactly what these guys are going to do, right?
Bly, the 50-sided dice, the man with more options than anyone else. Honestly, Bly's specialty in ZVZ historically has been flexibility. He'll be going for rushing 2-base mutas. His opponents will scout it. They'll try to counter it with some sort of push, and he'll just build 20 roaches. You know, he's very good at adapting to what is needed for the situation. His opponent, on the other hand, is more likely to just throw the kitchen sink at him with a very sharp swarm of Roach Ravagerling Bane or something like that. Top right side of the map, an aggressive Zerg player. It's Wayne. Formerly known as Ratata and Vanya, sorry, before that.
And there's that early pool coming in from the man in the bottom left-hand corner, the red Zerg player, Bly.
This is the shortest rush distance map in the pool. So this is actually a second faster than like Ghost River, I believe. I think that's second shortest. So a lot of people don't realize just how quick this can get across the map. That being said, Wayne's opening Gas Pool, which is an incredibly safe build and should hard counter this. Maybe not hard counter. It depends. If he tries to take the forward gold, Bly can snipe that and then transition. But Bly is definitely going to be expanding himself. I think he has to expand on the high ground and then wall off is kind of his follow-up.
Okay, well, we kind of know then what the rough idea might be as 6 Lings come out, and there is the forward gold, so this is going to be out here. And Bly's Overlord is on track to potentially see this as well, so you would know to send the Lings over in that direction. And, yeah, he is going to be... Oh, actually, he's moving upwards, isn't he? He's not going to go across. He's just
I think he barely misses it, but the Lings are going that way anyway. He's purposely pathed them to dodge the other Overlord. And that means they're going to run past, which is perfect. So 10 Zerglings into a hatchery, into a Queen. Bly's just going to play a sort of gasless follow-up, or at least very delayed gas. And there's no way Wayne can defend this gold hatchery. He's going to have to cancel and take the base in the back. He's already sending a drone there. And I think, like I said, I don't think it's terrible for Wayne because, you know, you'd cancel it, you get most of the money back, take another hatchery, you've got Ling speed advantage. You're up 3 workers this whole time as well. But the hatchery will be up faster for Bly, and he should be able to recover. It's going to be a pretty close-ish game in the follow-up. On a normal map, the Ling speed's a bigger advantage, but on this map, you just put 2 Queens on the ramp and you're safe.
Ling's gonna
Dude, if he gets that hatchery, that's huge.
Yeah,
he can click it.
This is
he can click it.
He gets it.
Oh my
Cancel comes
gosh.
in. Well, now Wynn's just stuck on one base for a little bit. I mean, this is actually kind of wild. At some point, yes, he's going to get the Ling speed advantage as this Queen will join the fight. Bly will try and trade with those Zerglings. He's got 2 more Lings showing up. He's going to win this fight as well. Queen fully surrounded Wayne.
No.
Oh, he's going to lose the hatchery again.
Dude, Bly just made 12 Zerglings off a 12 pull. 12 pull, 12 Zerglings, and it's going to be a 12-second victory almost. This is basically lights out, man. This was not that big of a commitment from Bly. He's already gone up to 3 Queens and droning behind this, and he continues to just get such good fights. Incredible cost efficiency. Just looking at the units lost, it's almost 2.5 to 1 in the trading. Very close to that. And canceling the hatchery, 3 cancels on the hatcheries. It's crazy. It's massive. He's got 2 bases pumping, and he's just miles ahead.
Absolutely unheard of. Realistically, is what this situation is that the hatch, a couple of drones come about, gas and a couple of Evo chambers come up as Bly looks to block up on the high ground. A couple of Lings gonna get turned around there by the Queen. And we just have ourselves a few more drones coming up. Queen still building. Evos and the extractor coming about. I mean, Bly just going to be very safe against the speed, and of course, you've got the in-base hatch, so you can, you know, just sit on this. Gets into the Roach Roaring. However, I mean, now Wayne goes in towards the gold, which feels like a pretty good idea. If Bly's going to play no Ling speed and just play slow Roaches, Wayne might actually get away with the gold for at least a little bit, so maybe this is not a terrible follow-up.
That's the calculation, because the Overlords see it, so you know Bly's like, well, I got to kill you now, right? And Wayne's also like, well, he's going to see the gold too. I know he has to kill me, so I can kind of prepare for it, but do I really get payoff on the gold or even the in-base in time? It's not that big a worker advantage for Bly. I feel like, honestly, he could have been a little further ahead in the workers, considering how good this opening was. The 4 queens, it's hard to transfer that into any aggression. And I'm kind of with you. I actually think, honestly, I think Wayne's going to bounce out of this just fine. That lair is so very late. This gold base is going to have huge payoff potential. Yes, Bly's out on the income right now, but he's got to turn that into aggression sometime within the next, say, minute and a half. If he can't hit by like 620, I kind of worry for him. And I think he's got to go Nidus and skip Roach Speed. That's what I would say here. I don't think he has time to wait for Roach Speed to get an attack going. I think he kind of has to start messing Roaches, go for a Nidus off 4 gas, and just go for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's not really time to mess around, right? You just gotta go if you're gonna try and punish this gold and everything. Land the Roach Run coming up from Wayne. As obviously with that gold base mine, his income is going to begin to settle. Can Bly's faster lair, faster +1, faster commitment to an attack here actually succeed? That's what we are looking to find out, and hopefully in the next moment or two, because the lair will be done. What's he gonna do? Nidus.
Yep, that's it. I mean, he's still going Roach Speed with it as well, but he knows he's got to get damage done. He's got to do it soon. 9 roaches. This allows the queens to be part of the aggression as well. Remember, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to have 5 transfuses ready with this. Not to mention, he can bring out the first 2 queens as well if he chooses to. And he's using his highest energy queen to inject. Really smart play there from Bly. He's going to be loading probably queens into the hatchery first. Because whatever, into the Nidus, sorry. Whatever goes in first comes out first. That is the law of the Nidus, the first law of the Nidus worm. And you want to be able to transfuse it. Oh, he's got to load in there. Nidus goes up behind the normal third base of Wayne. Wayne doesn't have vision there. Oh, this is huge. 16 roaches versus 7 right now. That being said, Wayne is building so many. He's been up 600 minerals a minute for a while now. He's up 7 workers. If he defends, it's game over. Nidus in the back door at the same time. Roaches and queens popping out in the front. 2 queens are out as well as Mass Roach. He's going to go straight for the gold base. Bly knows he needs to shut down the gold base. If he can shut that down, it's huge. He's got a big roach advantage. His +1 kicks in right now. +1 in roach speed. Won't be ready in time for Wayne. Wayne is outnumbered. It's only 10 army supply, but remember, a lot of that supply is still producing. Wayne's army is split up. He has to micro well to buy time. Bly, he needs to get to that gold base. He's got to shut that down. He's taking his time right now, topping out in the back at the same time, splitting his army up. He does deny some mining in the back, which is great, but he's got to keep his army together and try to use the numbers advantage to jump on top of Wayne. So far, Bly doing very good multi-prong Nidus worm abuse right now. I think that fight in the back is not as good for Bly. I love the choice to pull out of that one. He does leave a queen behind, but it is what it is. The gold base of Wayne now looking very exposed. He's got to keep trading right now, though, does Bly. If he gets rid of the mining time, whilst mining is massive, fire goes down behind it. Dude, talk about dirty preparation for the next step. There's no way he's going to be ready for mutas, even if he somehow stabilizes here.
Yeah, mutas are just like the last thing you're ever thinking about right now, as Wayne is... He does take this fight, +1 has finished for him, so if there's a fight to take, this might have been it, but the transfusions were good, and Bly still just has the numbers as he comes up this ramp. He chases those roaches down. The drones from this gold base are dropping down dead. And yes, they might, even if it's just an even trade, like you say, the muta follow-up is so deadly. And part of the reason why Bly maybe doesn't have too many reinforcements is he is saving up some gas to ensure that he will follow up with that Mutalisk cannon count being very high. Nidus in the main again, so you're going to keep your opponent busy, and it's again that tech switch from Bly that is looking so deadly.
Bit of Bly macro behind it. He went double hatchery as well. He's stacking a lot of lava. He's waiting to build 7 Mutalisks with a swap. He did build 10 more roaches, but he should get out. He should get out. The moment that roach number of Wayne gets there, he's going to try and focus a few more drones. Bly maybe getting a little ahead of himself. I think he's prioritizing this, saying, look, I don't care if I'm going to be inefficient. As long as I ruin his economy, he can't be ready for the Mutalisks. I'm happy to take some awkward trades. And they are very awkward trades. Even though the fight started very efficient for him, the gap's been closing over the last minute. But Wayne has no information, and the mutas are on the way. He's trying to make burrow, tunneling claws, trying to redrone. Gold minerals are good, but can they really make up for this? Right now, the income's dead even, but those Mutalisks coming out are a godsend for Bly and a nightmare for Wayne. His roach counterattack comes in. His own base is getting hit by these roaches. He will be able to take out the gold of Bly, but it's not just the gold. He needs to go after the drones. That's the juicy underbelly. I love the Evo chamber block, but it's a bit too late. It's not going to buy much time.
No, it is not. These roaches are going to go splitting up as well, so the muta's going to have to busy themselves over here. We get burrow and tunneling claws. We're going to have more of this harass on the follow-up as well, so we can keep roaches coming across and try and keep the Mutalisks busy. The roaches taking their time, fighting against some queens. The ones on the left side do go down. The ones on the right need to start getting some workers killed just to make sure that this is going to be an advantage. And yeah, we are going to get 10 plus drones in the end. That is the cleanup, and he got rid of the queen, so some transfusions missing, but they're still up against a flock of mutas.
Bly's going to counter Nidus Worm. He's on non-stop roach production. He says, yeah, I bet you can't defend the counterattack, though. Bly not even transferring to his own gold base because he's like, dude, I got to go right here, right now. I can't waste any time. He focuses the drones down, realizing wasting time to focus a Spore is not it, and Wayne does not have the answer to those Mutalisks. Trying to defend 3 spread out bases there without any answer other than Queens and Spores is always going to suck. That was a classic Bly game. Honestly, amazed that Wayne managed to hang on as well as he did, but we saw there a sort of mistake that happens sometimes where a player who's going for a pool before hatchery goes, oh, pool before hatchery, hard counters 12 pool. Awesome. Oh, okay, my gold base is exposed. I'll just cancel it. That's fine. I'll just build a few lings. We'll be good. Goes back to droning. No. He can just run in and fight you, especially when you've invested so much money in ling speed. That doesn't help you right then. Your queen isn't out yet in the start of that fight. You need to basically keep making Zerglings to match their ling count and pull drones. And if you do that, you can defend your hatchery, but they catch up on the work account. The 12 pool player does, and it kind of, okay, but then I've got ling speed advantage. He's maybe up 1 or 2 drones, but it kind of balances out. Losing the hatchery multiple times was super rough for Wayne. It was a bit of a botched defense for him in the early game.
It was pretty miserable, wasn't it? Just, I mean, you cannot have the hatch die again and again and again and again and again and again and again. You can just go on and on and on with that because it's just so much money investment, time and time and time again. I mean, to be fair, again, it was kind of beautiful from Bly because it was the muta switch that really seals the deal, and it is, that's the sort of thing that Bly is so good at doing. As Bly readies up after getting some water, Wayne is still ready, so we can go into game 2 for Oceanborn. And it's time to see what the next taste of cheesiness might be from either of these guys, because just because we've seen 112 pool, I really will doubt it's going to be the last in this series. I kind of expect at least one more, maybe even a couple, depends how the guys are feeling. I mean, honestly, if you're Bly right now, you're like, man, that worked so well. I wouldn't even be surprised if he 12 pool drone pulls, just getting his opponent's head at the moment.
Maybe. I part of me wonders, because I do think Bly, it's almost such an execution build, that one as well, because the micro is quite big and like every second matters. And I feel like Bly is a guy who, that his happy place is that Nidus Worm Muta sort of 2.5 base, fast tech. Am I roach pushing? Am I ling flooding? Am I going Nidus Worm? He kind of goes between that triangle of those options and finds what will work for him best. But anyway, into the next map here, we are going to be introducing in the top left side up a game. Let's see what he can do in game 2. It is Bly.
Drones do be a building on both sides of the map. As in the bottom right, our Bluezer going for that hatch first, mirroring his opponent right now is Wayne.
For those who don't know, Bly is a full-time game developer these days. I believe he works as like a project manager for a game studio. And I always ask him for replays. Like, oh, you're one of my favorite players after regionals. I always go, dude, if you got any more games, share them with me. And he says, oh, I don't really play.
Yeah.
I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, no, I don't. I'm really busy. I'm with my job. I know I played for many years and I love StarCraft. I just don't have much time to practice. Like I play some games before regionals, but really that's it. I still come for regionals. I still love playing the game. And I'm like, wait, you're not actively practicing like at all. He's like, I barely ladder. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you are so frightening. How are you still this good? But it's because he's not an execution-based player. He's a strategy-based player, right? He always says he likes to create a sort of chess match within StarCraft rather than just the player who clicks faster. And you can see it reflected in his play.
Yeah, I remember he played in one of my events, I guess it was back in March, and I was like, man, it's so cool to see you again. He's like, I had a free weekend. I was like, oh. He just like casually like pops through and does like better than expected and stuff, That's yeah, cool to see him. Cool to see that he's still around and playing though, because he did just like completely disappear for like a year or two. And he sort of came back. He's been these regionals. I mean, he's in the freaking playoffs of the regionals, man. It's actually kind of like an insane result when you think about it. And now 1-0 up as well, looking to improve from top 16 to top 12, as he's going to go melee upgrade first. So a little bit of cheekiness off of that Evo chamber. The upgrade link speed timing actually works out really nice with this. Usually you get link speed and the upgrade at the same time, so your link flood can actually be pretty powerful. And you can really catch your opponent off guard if they don't quite figure out what this is.
It's a classic build. It kind of ruins your economy a little bit. You do need to get something from the Lings out when they come out, but it's a big advantage. I mean, a 20% damage buff for one of the fastest attacking units in the game is huge. It's so big. So that's pretty massive. Baneling Nest is on the way for Wayne. He's playing a pretty standard setup. Baneling Nest is kind of hidden in the back rather than part of the wall off though, which is interesting. It's not a fast Baneling Nest though, so it doesn't strike me as like, oh, I'm trying to shove with Massling Bane and I'm trying to hide it necessarily. I think maybe just trying to hide it because he knows that Bly might try to do something aggressive with Zerglings if he doesn't see the Baneling Nest. Hiding information very valuable against Bly. And there we go, those Zerglings get denied.
Lings get taken out. We got Ling Speed coming up on both sides. And the melee upgrade coming through as well from Bly at the moment. Again, that melee upgrade into play, waiting for that to come through. Puts a Roach at the front, still trying to just hide what this is. He's like, hey, look, you know, I'm getting the Roach. You know, I could potentially make some roaches. You know, I don't have Ling Speed yet. This is why.
Yeah.
He's trying to really fake his opponent out. Yeah, exactly.
You're not really thinking about Lings because it's such a rare build, but he's even going Carapace. Bly cancels +1 range, makes Carapace. The mad dog Bly is thinking about doing a Hatchery Tech Ravager Ling all-in to follow this up. Crazy. This is a wild strategy from him. And look at that. 3 drones on the way. Wayne's going so heavy on the drones. It's going to be so hard for him to defend. He does have a Baneling Nest. He needs to make Banelings. The second he sees this move out, though, he's about to find out. The Lings should just run past. They should run past. Banelings morphing. 3 Banelings have started morphing. They'll be ready soon. Wayne has to wall off his natural completely. It's not a full wall off just yet. There is an opening. But he's got Queenslings, and those Banelings are done morphing. Really good preparation here from Wayne. Got to be careful, though. Ling's trying to wrap around. The Queen does get in the wall off. Nice defense so far from Wayne.
Yeah, there's only 1 Baneling left, though. It's going to get caught by those 3 Zerglings. Is there enough Lings left from Bly? No, not really. He was going to go back into drones, but this defense from Wayne is spot on. He does lose 1 Queen there, but that is going to be a very good pushback.
The wall off is really crucial there. Getting the wall off with the Queen in it is such a big part of that. Making those Banelings reactively. Wayne now has the game pretty much in the bag. He's so far ahead. As I said, it ruins your economy and you really need to get something off it. But Bly actually traded negatively on the cost efficiency, and that's terrible. When you've invested in that early upgrade like that, like he needs an absolutely magical engagement now. He does start a lair. I feel like that might be a fake out though, because I do think he might go Ravager Ling. I don't think you can really play Mass Ling from this setup, but who knows, Bly might try to make it work.
Lings continue to move about. We got a Carapace coming up on both sides. I mean, Bly just has to try. He's on obviously a very low rogue account, so he just has to try and send it.
I like the trick. He's hid the lair. He showed the lair, cancelled it when the Ling died. So Wayne is like, yeah, you're making a lair. You might go Mutas from here. But we know it's a Ravager Ling all-in with 1/1 upgrades as well. So Bly from here should be going mass Zergling and hiding it as long as possible. The problem is his Roaches are out front. These Lings are going to see it soon. His own Lings are trying to distract, but the Lings of Wayne are still continuing across the map. When they see this Roach count, Wayne is going to be aware of what's happening. And he knows just keep building Roaches. He was already on that Roach production because he realized who he's playing against. And with the lair finishing up, he can Overseer Scout. That'll be the cherry on top.
The Ling Ravager. I mean, Ravagers are morphing in. Here we go with the push across. Now going to be seeing ourselves the extra Roaches and the Roach speed continuing through. And we have another Ravager morphing in. Spinecrawler coming up. The drones are getting going. And it is time for Bly to go down to that bottom right and again try and send this. But you're down an army supply committing in. This does not feel good in any way. He starts a lair behind it now. Fix.
Well, Wayne, he's got the Banelings morphing, but they're not ready yet. So it's just Roach Ravager, but I think his numbers advantage is more than enough. Here comes the Zergling reinforced a little bit too late. There's not that many of them anyway. And it looks like Wayne is just way too solid. Looking pretty Bly for a Wayne guy.
Yeah, that's Wayne too good of a defense. I'm just gonna crack him out, pig, you know.
It's 3 a.m. I get a pass. You don't, Wardy.
Well, I literally get a pass the moment that you do.
That's true. That's true.
The co-caster bond, you know.
That is actually it. Thank you for diving in. That's where, you know, some co-casters, I know like Maynard back in the day, he would enhance the awkward for the fun of it, which was its own entertaining experience. But always good to have someone who dives headfirst into the cringe with me. Ling Runby does get in with Bly. Bly is kind of known as a player who doesn't leave games when he's way behind, doesn't give up. And people often go, oh my god, just leave. Like, I always think of the Hero Marine clip on stream, where he was just like, oh my god, he just never leaves, he's wasting my time. And and then like there was the 6 Swarmos Infestor Ling Neuroparasites around on his mech army. Sickest fight Bly's ever taken in his life. Neuroparasites every Thor, kills 120 supply of mech for free basically, wins the game, and you could just see Hero Marine there processing and going, okay, I guess I've never got to count the game as over till it's over when I'm playing Bly, you know, like, but you sometimes have this feeling when you think the game's over, you think you got it in the back. He's so wily. He's so good with these like Ling Run buys and just leveraging advantages. And that's why he's a specialist. He's a player who understands where to find advantage in StarCraft, how to catch your opponent off guard, how to try and force them into an inferior position. And he's not always able to do it, but just look how like close the supply still is in the game. I'm impressed. He's doing a good job of hanging in here.
Yes, he is. The Roach Ravager up on the top side as the hatchery continues on through. And we just have the aim to kind of get onto that hatchery as Wayne wants to just jump on this army in general. And what he's going to do, he has the upgrade advantage for the moment with the +1 missiles being done just before this finishes from Bly. Now it's done, but Bly obviously nowhere near has the numbers. Probably would have been fine without the upgrade advantage as well, because that's the position that Wayne has set up into over the last while. And he can just keep on diving through, and I think this time we can say that it probably is safe to assume that this game is over, because I don't think Bly can ever stop these units. Even if Wayne steps away from the keyboard right now, it's going to be very difficult. It's just too much. GG's. And Wayne is going to take game 2, tying us up 1-1.
You know, this was a blast from the past, Wardy. The old, I'm going to go melee before Ling speed, I love it. I really do love it. It's a classic build. Unfortunately, like many classic builds, I do feel like it suffers from an issue. And that is basically this absolute butthead of a Zerg player came along. His name's Cyril, Jonas Atala. And he basically realized, hey, if I wall off every game with my buildings, I can stop a lot of the silly BS that players get away with in CVZ. And then every other Zerg started copying him, and now everyone's really good at walling off reactively like that against all-ins and limiting your surface area. So things like this cheeky Ling build, you used to almost always be able to get in the natural and the third and run around in circles, and you get some Lings in the main, and suddenly the melee upgrade is always going to find somewhere to be effective. But the modern age of pro gamer Zerg is so quick with that wall off. They're usually already there with a Roach Warren and Evo Chamber, sometimes a Baneling Nest as well, and it's very difficult to actually break through and create multiple fronts. So something that relies on mobility and run bys, not as reliable as they once were. And we got to see kind of the old and the new styles clash, and the new style did come out superior.
Well, Wayne takes a couple of minutes here to just process the victory. Says he'll BRB, let it sink in a little bit for Bly as we get ourselves ready for game number 3. It's 1-1. It's definitely been a little bit of the crazies. You know, Bly definitely wants to show us some different builds and some things that are maybe not as standard right now, but Wayne was very prepared for it this time, so it kind of begs the question of what does Bly go back into here on Crimson Court? Is there something he can kind of do that's kind of funky? These are the questions to ask. These are the questions to kind of watch and play out, because sometimes you can't really guess what is coming up from Bly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering as well, like, you know, I think we'll probably see a hatchery first in this game, so it might be clever for, you know, Wayne to bring out the 12 pool or something like that. But I'd imagine a hatchery first. I think what we're probably going to see from him is, like, something that starts a bit more normal. The question for me is, like, is he willing to play Banelings at all? And I would imagine no. Banelings are very execution heavy. There's something, if you're not as in practice, you don't want to risk getting in a Ling Bane war with a guy like Wayne who's super practices every day, plays tons of games, just very hard for you to compete with. And you don't want to be stuck in that like 300 APM click fest, right? Which Bly says prefers the chess game, the strategy game. So for him, he's more likely to try and wall off with the Roach Warren in an Evo chamber, get a quick lair, and then make you guess, am I Nidus Worming? Am I going Spire? Or am I just doing a Roach push? You know, having those 3 options to keep your opponent guessing can be a nice way to mix it up. The other thing is, of course, some form of like just early Ling Ravager sort of build. But I definitely feel like he's going to be doing things that are completely outside of the Baneling realm of experience that's something Wayne could probably prepare for. And if he's clever, maybe, you know, find some corners that he can cut himself.
Yeah, corner cutting is definitely not a bad thing to be to look for if you can try and get a lead and maybe just edge out an advantage in that regard here. We are in the lower bracket of Europe in the regionals. Looks as though Wayne has just joined us. So I was about to go on a tangent, but you know what? We don't need to anymore. We are good to hop on into the CVZ instead. As for a moment, Wayne was set as XY in the logos mod, but he's now back to being Wayne, so we should just be all good to go. They get into Crimson Court.
Let's do it. Crimson Court. I don't think the purple gas is going to be a big deal on this one. Yeah, I just eyes are on Bly. I think Wayne is showing he's more willing to be a more standard player in this matchup. Don't get me wrong. Wayne is kind of like, there's different types of aggressive player. Wayne is like I open standard and then I try to kill you off 40 to 60 workers, usually with an insane amount of Lingbane or Roach Ravager Zergling or whatever the composition is. And I just have an immense all-in off of a good opening. Bly's a guy who, from the very start, is going to try to catch you off guard, pull some special tricks, and that is why, of course, our eyes are on how this man in the bottom left will respond to that. In the blue, it's Wayne.
And top right-hand corner, our red Zerg player, making drones again. It is going to be Bly.
Last two maps being a little bit more chilled out. The crazy map played into Bly's advantage. I think Wayne realizing some more standard play probably going to be good for him. Bly goes for a 16 pool. Wayne, on the other hand, is going to go hatchery first. This could just be a safe alternate macro opening for Bly. It's not really anything that aggressive you can do off a pool first. I mean, you could do like 4 or 6 Zerglings, but it really lacks the punch that it has against Terran. So yeah, 16 pool, 17 hatchery, a pretty solid opening. Puts you maybe half a drone behind, I would guess, from a hatchery first. It's not a big difference because your queens come out much earlier.
Yeah, that queen timing makes up for a lot of what you might be missing otherwise, so that is worth noting. Good point. Yeah, a lot of people used to be like, man, pool first, it feels so bad, but it really isn't that bad. Like, it actually is kind of just fine. It's just nice and safe as well. Wayne is the kind of guy who will be aggressive too. Like, he will not just be like, oh, you know, maybe I'm the favorite here, so I don't need to be. Like, that's just in Wayne's nature to also be this kind of aggressive player. So I don't think it's silly for Bly to open up. And honestly, Bly just opening differently as well. It keeps Wayne on edge too, because, you know, now he opens a pool first and maybe macros, but next game maybe he opens pool first and does something else. It means that, you know, Wayne can't necessarily justify being as aggressive next game, because what if he pool first again? You know, these are all questions you keep on kind of forcing on your opponent and kind of ways of, you know, making them think. So that's a little bit of a factor as well across the course of all that.
Oh, 4 Zerglings instantly. That second Overlord was on the proper path to cover him up. So I don't think Bly's going to find much damage here. Wayne should probably get that drone out of there. If you can just avoid taking any losses, this is an amazing start for Wayne, but not really preparing. He leaves the drone in the open. Bly going after it, not able to secure the kill just yet. It's so close though. Let's force the Lings and drones to fight.
He really went for that, didn't he? He really tried to dive on in.
Sniperling!
Oh my god,
Sniperling went around and got it, finished it off. I mean, he loses 3 Lings, so at least he forced a lot of Zerglings out of Mr. Wayne. But Bly behind it, looks like he's got over 100 gas, no Ling speed yet, which means, yeah, we're going to see that kind of 2-base wall-off play by the looks of it. Wouldn't be surprised to see Bly going for a lair relatively soon. There we go. Lair does start up. 2 queens at the front. Ling speed's almost done for Wayne. Wayne is down a few workers though, so Bly with the quick lair, but no Ling speed for our Ukrainian Zerg. And feel like Bly, oh wow, the purple gas? Really? Wayne's being super greedy. I think he knows there's not much Ling speed chances, right? So why not push forward, take that base? He's probably not going to get punished.
Makes sense, I suppose, right? I mean, if you can get it, then it's just better gas for you. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a bit more forward in the map, but like you say, there's not much to immediately do anything about that. Obviously, down the line, there may be a little bit more of a problem. As the lair comes through, and there is that one drone here. You can see Bly trying to get across that right side forward base, so definitely also a little bit of a different approach here, all things considered. As the rest of these things continue to move around, just going to go after a couple of slowlings in the center, so Wayne even going to clean up the little bit of unit count that Bly has out on the map.
Double Evo chamber on the way for Bly at the front. +1 range comes in, 7 drones. He's also opened out that right side, so he can take a third, a bit safer than normal. Wayne's going Carapace. Oh, he's going to use the purple gas to do Ravagerling. I like this choice because essentially you're going to have 3 gases mining effectively, even though it's just, you know, a single purple gas, but it counts as 2. With this, you can get up about 10 Ravagers, just slowly making 10 Ravagers, and you know, like 100 Zerglings and just try to surround. The only problem is that how does he get a surround? Bly's walled off. He has to either open the minerals on the bottom or break the rocks, and that all gives Bly a lot of time to prepare. The unfortunate thing is Bly never makes Banelings, and remember we were talking about how can you abuse that? Well, turns out having a few Banelings kind of hard counters a guy doing a mass Zergling all-in with a handful of Ravagers, but Bly does not have that option, and Carapace is going to completely counteract his own +1 range upgrade. So Bly just needs numbers. He needs to do nothing but roaches from here. If he does that and positions right, he might be able to defend, but it's going to be close.
Couple of Ravagers getting morphed. Wayne prepping on that forward base. I mean, Bly is getting so close to all of those upgrades. Yeah, his army supply is lacking, but I don't know, man. Like, I can kind of see a world in which he defends. Obviously, the Carapace is coming through from Wayne. That's going to be done about the same time as the +1 missiles. Bly will have his roach speed. That defensive setup is going to be important.
I'd like to see the Roach Warren get rebuilt, Wardy. I think that might be a big thing here. I think he should like pre-build it in the back because that's going to get focused down by the Ravagerling pretty fast. Roach Ravagers on the right side, expecting the rocks to get taken down. But remember, it's the Roach Warren. That's the weak point. He starts rebuilding it now. That means there's going to be a big window. Oh, he starts breaking his own Evo. I don't know if I agree with this.
Yeah, it kind of just widens the opening, right? I mean, if you wanted to break out and then kind of defend in the front, then okay, but yeah, this +1 missiles will finish. It's a few seconds shy of actually being denied, so just about manages to finish up here, so we're going to knock down these Ovos again, and Wayne building lair behind it, still building a lot of Zerglings as well. He doesn't want to engage into this army too soon because it's still kind of tucked up in a corner. A few Lings sneak up into the main though, and that's going to be a problem, and now we've got a Queen in some trouble at the front, and this is where I think all the problems are going to start arising.
Oh, if Bly could take out the Ravagers, it'd be good. Wayne's micro is being slick, though. Slow Zerglings are going to try and defend in the main, as well as a few Roaches. That means he gets jumped on the front. Oh, the Biles are brutal! Absolutely smashing Biles. The massive Lings around, and Bly getting overrun. His Roach production only now restarting. That is a huge attack from Wayne. And look at that swarm. That's how you punish someone who never builds Banelings. You get in there with a billion Zerglings and Ravagers. Great choice for Wayne. Really clever strategy to take out his opponent.
Beautiful stuff as the aggression continues, but this time Wayne bringing it, and he is the one to net himself the lead in the series. So, I'm more experienced. I want to say experienced. Obviously, Bly is experienced, but our player in better form right now. That's a better way of saying it. Our player in better form does now take the lead. The expected favorite is now up and on a 1-point advantage, match point for Wayne. One more map and he will be through to top 12. And what's actually in the bracket C? And so he would play the loser of a Laser and Max Packs. Well, if he ends up against a Laser, I feel like it's a doable series for Wayne as well. So that's the exciting part of this stage of the tournament. You start, you look at the next round already and get a little bit pre-excited and you're like, oh man, that could be, an okay matchup for him. So, exciting times for these guys. They try and fight through. Can Bly bring it back? We're going to find out in a second. Now, Bly's taking a moment before joining the lobby, so we'll have a couple here before we head into game number 4 in Alcyone.
Heck yeah, mate. It's going to be good. I think at this point, we've got another gold base, and that's curious for me. I wonder, for me, what I'd like to see is Bly engage in a Ling speed opening. I think that's what's missing here is go Hatch Gas Pool, just skip Banelings. Go Ling speed. You can be a little aggressive with it if you want, but just kind of go straight to Roaches behind that. And this stops you having to be so turtle up with the wall-offs because that takes away a lot of your flexibility. Makes Wayne have to be a bit more scared of you. So that's what I'd personally like to see, but we'll see what he's got in store. Wayne sniping that Roach Warren was so good. Bly really thought the rocks were going to get taken down. If he'd built that Roach Warren earlier, not let him up the ramp, maybe, just maybe. But Wayne was so patient at breaking the wall down, and that was exactly what he needed to do. Going to be going into this game. Needs to win the next 2 games in a row to bring this series back. He is an absolute legend within StarCraft. One of the most creative and aggressive players out there. In the bottom left, it's Bly.
Taking on the blue Zerg in the top right, a map away from top 12 in Europe. It is Wayne.
And Bly's going for the gold. It's a huge gamble, but you know what? I think he thinks, hey, I've scared Wayne off going for the gold. He's not going to try and take a gold after what happened last time on Post Youth. So he's like, you know what? Wayne might just play a conservative opening. I take the gold. And the question is, what do you do off it? Because that's a 14 supply gold. There's gold bases and there's gold bases. And this here is the latter. This is a ridiculously early gold base. Usually this is just used for a Ling flood, right? This is like, I'm just going to basically get a bit of a boost of income, but essentially all I'm doing is flooding really early Ling speed Zerglings at you, and my number of drones kind of sucks.
Well, we'll see if we can make that work. We'll see if we can get it going gold. Power from Bly. Looking to try and do something a little bit special here to get this underway. Get this started up. A few drones transfer, of course, will take a little bit to get set up properly onto that gold base economy, so we move those across, we get those into position. Again, the Hatchgasm pool coming up across the board from Wayne, so...
Wayne's not expecting this at all, dude. He didn't even send an Overlord to the gold. Isn't that crazy? It's so off his radar because it's such a risky move. I love that. I said I wanted to see Ling speed. We're going to see Ling speed. It's a little bit more aggressive of a Ling speed than I was thinking of, Woody. I got to say, not what I was thinking of this strategy at all, but hey, it makes sense for the map. Use the gold base, get that quick Ling speed. And we are about to see that creep spread get spotted. Let's watch this. Wayne, how do you react, my friend? Are you going to go just straight for your own Ling speed? Do you realize how early that hatchery is up and mining? Oof.
Very good questions. As the couple of queens, couple of drones continue up. Ling speed is about halfway done. The extra queens and lings continue through as well. So bringing all of that in.
Wayne's not going Ling speed. So he's going to try and do the two-base wall-off style this time. He's going 4 queens. Wow. Oh, this reminds me of that Lambo-Serral match a couple years ago. Yeah, where this goes kind of the thing where Serral was sometimes doing this, where he'd just be like, oh, I'm just going to kind of chill and ignore your fast gold base and just macro really efficient on 2-base, and you have fun defending such an exposed base from a roach push. Problem is, and there is 4 queens building, but if Wayne doesn't wall off really well, this is going to be so hard to stop with the Zerglings. You notice how he's pushing the Overlord. If he can hide the Zerglings till they get to the front, that'll be massive. This might ring alarm bells. The fact that the Queen's pushing the Overlord is a big tell. The Overlord vision is incomplete. The Lings are there. There's a backup Overlord. It's going to see it. Backup Overlord in position. Wayne spots it. He spots it. Fantastic reaction. He gets the full wall off with all the queens behind the wall off, which means, oh no, there's an opening. There's an opening. So there is still a hole. And of course, any hole's a goal for these Zerglings. They want to get in there quick, fast. So many Zerglings coming in behind this. Oh, we cannot let him wall off. The Lings trying to squeeze through so desperately. They're in. They're in. They're getting surface area, but there's not that many Lings. The drone's being pulled off the line. The Queen transfuse comes in. That transfuse is clutch. It might just save the day. The drones and queens are fighting. Every single drone is being pulled. If he can get the wall off back up, he's fine. And indeed, he will be able to get that wall off back up. He doesn't have the minerals right now, but that's a hold. He's got double the work account. You can see just how few Zerglings this was. It was a bizarre timing. 25 Zerglings hitting at about 330, but he's just got nothing behind it. It was a massive all-in. It was a stretch, but Wayne having a 3rd Overlord on backup duty saved his bacon.
That was a huge deal, as now, obviously, Bly is down a lot of workers, trying to play catch-up, but roaches are out, and this is obviously a much more comfortable position, as +1 missiles is almost done as well, so Wayne is going to have very good and effective roaches here. The big problem is going to be getting them across the map without Lings causing too much trouble surrounding or counter-attacking, etc., so, yeah, I think that's a, kind of the, I mean, I guess that's kind of the question of, can Wayne get those units across the map? These Lings for the moment going to take a couple more shots and, you know, going to get pushed around a little bit, and they're going to struggle to really break through and do much, so, yeah, lag coming up from Wayne, as he is just looking good across the board. Obviously, Bly drawing hard, and Wayne does also need to try and get a 3rd base at some point.
Not just yet, though. Happy to chill, and that's the right call. He moves out too early. You know, there could be another 30 Lings waiting. So Wayne's just like, take my time, get Carapace started as well. Yeah, Carapace is really good versus Zerglings especially. So he's going to go Carapace. He does need to build a few more Overlords just to make sure he doesn't get supply blocked at any moment. And interestingly, he's going to kill his own Evo chamber because that diagonal is weird. That's why he swapped the Carapace to the front Evo, because that's the one he's going to keep alive.
Queen is going to go and jump onto Ling here as the full scout comes through, so Bly is able to obviously see a lot of what's going on in Wayne's base. 11 roaches coming up from Bly as well. The Queen is about to finish up also, so we get that Raptors clean up.
Doesn't kill his Evo, so he swapped the upgrade. I guess maybe he misclick cancelled it or something like that. I don't know. Bit of a weird choice there for Wayne, because you do... Oh, he cancels Carapace now.
Well, now he can't
he's
get
killing,
this.
and now, but then he kills the wrong Evo. His third gets cancelled. He almost kills the Evo that has the upgrade on it. Dude, what's Wayne? Wayne's panic. He's freaking out a bit right now. Wayne is fumbling a little bit. He's way ahead in this game. He's going to start Aspire. He's given a lot of time here to Bly, but Bly, he's making mass roach zergling. Bly is doing a defensive all-in. He's basically hoping Wayne pushes across. He can surround his army, crush it, and then counterattack. Defensive all-in is one of the most desperate moves you can do as a Zerg player. You have to do it when you're way, way behind. Does get him with some lings, but I think as long as Wayne sits at home, he's perfectly fine. He's ahead in pretty much every regard, except the workers. I mean, the gold base is big for Bly. It is paying off a little bit, but Bly's tech is so far behind.
It is not looking pretty still. I mean, obviously the spy coming up from Wayne here. The Lings are going to get into the natural just as the roaches are fighting out in the front, so it's an upgrade lead on those roaches, but we do need to deal with these Zerglings without taking too much damage. The drone's pulled away. The couple roaches there surrounded. Ling's going to kind of leak into the main base as well, but Wayne does completely win on the front lines. Again, Spire behind this. This is now scoured by Bly. I mean, we don't have any money to use the Spire right now, though. Bly just going to spam roaches and Lings. I mean, he is up just a handful of drones, and that's honestly pretty darn good, considering he's also up 3 bases to the third base just finishing of Wayne. Still mine remnants of that gold. And Wayne's army supply is not so high that I feel as though he'd just kind of be able to push across, and he can only afford 2 Mutalisks. What is going on?
StarCraft, Woody, but it's special StarCraft. It's weird craft. It's end of the night StarCraft. There's been a lot of games today, and we got the 2 strange Zergs facing off against each other. Honestly, I don't think those spines are necessary. I think Bly needs to cancel those. If he doesn't cancel those spines, the problem is he's kind of putting himself a little bit behind economically. He is selecting them and thinking about it. Yep. He does cancel all of them. Good choice.
Alright, well, we have ourselves the Muda. He's going to just jump onto this Overlord's just going to start working through that. Roach speed coming up, a few more Spore Crawls coming out as Bly gets the prep. Honestly, at this point, I think maybe we just take the 2 meters, we get rid of the Overlords, and then, of course, you're kind of putting some work in, you're forcing a response. Now a Spire from Bly. The Overseer just turned around away from that Spire before it was actually... Oh, no, he actually sees it anyways with the Changeling, never mind. So, he does see the Spire, he knows what's up. Well, can't imagine he's going to keep building mutas himself, or maybe he does. I honestly don't even know. You're right, it's end of the night StarCraft.
He's forced 8 queens and 3 spores. That's enough, right? 8 queens, 3 spores. None of these are good versus Roach Ravager. And it's just a Roach Ravager war. He's got +2. He's got Carapace. He's got a Hydra Den. Honestly, Wayne could just keep making roaches and go, because his upgrade advantage is just so good right now, and he has more roaches. Bly is on 0/0 roaches with roach speed, so he has to swap into mutas himself. I mean, this is the right call. Problem is, the Hydra, well-upgraded Hydra transition is in time. And Bly's down on workers. His roaches are way worse quality, and he has less of them. The mutas is the surprise move, but it feels like Wayne, with that changeling, like Bly doesn't know it's been spotted. That's the problem. The problem is that Bly here is like, oh my god, he doesn't know about my Spire, bro. He doesn't realize that little Zergling there that's just hanging out pretending he's one of the boys is actually not one of the boys. Bly finds out. He does kill that changeling in the back of the base just then. Yeah, that's fascinating to see. So he's aware of the fact that the Mutatech has been scouted. And does Bly still commit to it? He's making the upgrade. He's thinking about it. He's got a crazy amount of money. He's got to do it. He's got to make 10 Mutalisks. But there's 11 Hydras with 2-1 coming across the map. This is looking like Wayne is about to secure that victory. He's worked hard for it. It was a stressful series, but this push is looking unstoppable, and he will not be denied.
He is looking very good. The upgrade's obviously fantastic. He's going to start taking this fight. The Hydras will stay in the back. They just want to make sure they keep themselves alive so they can deal with Mutalisks. First couple of Mutas start to come in. They kind of need to all go at once if they ever are going to go. We've got a Ling run by, but there's a couple of roaches and reinforcements popping out to deal with that. More Mutas coming in from Bly, but I mean, you just can't wait forever. The longer you wait here, the rougher it's going to be. And again, because the Hydras have good upgrades, The Mutalisks honestly just begin to melt from the very get-go. Going to start jumping onto the gold base. A few more Mutas taking damage at this point. Wayne probably just needs a few more Hydras to ensure it, but honestly, he has got enough. As you can see, GG is called, and Wayne is going to advance on through here in the competition to top 12 of Europe.
That was awesome. Really cool set of builds from Bly. But Wayne showed that one thing counters a lot of those builds, and that is the wall off. We talked about the wall off before. We saw it again that game, and honestly, it was really elegant having that third overlord in the middle of the map to check for this sort of move. You always need a backup overlord. Normally, there's 2 overlords outside your opponent's base in ZVZ, but in that case, you've got 2 entrances, one outside the main and one outside the gold, and he put 2 overlords outside the gold, one outside the main. So when one overlord got pushed out of position, the other overlord came forward, filled the hole in his vision, saw the Zergans coming, pulled his queens behind the wall. If those queens are stuck in the front of the wall, you lose 2 queens very quickly. You don't get time to transfuse. Half your damage output is gone. It's a slippery slope. The Ling Flood can get you. But Wayne reacted so well, pulled the queens back, Evo plugged the wall, kept just a tiny little opening. And even though some Lings slid in, he'd already lost too many Lings by that point. Beautiful hold by Wayne, and he well deserved this series.
And that means that our players have moved into the next round of the lower bracket. They will be met there by the losers of upper bracket round 2, which is going to be taking place tomorrow in Europe. So that will be Mana, Skillers, Wayne, and Goblin looking for their opponents, which will be played next week, of course. We had 8 full best of 5s today, Pig. It was actually one of the shorter days. We had a lot of 3-0s and some obviously shorter matches in there as well. What was your highlight? Go on, give us something you liked the most out of today's matches.
Dude, I like that in Mana Lambo we saw a bunch more of the Archon Immortal comp making a comeback, the old school Oracle into Archon drop, you know, looking very good. It just great decisiveness from Mana. Because I was looking at that series and I was like, man, a few of those supply blocks, Zerg up 80 supply. I've watched my boy Mana in this situation too many times, but seeing him just have killer instinct and knowing exactly when to push, especially against the Nidus Swarmhost, was very impressive. So I'm very proud of Mana. I think that was really exciting, obviously, to have for everyone who loses in these matches. But that for me was the highlight of the day, seeing Mana in form. Yeah,
I'm kind of with you. I think seeing Mana was definitely one of the bigger kind of highlights of the day. Also really enjoyed Coffee just kind of coming through and just showing us a whole bunch of aggressive stuff in Asia. That was really fun. Tomorrow, Coffee takes on Nice, and then he will be taking on, or the winner of that will be taking on Oliver in the grand finals of Asia. So make sure you tune in tomorrow for that. I believe you guys will be with Beomulf, and I will just look at the schedule because I don't actually know off the top of my head who Beomulf is casting with, but I started the sentence and I'm continuing it forever and ever and ever. And Rotterdam! Rory's finally going to show up on stream for a little bit instead of just doing his own thing. Oh my gosh! I know, this guy, finally. So, Beomulf and Roddy tomorrow will take you through the Asia playoffs, which is going to be the lower bracket final and upper bracket final, and then they will take you through upper bracket round 2 of Europe, which I believe is Clem versus Hearthstone, Showtime versus Spirit, Raynor versus Hero Marine, and Laser versus Maxpax, if I'm remembering correctly. So you guys can come back tomorrow for all of that. Thank you, Pig, for the last couple of days. It was a whole lot of fun. We had a good time here the last 2 days, so hope you enjoyed it as well. Of course, we are here thanks to our wonderful sponsors in the form of Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and ESL Shop. And thank you so much if you are going to have... I've just completely mixed 2 sentences together. Thank you so much for them, for supporting the tournament and all the rest. And we're really excited if you're going to come out to Dallas. And if you're going to do so, remember to get your tickets booked up already. DreamHack.com/Dallas/tickets. 15% off with the code StarCraft. Get them sorted out so you can join us at the end of May, start of June for the offline finals. Any final words, Pig? Awesome. That's going to be so much fun. And honestly, thanks for putting up with me, guys. I felt like I was not completely asleep at the end of tonight. Whereas yesterday, I definitely was slipping up a bit yesterday, but we got on top of it. Tomorrow is going to be the best day, though. We've got a lot of non-mirror matchups, a lot of close matches. I really think you guys are in for bangers tomorrow night. So we'll be waking up the day after that and watching all the videos straight away, because let's be real, I'm not going to be watching live at 4 in the morning. But it's going to be a lot of fun. Thanks for having me, and take it away, Wardy. All right. Thank you so much for watching, guys. We will see you tomorrow for more SC2. I'll be back next week myself, as next week, obviously, Americas begins as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So keep on watching the ESL SC2 Masters Spring. We'll see you next time.